As it is 11:05, the House will now proceed with private members' business, as indicated on the projected order of business.
National Strategy to Combat Plastic Pollution, standing in the name of Mr. Johns.
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to be here today speaking on the motion 151 that really addresses some important issues for the people in my riding of North Island Powell River about plastics and the impact that they have on the waters that sustain our communities across Canada and, in fact, across the world. I'm very pleased to be speaking on this motion as well because the member from Courtenay, Alberta also happens to be my neighbour, and I'm very proud of the work that he has done in this place and very proud that he brought forward this very important issue that is very basic to the people that we serve in both of our ridings. And Mr. Speaker, I'd also hope that you would take this moment to indulge me. On December the 1st, it was my grandson's birthday. I would just like to take this opportunity to wish him a very happy birthday. As all members know in this House, we don't get to be with our family members nearly as much as we would like to, so I just want to make sure that he knows that his Chichia grandmother is thinking of him on this important time for him. So when I think about plastics and the impacts that they're having on all the waterways across the world, I can't help but think of our grandchildren, all of our grandchildren, and the impacts that it will have on them in the future and the things that they will have to be prepared to address in the future as we move forward if we're not addressing this in a meaningful way. And the statistics are distressing. And I think that's something that I hope everyone in this House is taking some time to learn and understand about. 20 million tons of debris enter the world's oceans every year. On average, in every square kilometre of ocean globally, there are 18,000 pieces of plastic. 80% of all plastics in the ocean come from land-based sources. 90% of plastic found in the ocean is microplastics. 95% of single-use plastics are used only once and then discarded. In fact, if we don't have some serious action by 2050, if this trend continues the way that it is today, there will be more plastic in the ocean than there are fish. And that is something that I think every Canadian, and I hope every person on this planet, seriously starts to look at and address in a meaningful way. We know that every year plastic litter kills more than 1 million seabirds and 10,000 or 100,000 marine mammals. And there are so many more realities that face the communities across our world. For the people of North Island Powell River, they're working every day as hard as they can to address these issues. And I can tell stories about doing my own beach walks with my family and, carting tires off the beach and finding very small bits of plastic and trying to find as much space in our pockets to carry all of that debris off the beach. But I think what's really amazing is the amount of work that people in my riding are doing every single year to combat this. So I'm going to mention a few of them, and I want to really be respectful in knowing that I don't know what everybody is doing. I have a huge riding, but I want to acknowledge those that I do. We have dive clubs who do marine cleanups. They dive right into the water and they clean out debris. So Top Island Econauts and Campbell River Tide Rippers. The Orca Lab and Parks Canada partner every year to do a cleanup once a year around Michael Brigg Ecological Reserve at Robson Bight, which is an orca rubbing beach, several of them. Surfrider Vancouver Island does cleanup in remote locations in our region. The Great Canadian Shoreline Cleanup, which happens, so many community organizations get out and schools come together, and across the riding they clean beaches. The Living Ocean Society does many cleanups in their region. I remember in 2017, I spent a week in a remote beach in my riding Grant Bay, and added to the collection, to the big pile that was built away on the beach that the Living Oceans Society comes and cleans up every year. So it's amazing. You just see these huge pieces of styrofoam, tires, plastic, tons of things that are just heartbreaking to see on the beach, but everybody who comes to those beaches collects it, they pile it all up, and then it is removed. The Sierra Club that hosts several beach cleanups that I've had the privilege to participate in, the Thai Club does a big cleanup in the Campbell River Estuary, the Project Watershed does estuary stewardship in the Comox Valley, the community cleanup in Port Hardy that collects garbage everywhere across the community, the beach community of the Saratoga and Miracle Beach Residents Association. This past October, I was happy to attend their beach cleanup and was very impressed by the young people, the students from Miracle Beach Elementary School who showed up and got out there and help clean up the beach. And I want to be really clear. A lot of these beach cleanups, not only are people out there cleaning up the beach, picking up every sparse piece of plastic that they can find, they're actually calculating it. And so I've been out there in the rain, with a plastic bag over my piece of paper. We're picking up things, and then we're marking cigarette butts, small pieces of plastic, rope, tires, and so forth, just so that we have a better understanding of the beach and what's happening, cups and all of that debris. And it's disheartening sometimes to see how much people just toss out and how much work it takes for people to come behind and clean up. And I want to also acknowledge that many people clean up the beaches in their own personal time. In fact, I heard a story of one woman that for the past 15 years has been doing it almost every single day, cleaning up the beach in her area. So this is important work, and it's something that the people of North Island and Powell River really believe in, because we live on the ocean, because we live close to our waterways, our lakes, our streams, our rivers, and our communities, and we know that they produce so much for us. They feed our communities. They also bring a lot of tourism revenue and important work in our area, and we just want to see them be healthy, because the healthiness of our waterways is the healthiness of our people. And I think that, when I look at the work that I've done in with those community organizations, and when I just simply appreciate the work that they continue to do, they take the time, they go out, they calculate, they give stats back to us so that we know what's happening on our beaches, what's getting into our water. So, and I think, Mr. Speaker, if we look at what this text of this motion really does, it's asking for meaningful action. And I think so many people in my riding and across Canada are saying we want to see meaningful action. We don't want to hear more sound bites. We want to see things that are moving forward. So this really is a motion that asks the government to work with provinces, municipalities, and Indigenous communities to develop a strategy to combat plastic pollution in and around aquatic environments. So this is really about that collaborative approach and working with all levels of government so that we can get in and provide the support that desperately needs to be done, that we make sure that there's resources out there for these organizations that work so hard. I remember one time being on Quadra Island where we did a beach cleanup, and there was a huge one of those boxes for garbage, and it was almost completely full of styrofoam. And it was just debris from a lot of different industries that happen, different things that are happening in the ocean, and we're picking it up. And when they're in big chunks, that's fabulous. But when you go through the actual sand of the beach, you're finding small little pieces. So the whole part of this small broken down pieces getting into the water is something that we should all be concerned about. We want to see a reduction. This motion also asks for regulations that actually get to the part where we reduce. We make sure that we're doing less and less harm by using less and less of these things. We want to make sure that consumer and industrial use of single-use plastics, including but not limited to things that we see on the beach, plastic bags, bottles, straws, tableware, foam, cigarette filters, and beverage containers. Mr. Speaker, I now carry around with me a stainless steel straw so that I don't have to use any plastic straws when I go out, and try to be attentive about making sure that we don't use those things that are just single one-time use, because the potential impact on our environment is just too strong. And the last thing that I feel that is so important that people need to know about what this motion asks is it asks for community-led projects to clean up plastics and debris on shores, banks, beaches, and other aquatic areas, and education and outreach campaigns on the root causes and negative effects of plastic pollution in and around the bodies of water. So in the communities that I represent, the work is being done. But largely it's volunteer, and I think that's fantastic. I think it shows the commitment of the community. But we need to educate people more. We need to let them know the potential impacts of harm when they toss away a cigarette butt, when they toss a plastic lid from a cup, when they don't take time to make sure that they put their litter and their recycling where it deserves to be. And I really appreciate this government has moved forward with the Ocean Plastics Charter with the G7. I think that was a great step forward. But what I hear again and again in my riding is we want to see action, not just words. And this motion really speaks to having a plan, to working collaboratively and making sure that things happen. So I hope we take the next step. I hope everyone in this House supports this very meaningful motion, and we start to take action to make sure that our beaches and our waterways are as clean as they possibly can in this changing world that we live in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to begin by thanking the member from Courtenay Alberni for his continued interest in combating plastic pollution in our waterways and oceans. Mr. Speaker, our government shares the honourable member's concerns about the negative impacts of plastic waste and marine litter on the environment, and Liberals will be supporting the motion. As we all know, plastics play an important role in society due to their low cost, unrivaled functionality and durability. Yet the negative impacts of plastic waste and pollution in our environment are undeniable. Plastics do not belong in our waters or scattered around our land. We subscribe to the view that plastics that leave the economy as waste represent a loss of resources and value. The Ellen MacArthur Foundation estimates that between $80 and $120 billion worth of plastic packaging alone is lost from the global economy every year. Plastic production continues to grow, with about a 620% increase in growth since 1975, outpacing most manufactured materials. If the current consumption, production, and disposal rates continue, about 12 billion tons of plastic will be lost to landfills or the environment by 2050. In Canada in 2014, approximately 90% of plastic waste was lost, with only about 11% recycled. It's estimated that about 8,000 kilograms of our own plastic waste ends up as marine litter every year. With a growing economy and population, nationally and globally, we need to think differently about how we design, produce, recover, and use plastics. A high point of our G7 presidency was the release of the Ocean Plastics Charter in June of 2018. The Charter has since been endorsed by 11 governments and 19 businesses and organizations worldwide, all committing to move toward a more resource-efficient and sustainable approach to plastics that will reduce plastic waste and marine litter. The Charter includes ambitious targets and actions along the entire life cycle of plastics, from sustainable design, production, collection, to management, as well as actions to advance education, research, innovation, new technologies, and make on-the-ground improvements. Actions to meet the Charter targets need to happen on two fronts, internationally and domestically. Internationally, we continue to advance policy discussions and research in international fora, so our efforts are amplified along with others. For instance, we joined the United Nations Clean Seas campaign and pledged with numerous others to take action on marine litter. We participate in the United Nations Global Partnership on Marine Litter and contributed to the recently adopted guidance on fishing gear out of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. Canada also recently joined the Global Ghost Gear Initiative to tackle lost fishing gear, and we are working on scientific methods to detect plastics in dredged materials from ocean disposal sites. We need to innovate and embrace solutions across the entire plastics value chain and change our entire system to one with no waste. I'm very pleased to note that Canada will be hosting the World Circular Economy Forum in 2020. This will offer a great opportunity to showcase Canadian progress on plastics while fostering dialogue on moving Canada and the world toward a circular economy for all materials, including plastics. To achieve this, we're working together with a broad range of stakeholders, industry, academia, and civil society. Through the Canadian Council of Ministers of the Environment, we are working with provinces and territories to implement the newly launched CCME strategy on zero plastic waste. The next step is to develop a Canada-wide action plan to eliminate plastic waste and reduce marine litter, and use a circular economy lens to address plastics throughout the value chain. The action plan will provide a platform for collaboration among different levels of government, industry, and other stakeholders. Industry and Canadians have signaled they are ready to make the necessary changes. This means making plastic design and production more sustainable, improving collection, management systems, and infrastructure, adopting a more sustainable lifestyle, and creating awareness of environmentally sound alternatives and good practices. Continuing to improve on our understanding of the issue and solutions through research and innovation, and finally, taking action to capture and remove the plastic litter that is already covering shorelines and our nearshore waters. To propel the full range of Canadian industry to action, we recently launched the Canadian Plastics Innovation Challenge. The challenge will accelerate innovation in our country by providing over $12 million to Canadian innovators, entrepreneurs, and businesses to tackle plastic challenges in 7 key areas: separation of mixed plastics, food packaging, plastic wastes from construction activities, removal and management of ghost fishing gear and marine debris, improved compostability of bioplastics, recycling of glass fiber reinforced plastic, and sustainable fishing and aquaculture gear. The federal government is also leading by example. We have committed to divert at least 75% of the plastic waste from government operations by 2030. This will be accomplished through changing our own practices as well as in the procurement of more sustainable plastic products, such as those that are reusable, recyclable, repairable, or are made with recycled plastic content. This adds to other federal efforts, including pollution prevention legislation, such as our phased ban on microbeads in toiletries that came into effect this year, investments in waste and wastewater infrastructure to prevent debris from entering the environment, and raising awareness through public engagement and education. With respect to increasing awareness and community action among Canadians, in September we collaborated with 5 NGOs and launched an ocean plastics education kit for students and teachers to increase awareness of marine plastic litter and empower youth to develop solutions and take action. On Earth Day, we launched the Canadian Dialogue on Plastic Waste. We heard from more than 1,900 Canadians about their views on ways to reduce plastic waste and pollution. We posted a summary of what we heard on our website. Participants across the country recognized the need to take prompt action on this issue and that no one solution will do the trick. We have supported community projects as well as national conservation initiatives. The Government of Canada is a partner of the Great Canadian Shoreline Cleanup that removes plastic litter and collects citizen science data. We are working with the United States and Mexico through the Commission of Environmental Cooperation to implement a pilot project in the Salish Sea watershed in British Columbia. The project will engage local decision makers and the community to identify local plastic waste and litter challenges and implement small-scale solutions. We also continue to advance science to support action on plastics. We also conduct and support research on the plastics economy in Canada and the impacts of plastic pollution in aquatic environments and fauna. This month, we hosted 2 scientific workshops with international and national experts to help inform our plastics science agenda. We discussed the state of current science on the effects of plastic in the environment, identified knowledge gaps, and prioritized areas where we can take concerted action to strengthen our science. Strong science is the foundation of effective decision-making. We look forward to continuing action in these areas and working with partners in Canada and abroad to move to a circular plastics economy, one without plastic waste. In closing, we recognize that achieving a zero plastic waste future that is protective of the environment is multifaceted. There is no one solution. To address the issue of plastic waste and its pollution, actions are required at each stage of the plastics life cycle. All levels of government, from municipalities to national governments, as well as industry, civil society, and citizens, have a role to play. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada will continue to support action by these players and through its own efforts in sound science, research and development, funding, regulation, and other policy levers to keep plastic waste in the economy and out of the environment. This is why today we will vote in support of the motion put forward by the member from Courtenay-Alberni. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to debate motion M151 proposed by my colleague from Courtenay-Alberni on a national strategy to combat plastic pollution. This motion came in response to the lack of federal investment when in November 2016 a ship owned by the Hanjin Company lost 35 containers in the Pacific Ocean and they ended up on the beaches of BC. This environmental disaster is a call for consciousness. Throughout the world, the oceans are inundated with plastic. Every minute, the equivalent of a garbage truck of plastic is dumped into our oceans. This year, 20 million tons of plastic waste will go into our waterways. In 95% of cases, these are single-use plastics like straws, containers, utensils, grocery bags. They're thrown in the garbage after a single use, and they take 200 years to decompose. These objects break into small particles that sea life ends up eating, including the fish that winds up on our plates. This leads to degradation of our shorelines and destruction of the Canadian ecosystem, and this pollution is a health threat to Canadians. In the NDP, we're upset about the total lack of a federal government strategy for managing plastic waste. Canada is a really poor example compared to our neighbors and other countries. Every year, tons of harmful plastic waste is dumped into the oceans, and the rest of the world has understood this. They understand the need to respond. Over 40 countries have already adopted measures to ban or tax plastic packaging and other pollutants. California, Australia, France, China, the UK, Kenya, and Rwanda, for example. In Quebec, over 500 artists, scientists, and leaders in various fields have launched an initiative called the Pact Toward a Transition. By signing this pact, the signatories solemnly undertake to take individual action to reduce their ecological footprint. In exchange, they call on governments to also act responsibly. And one of the commitments is to reduce the use of plastic by choosing products that have less plastic packaging. Some cities in Quebec have already implemented recycling systems for plastic bags, like Saguenay, for example. In the Saguenay area, a number of eco-centers for recovery and recycling of plastic waste have been created. There's a sorting center that collects up to 4 tons of plastic per week, which is over 500 tons of garbage that will no longer head into landfill sites. There's also a place in Saguenay that collects agricultural or farm plastics. About 100 agricultural producers have joined the program, and they're plastic waste goes to this collecting and sorting center. This is the type of thing we should support in order to create a movement that is both national and local in scope. Today, we only recycle 11% of our garbage, and if nothing changes, by 2050 there'll be more plastic in the ocean than fish. We have to go further, and this motion is a way forward. It's more than a necessity, it's an opportunity to innovate and create jobs in the ecological transition sector. A number of volunteers all across the country have decided to devote their time to improving the environment. Like one of my constituents, Kevin Roberge, who last summer decided to clean up the Chicoutimi River, which goes through my riding of Jonquière. I'm ashamed to have to tell him that his efforts are not being financially supported and that his intentions are not shared by our federal government. Kevin raises the issue quite realistically and summarizes the situation quite well. He said the problem belongs to anyone and no one at the same time. Everyone and no one. Everyone is in favor of better waste management, but no one is stepping up. Another good example is in Arvida. La Réserve is a boutique that will be opening this week and will offer bulk zero-waste products. Ms. Vanessa Gauthier, the owner, will give customers a self-service option where they can bring their own containers and fill them up. There'll be a self-serve station on arrival where people can weigh their containers, and that way they'll only pay for the product. La Réserve will offer food products, household products, and beauty products. Ms. Gauthier will be offering alternatives to disposable products, as well as containers and fabric bags. There will also be homemade cosmetic products available for sale. The goal is really to use as little packaging as possible. The federal government's record is worrisome and shows that the federal government is not sufficiently concerned about this major issue. Its ocean protection plan, to the tune of $1.5 billion, has nothing earmarked to reduce plastic in oceans. In fact, the plan doesn't even mention the word plastic. The public policy for managing plastic is currently not up to the task. 8% of the world's waterways flow through Canada, which means that when we pollute our rivers and our other waterways, we're polluting the ocean. Waterways for far too long have been considered a practical way of dealing with waste. The capacity of some waterways to play this role has been exhausted, and sometimes it's been abused. The vast majority of our waste can be reduced at source. Canada has the largest coastline in the world, and we have a responsibility to create binding and effective measures to reduce plastic pollution in water. But nothing has been done to date. The Prime Minister may well boast with the plastic charter that a significant step forward has been taken, but we have to get everyone involved. It's a motion that has to be widespread. Our fellow Canadians are not so naive as to think that a 3-page charter is really going to make a difference when it comes to this type of pollution. Motion M151 is precisely what the Prime Minister promised voters 4 years ago. The hypocrisy has to stop. We desperately need solutions, political solutions, and that's what M151 would do. The first step is to regulate and reduce single-use plastics like garbage bags or grocery bags and plastic straws. The economy of plastic is linear. We produce it, use it briefly, and then throw it away. In this way, 95% of plastic objects are used just once, and then they become useless, and it can take years, even centuries, for them to decompose in the environment. This pollution is already having disastrous effects on our ecosystem. 85% of our seabirds have already ingested plastic, and that could go up to 99% by 2050. So, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are forcing taxpayers to pay for this problem. We need solutions rather than talk. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, this national strategy and partnerships with municipalities is long overdue. No one can deny that the situation is alarming. The predictions of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, published on October 8th, are damning. The Paris Climate Accord is not enough either. If we don't do something, the impact on health, food safety, and water will become increasingly costly. To deny this urgency is to deny future generations a safe and prosperous future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm quite pleased to rise this morning to discuss this motion, which the government, as we've already said, will be supporting.
Indeed, since the 1950s, or in the 1950s and 1960s, there was a sort of major chapter of the Industrial Revolution, I guess you could say, around the petrochemicals industry, in which we began developing plastics technologies and flooding the market with products made of plastic. In fact, I think it's been mentioned before, the production of plastic products has outpaced that of almost every other material since then. Now, to quote Eric Solheim, who is the former head of UN Environment, plastic is a miracle material. Thanks to plastics, countless lives have been saved in the health sector. The growth of clean technology from wind turbines and solar panels has been greatly facilitated, and safe food storage has been revolutionized. But there's a disturbing flip side, which again has been mentioned by others in this debate, and I'll give a few examples of my own. For example, roughly 9 million tons of plastic are entering the Great Lakes annually. Plastic packaging accounts for nearly half of all plastic waste globally, much of it thrown away within just a few minutes of first use. America, Japan, and the EU are the world's largest producers of plastic packaging waste per capita. Only 9% of the billion tons of plastic the world has ever produced has been recycled. And finally, if current consumption patterns and waste management practices continue, by 2050, there will be around 12 billion tons of plastic litter in landfills and the environment. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, plastic pollution is a scourge, and this scourge is a huge challenge to the world. The challenges are great, but there is hope. To paraphrase Eric Solheim, the former executive director of the environment for the UN, said that the encouraging thing is that more and more governments are taking action. All countries, rich or poor, have to do their share and can become leaders in this area. And I would give the example of Rwanda. It's not a wealthy country, of course, but in 2006, apparently, they surprised the entire world by banning plastic bags. So any country can play a role.
attention to Canada's own commitment to and progress in addressing the scourge of plastics pollution. The motion calls on the government to combat plastic pollution in and around aquatic environments, specifically through regulations to reduce industrial use of microplastics and consumer and industrial use of single-use plastics, including presumably through CEPA's priority substances list. And secondly, the motion calls for annual funding for community-led projects and education and outreach campaigns. And some of these community initiatives have been mentioned during this debate. If I'm rising today to speak to this motion, it is in large part because of my ongoing interest in water policy, an interest that goes back to when I was first elected. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that water is our overriding environmental priority. What I mean is that water encompasses two of the world's biggest headline environmental issues, namely climate change, which brings more frequent and intense flooding and drought, and secondly, chemical pollution, which impacts human as well as environmental health and spreads with water flow. Taken together, these two issues relate to water quantity and quality, respectively. When I think of water, two wise quotes come to mind. The first, water is the first principle of everything, and this is attributed to, I think the pronunciation is Thales of Miletus. The second quote is from Rachel Carson. In an age when man has forgotten his origins and is blind to his most essential needs for survival, water, along with other resources, has become the victim of his indifference. Water policy, Mr. Speaker, is multifaceted, and Motion 151 addresses one of the many important aspects of water policy. Water policy is not only complex because it is multifaceted, it is also complex because it is multi-jurisdictional. The question of controlling plastic pollution points to this jurisdictional complexity. So many levels of government must be involved, including at the international level, if we are to make meaningful progress on this issue. Our government has already taken important steps to address the scourge of plastic pollution in water. As we know, at the most recent G7 meeting in Charlevoix, Canada was the force behind the Ocean Plastics Charter. The Charter commits Canada, France, Germany, Italy, the UK, and the EU to broadly take a life cycle management approach to plastics, which includes working towards increased recycling and related public education efforts, as well as investing in research to find alternatives to currently used plastics, like organic water bottles that do not harm the environment. I saw recently an example of a water bottle that biodegrades completely. And so maybe that is the future when it comes to bottled water, Mr. Speaker. So our government, the Charter, commits the countries, the signatories, to investing in research and to developing, for example, technologies to remove plastics and microplastics from wastewater in sewage sludge. Clearly, plastic pollution is not only about oceans, it is also about freshwater, as freshwater carries pollution, including plastics, to the oceans. This realization has led to initiatives like Next Wave, a non-governmental coalition founded by companies including Dell and an environmental group called Lonely Whale, that employs people living in coastal regions to collect discarded plastic within 30 miles of waterways to prevent it from making its way to the sea. So far, Next Wave has focused on two types of plastic commonly found in marine environments, nylon 6 and polypropylene. Recently, HP announced it would be joining the Next Wave coalition. In fact, since 2016, HP has been working with locals in Haiti to collect a total of 550,000 pounds of plastic that the company has used to create ink cartridges. The Ocean Plastics Charter, among other things, calls for direct government action to reduce the use of microplastics, and I think it's been mentioned by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans that our government has banned the manufacture, import, and sale of most toiletries that contain microbeads, and this ban took effect July 1st, with the exception of those contained in natural health products and over-the-counter drugs. But as of July 1st, 2019, the ban will include natural health products and non-prescription drugs. However, in our multi-jurisdictional nation, progress on many public policy issues requires collaboration amongst the federal, provincial, and territorial governments. That's why 2 Fridays ago, Canada's federal, provincial, and territorial governments, through their environmental ministers, agreed to work collectively towards a common goal of zero plastic waste through a Canada-wide strategy on zero plastic waste that aligns with the Ocean's Plastics Charter. As stated in the joint communique of the ministers, quote, protecting our terrestrial and aquatic environment from plastic pollution is imperative for the health of freshwater ecosystems and is also important as the water and litter flow directly into the oceans. Finally, Mr. Speaker, let's not forget the importance of action at the grassroots. And it's been mentioned by other speakers in this debate that there are many initiatives involving citizens who voluntarily group together and go out and clean up the shoreline. At this point, I would like to make a shout out to members of my Lac St. Louis Youth Council and other young people who came out with me this past September 8th to look for plastic debris on the shores of the St. Lawrence River in the southwest corner of my riding. I'm speaking specifically of Harrison Kirshner, Malik Dahel, Melissa Poten, and Philip Gay. Fortunately, Mr. Speaker, our municipal governments are doing a good job of keeping the shoreline clean, but nonetheless, we did find some items of plastic, like plastic bags, plastic bottles, polystyrene, and cigarette filters. Mr. Speaker, if everyone works together, governments, NGOs, industry, and if citizens engage, I think we'll make some progress, some important progress tackling this terrible scourge, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise today to speak to Motion 151 put forward by my friend from Courtenay, Alberni. And I must say it's good to see an environmental measure that is bringing members of the House of all parties together. This is something we can, I think, all agree is a problem. No debate there. And I think also we appreciate a motion that's brought forward by my colleague that proposes to have us work through this issue in a way that's constructive. There are many things I like about the motion, and it's nice to see an environmental measure that's not being used to propose a new tax, but instead we're tackling the problem itself and we're tackling it great on. So I appreciate this measure, and I'll be proud to join the rest of my Conservative colleagues in supporting Motion 151. And in the context of that debate, I want to make a few observations. It may be one of the only times we agree this Parliament, but you know, we'll see. So, a few observations I wanted to make about this. First of all, Canadians should be aware of some of the health effects that we see being associated with certain components in plastics. And I was very proud that it was our previous Conservative government that actually took the step to ban BPA in baby bottles. We recognize, and I think we were one of the first countries to do so, to recognize some of the emerging scientific research suggesting that there are problems associated with BPA exposure, and we recognize that this is something that people can be exposed to through, perhaps through certain household products, but also that they can be exposed to through pollution, plastic pollution that exists in the environment. A note on BPA specifically, I was reading a study that I think came out in 2014. It was a literature review of 91 studies finding BPA associated with human health, negative human health outcomes, particular behavioral issues in children, and also BPA exposure associated with problems in reproductive function. I'll quote from another study: BPA alters male reproductive function in humans. These investigations revealed that men occasionally exposed to BPA had high blood pressure, urinary BPA levels, abnormal semen parameters. BPA-exposed men also show reduced libido. So some of these health problems that we see associated with BPA, another study, higher levels of BPA have recently been correlated with obesity, diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, polycystic ovarian disease or low sperm count. And this paper also mentions some of the ability of BPA to make certain cancer cell lines grow. So various studies emerging in prominent medical journals that suggest adverse health outcomes associated with BPA exposure. And that's why, again, I was proud of the steps that were taking, I think, world-leading steps taken by the previous government around BPA exposure. And this is something that I think requires our ongoing engagement with how certain components in plastic products need to be studied further, and there may be health impacts associated with that we need to be aware of and seek to minimize. So that's one of the issues that I think is provoked by the discussion around this motion. Again, something that I'd commend to the consideration of perhaps the committee of the House as we go forward. Now, whenever we debate these kinds of measures in the House as well, I do think it's important to observe that so much of the most effective response we see to environmental challenges comes not from the level of state action, but from the level of individual action. There is a role for the government, absolutely, but it is the choices that individuals make when they choose to be responsible as they can be with the products they consume, with the ways that they maybe reuse certain things, with seeking materials that they can use multiple times, and trying to make sure that things are disposed of responsibly. That individual responsibility dimension that comes to mind when we think about limiting ocean plastics, what roles all of us can play, is certainly important and top of mind. As we talk about the response from government, let's not forget the response that comes from individuals as well. Another point I wanted to make, Mr. Speaker, about how we respond to plastic pollution, to ocean plastics, is that I think it's worthwhile for us as we proceed down this road of studying this issue to reflect on the magnitude of the challenge we face in terms of ocean plastic pollution, that we reflect on the different sources of that pollution, and that we try and work collaboratively with other countries to target main sources of that plastic pollution. I read an article put out by a think tank called the Frontier Center for Public Policy. That was quite interesting in terms of examining the proportions in terms of plastic pollution that we see in the ocean. Yes, all of us should seek to do better in terms of what we dispose of and the way we dispose of it. But there were some quite striking numbers that they had in here. And I want to just read a quote from this article that came out earlier this year from the Frontier Center. They say, according to recent studies of its content, and they're talking about the floating patch in the Pacific Ocean that is full of plastic garbage. They say, according to a recent study of its content in the open source academic journal Scientific Reports, just jumping down here, 46% of what was discarded was fishing nets. A further substantial portion is related fishing industry items such as floats, ropes, baskets, traps, and crates, and another 20% is junk washed away from Japan's shores during the 2001 tsunami. The vast bulk of floating plastic waste in the Pacific is the product of commercial fishing, primarily the Asian fishing industry. Another huge chunk arises from the aftermath of a massive natural disaster. So as we engage this problem, we look at what steps we can take, but we also look at those substantial contributors to the challenge, and maybe ask the question, and maybe my colleague from Courtenay Alberni will have thoughts on this, how we can provide support and engagement around improving some of those what seem to be fishing practices in other countries that may be substantially contributing to the challenges that we face from plastic pollution. We shouldn't be narrowly focusing on one piece of this. And I think one of the things I appreciate about this motion is it does speak to engaging this problem in a holistic way, not just looking at perhaps one specific, potentially small contributor to the problem, but instead thinking what are the various different components that contribute to plastic pollution. And it would seem logical to me that we start with we start from two places. We start with thinking about what we can do, but we also start from the place of what are the biggest contributors to that challenge, and can we attack those biggest contributors and then work our way back from that. And some of that may involve us looking for opportunities to build these partnerships with other countries where we see some of that particular risk exposure. So Again, to recap, Mr. Speaker, we're dealing with Motion 151, which is a motion from my colleague for Courtney Alberni that asks us to engage in a more pointed and serious way with the issue of plastic pollution. And we know this is a big problem, a growing problem, that 20 million tons of debris enter the world's oceans every year, and on average there are 18,000 pieces of plastic floating in every square kilometer of ocean globally. 80% of all plastics in the ocean come from land-based sources. And we know that when plastic is in the ocean, it breaks down. It can affect marine life. It can also affect human health. And I've read some studies from various different medical journals looking at some of the impacts associated with plastic exposure. I've spoken a little bit about how the previous government was engaged with this issue and took steps, for instance, to ban BPA in baby bottles, and how perhaps this is an area where we can do more to study the impacts of certain components in plastics that may be having that health impact, and look to change the sources of those materials that are used, and that we consider the impact on human health from doing so. But certainly, when we have these different items in the ocean breaking down, it causes significant problems for marine life as well as potentially for human health. One other factoid I'll just put out there for my colleagues from British Columbia, that a study found that returning adult BC salmon can ingest up to 90 pieces of plastic each day. So these have big impacts and impacts further throughout the food chain. So I appreciate that the House is coming together on this motion, and I hope that it will lead to further action from the government to respond to these challenges we face together. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Accordingly, I invite the honourable member for Courtney Alberni for his right of reply. The honourable member has up to 5 minutes. The honourable member for Courtney Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've heard time and time again that a garbage truck of plastic is entering our oceans and our waterways every minute globally. In fact, here in Canada, we produce more garbage per person than any other country in the developed world. A CBC article today on my motion said, quote, scientists with the Vancouver Aquarium say the average Canadian uses up to 4 times their body weight in throwaway plastics every year. Enough of it is ending up in our oceans, lakes, and rivers that plastic is being found in shellfish and even drinking water. Every year, 10,000 metric tons of plastic end up in the Great Lakes alone. Single-use plastics affect all of us, and we now have an opportunity to act. These are alarming statistics, and I know that members on all sides of the aisle are hearing from their constituents that we need to act. On the weekend, the member from Victoria introduced me to 16-year-old Anastasia Castro of Saanich, an amazing young environmental activist who, along with her and her friends, has launched Kids for a Plastic-Free Canada. She is part of the new generation of environmental stewards who are taking on the serious issue of marine debris and plastics entering our aquifers and our oceans. Due to the hard work of incredibly dedicated Canadians like Anastasia, the crisis of marine plastic pollution has reached the national stage. Unfortunately, action on this issue has been slow-moving. This is only the second piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, around plastic, the first being from the member from Windsor West and Megan Leslie, the former member for Halifax, who introduced their motion on banning microbeads in 2015. And when I first rose in this House following the Hanjin container spill off the coast of my riding on Vancouver Island, we heard platitudes only from the government in response for calls to action to support the hundreds of volunteers that had taken to the beaches to recover tons of styrofoam and marine debris. I congratulate the government for its statements of good intentions and its pledges and promises, along with those of other G7 nations. And I want to recognize the limited actions that have been taken in recent months by the government, though, Mr. Speaker. Having said that, we need to go further. And we need to go faster, further and faster, Mr. Speaker. When we tried to find support for communities struggling to respond to the crisis on our coastline, senior officials told us that there's a legislative and regulatory void, and sorry, no help was forthcoming. This motion seeks to fill that void through the 7 steps set out by the University of Victoria's Environmental Law Centre. The proposed regulatory action is aimed at reducing plastic debris discharged from stormwater outfalls, industrial use of microplastics, and consumer and industrial use of single-use plastics. The programmatic proposals include the provision of permanent, dedicated, and annual funding for the cleanup of derelict fishing gear, community-led projects to clean up plastics and debris on our shores, banks, beaches, and other aquatic peripheries, and education and outreach campaigns on the root causes and negative environmental effects of plastic pollution in and around all bodies of water. This motion is the product of hard work by dozens of environmental organizations, education institutions, churches, businesses, and corporations. I want to thank in particular Surfrider Pacific Rim, Clackwood Cleanup, Communities Protecting Our Coast, the Association of Denman Island Marine Stewards, Ocean Legacy, the T. Buck Suzuki Foundation, Vancouver Island Coastal Communities, the Union of British Columbia for Coastal Municipalities, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and community champions who monitor and clean our beaches and coastlines without any support from our federal government. And Margaret Atwood, who supported my motion. And I want to thank the tens of thousands of everyday Canadians who have signed petitions, knocked on doors, and in other various forms have supported this motion. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all members of this House from all political parties have chosen to stand in support for our precious marine environment, committing to supporting yes on this motion, especially the government today to finally come forward and support it. I've talked to people from across this country, and because of this campaign, we've given people hope, Mr. Speaker, people that were feeling hopeless. By demonstrating our commitment to cleaning our oceans and our waterways by voting for this motion, we as parliamentarians are bolstering this renewed optimism. And as Tommy Douglas famously said, quote, "Don't let them tell you it can't be done," end quote. Coastal people and Canadians have been listening to these words, and we have the opportunity, the love, hope, and courage that Jack Layton spoke of and embodied, to tackle this issue and leave a better Canada for future generations.
Hear, hear.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. John, seconded by Mr. Canning, moves that, in the opinion of the House, the government should work with the provinces, municipalities, and Indigenous communities to develop a national strategy to combat plastic pollution in and around aquatic environments, which would include the following measures.
Actions aimed at reducing 1. Plastic debris discharged from stormwater outfalls. 2. Industrial use of microplastics, including but not limited to microbeads, nurdles, fibrous microplastics and fragments. 3. Consumer and industrial use of single-use plastics, including but not limited to plastic bags, bottles, straws, tableware, polystyrene foam, cigarette filters and beverage containers, and B, permanent, dedicated, and annual funding for the 1. Cleanup of derelict fishing gear, 2. Community-led projects to clean up plastics and debris on shores, banks, beaches, and other aquatic peripheries, 3. Education and outreach campaigns on the root causes and negative environmental effects of plastic pollution in and around all bodies of water. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Yay. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to an order made Thursday, November 29, 2018, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, December 5th, 2018, immediately after the proceedings on the supply bill. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government Orders, Government Bills Commons. Consideration of second reading of Bill C-88, an act to amend the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act and the Canadian Petroleum Resources Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts.
Mr. Huson, seconded by Ms. Ng, moves that Bill C-8... Oh, I'm sorry. Make one correction there. Mr. Huson for Mr. LeBlanc, seconded by Ms. Ng, moves that Bill C-88, an act to amend the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Intergovernmental and Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today mindful that we are on the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin people. I am honoured to begin the debate at second reading of Bill C-88, an act to amend the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. This bill clarifies the legislative and regulatory framework for the development of key regions of Canada's north, the Mackenzie Valley and the offshore areas of the Arctic Ocean and the Beaufort Sea. These regions have vast economic potential, but they are also environmentally sensitive. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, these regions have sustained Indigenous people and communities that have lived in the north since time immemorial. Those communities, their organizations, and governments have a right to a say in how the region is developed. The bill before us addresses two different acts of Parliament that affect resource development in the north, the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act. So let me begin with the amendments to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. And I would remind the House that in March of 2014, the Northwest Territories Devolution Act transferred control of public lands and waters to the Northwest Territories to the territorial government. It is this government that now makes decisions on resource development. They receive 50% of resource revenue within a specific annual limit. Mr. Speaker, we know the abysmal track record of the Conservatives when it came to respecting and honouring Indigenous rights and supporting the people of the North. This bill was a perfect example. In 2014, through Bill C-15, the Northwest Territories Devolution Act, the Harper government completely changed the Land and Water Board structure without adequate consultation and in complete ignorance of Indigenous rights. These changes became very controversial within the region, as the current member for the Northwest Territories has well known. Through many conversations, consultations, and meetings, there was many good points that was brought forward by people in that area. Simply because the Harper government removed 3 regulatory authorities: one, the Gwich'in Land and Water Board, the Sahtu Land and Water Board, and the Wikis Land and Water Board. The Mackenzie Valley Land and Water Board was to remain as a single consolidated land and water board for the Mackenzie Valley. What the Conservative government wanted, but not what the Indigenous governments wanted. And the Indigenous governments and organizations correctly argued that their authorities in land and water management are guaranteed by their land claims and by their self-government agreements, and that should be honored. The Conservative government could not unilaterally abolish their land and water boards. This was just another sad example of the Harper government's tendency to trample on the rights of Indigenous people, Mr. Speaker. So in February 2015, the Northwest Territories Supreme Court issued an injunction that halted the provisions that included the restructuring of the land and water boards. The injunction preserved the existing regulatory processes until the court could provide further instruction. At the same time, other measures included in Section 253(2) were affected. including regulation making authority for cost recovery and consultation, administrative monetary penalties, development certificates, regional studies, and the terms of board members. The Conservatives appealed this injunction in March of 2015. We have heard from stakeholders that this situation not only created mistrust on the part of Indigenous governments and organizations towards the Canadian government, but it also created uncertainty that discouraged the responsible development of the region's resources. In the fall of 2015, in order to better put us on a path to reconciliation and economic development, the then Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs met with Indigenous governments and organizations in the Northwest Territories to find a way forward. The Minister announced that she had directed the Department to pause its appeal and start the exploratory discussions. Rather than taking this fight and continuing this fight in the courts, Mr. Speaker, our goal has been to work with Indigenous governments and organizations to identify potential solutions. In the summer of 2016, the Minister met with Indigenous governments and organizations, and in September 2016, she wrote to the relevant parties to officially begin a formal consultation process. The consultations have been thorough, and they have been effective. They have included Indigenous governments, they have included organizations, and have included the government of the Northwest Territories, and yes, they have included the industry. Mr. Speaker, this is the way to move forward on matters affecting resource development in Canada's north. The Conservatives' attempt to unilaterally change the regulatory regime set the relationship with the Northwest Territories and Indigenous people back by many years. But with this bill, we are getting back on track, and we are working with them to move forward. The bill removes the board amalgamation provisions and confirms that continuation of the Satu, the Gwich'in, and the Wikis land and water boards with the jurisdiction to regulate land and water use in their management regions. These regional boards will also continue to be panels of the Mackenzie Valley Land and Water Board. The Mackenzie Valley Land and Water Board will continue to have jurisdiction for the regulation of land and water, including the insurance of land use permits and water licenses in the area of the Mackenzie Valley where land claims have not been settled, and for transboundary projects. In effect, Mr. Speaker, this bill repeals the provisions of the Conservatives that challenge the rights of Indigenous governing bodies under their comprehensive land claim agreements. Other provisions of the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act that were included in the Northwest Territories Devolution Act but were halted by the court injunction will also be reintroduced in this bill. Specifically, the bill provides for the Governor and Council to make regulations pertaining to cost recovery and to Indigenous consultation. Development certificates will set out the condition under which a project can proceed. Administrative monetary penalties can now be established through regulations for violations relating to these certificates. Provisions will allow the establishment of committees for the conduct of regional studies. And the bill also provides for the extension of the terms of board members to allow them to complete a proceeding that is underway. This will ensure that there is continuity in the process and in the decision-making. Mr. Speaker, we are setting out a positive way forward for the development of the Mackenzie Valley. It is a way forward that acknowledges the rights of Indigenous governments and organizations and will provide certainty to industry. When we listen to Northerners when developing policies that affect them, great things are possible, and it leads the way to better prosperity for all people in the North. The second part of this bill involves the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, which governs the drilling of oil and gas that takes place offshore in the Arctic. Those offshore drilling operations face a number of technical and logical challenges, including a short operating season and sea ice. We don't yet have the technology to resolve these challenges, but I have confidence that there will be technological solutions that will enable offshore drilling to be undertaken safely in the future. To get to these solutions, Mr. Speaker, we must be guided by knowledge of the nature of the challenges. That knowledge will be shaped by science, including both marine science and climate science. We need evidence for effective decision-making that will help us reach the goal of responsible resource development. This science is still in early stages. The technology will eventually follow. In the meantime, we must take steps to protect a sensitive and vulnerable environment in the Beaufort Sea and the Arctic Ocean. In December 2016, the Prime Minister announced a moratorium on new offshore drilling in our Arctic waters. The moratorium will be tested every 5 years through a science-based review. This review, undertaken in collaboration with our northern partners, will provide the evidence that will guide future oil and gas activity. The bill before us would complement the 2016 moratorium and protect the interests of license holders by freezing the terms of their licenses for the duration of the prohibition on oil and gas activity. The licenses will not expire during the moratorium. This will allow us to preserve the existing rights until the 5-year science-based review is completed. At that point, we will have a better understanding of strategic plans and potential decisions in collaboration with our northern partners, our Indigenous governments, and the government of the North, and the governments of the North. I am pleased to inform the House that the companies that currently hold the existing oil and gas rights and our northern partners have been supportive of responsible development of the Arctic offshore and the strategic path forward. They understand the importance of protecting the unique Arctic environment while pursuing safe, responsible oil and gas activities, activities that create jobs and economic growth in northern Indigenous communities. They appreciate the importance of the science-based review in establishing future decisions on Arctic offshore development. Mr. Speaker, these amendments are fair to existing right holders and allow us to go forward with a serious review of the science in order to better understand the potential impacts and benefits of oil and gas extraction in the Beaufort Sea. This is sound, it is sustainable management, and it is consistent with what our government is already doing in terms of science in the North. Mr. Speaker, the bill before us ensures that Indigenous governments and organizations will have a strong voice in the development of resources in their territories. Our goal, Mr. Speaker, is to put in place a robust regime that will protect Canada's rich, natural environment. It will support a resilient resource sector and at the same time respect the rights and interests of Indigenous people. This bill is part of an ongoing journey toward meaningful reconciliation with Indigenous peoples and the protection of our lands and our waters. In this way, we are able to foster economic opportunities and growth and protect the environment for future generations. I want to urge all honourable members to join me in supporting this bill and supporting the wishes, the hopes, and the aspirations of those who live in Canada's North. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I did listen to my colleague's speech with great interest. I'm going to focus in on Part A, and of course that's the Land and Water Boards. And, you know, certainly the devolution agreement allowed for the collapsing into one. The land agreements with the different communities did actually allow for this to happen. It was not contradicted within it. And she might know that this came out of the McCrank report, where he looked at what was happening and said it's the current regulatory process in the Northwest Territories is complex, costly, unpredictable, and time-consuming. And certainly this would allow for more efficient use of expenditures and to allow administrative practices to be more understandable and consistent. So it sounds like she supports going back to the old system, and it sounds like it has support from the communities up there. But will she, I think it's important for her to recognize what the implications are actually going to be, and I think the McCrank report stated it very clearly.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I remember very clearly is when I came in to politics in 2013 was early meetings I had with groups in the Northwest Territories at that time with regard to the bill and the changes that the government, the Conservative government, was pushing forward. At that time, the Aboriginal governments and many others across the Northwest Territories was pushing back, and the Harper government was not listening. And they were unilaterally making changes with regard to how resource development would occur in the Northwest Territories without accepting the wishes, the understanding, or even having further discussion with the Aboriginal governments of that time. That was the reason they sought the court injunction, and today we've been able to build a relationship and a partnership to do what they feel is necessary and what is supported by the industry and by the government of the Northwest Territories in making these changes.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her speech. I appreciate her comments about the need for consultation, the need for input from the First Nations and other regional groups in the making decisions around the natural resource industries in the North. But here we have, you know, part of this bill is a reaction to a moratorium that was placed on resource extraction offshore in the Arctic that was made without any consultation at all. And I'm just wanting to ask her through you, why did the Prime Minister think this was a good idea when that relationship, which is so important to him, called for consultation, and yet we hear from leaders across the North. I've talked to the Inuvialuit leader, one of their leaders, that they were just hopping mad when this moratorium was put in place.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his question. I think it's fair to say that when it comes to oil and gas and the development of oil and gas in the Beaufort Sea and in the Arctic, there is a lot of work that has to be done on the technical side and with regard to dealing with the logistical challenges that exist in that area, including the short operating season, including ice conditions. And recently, when I was in Inuvialuit, I had the opportunity to have this discussion with people there, as well as many others that are across the North. One thing I think that Northerners can agree on is that we need to have the technology in place to resolve the challenges that are out there when it comes to enabling offshore drilling and ensuring that we can do that safely in the future. And that's the goal of everyone in the North, is to make sure we get this right and we do it properly. That's why in place there is a process between the federal government, territorial governments, so that we look at this very carefully and we move forward together.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This past weekend, we saw that this government has imposed sanctions on Saudi Arabia in response to the Jamal Khashoggi affair. And Canada as a nation gets over $20 billion in oil from Saudi Arabia. And yet this government has put a moratorium on the northern oil that would be Canadian. Can this honourable colleague provide some insight into what would happen if Saudi Arabia were to cut off the oil, $20 billion, that they give to Canada when Canada is not in a position, as a result of this moratorium, to be energy secure?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to say that this government is committed to offshore oil and gas development, as it is committed to ensuring there is a pipeline to allow for the export of oil and gas around the world and to be able to build that industry within Canada. But we also are going to ensure that whatever we do, whatever investments we make, whatever developments that occur within the oil and gas industry are going to be done in the best interest of people in this country, but also in the best interest of our environment, and taking the time to ensure that offshore drilling in the Arctic and Beaufort Seas is going to be taken safely and be done properly in the future is a responsible thing to do, and it is supported by many in this country. And when it comes to further oil and gas development, we are the one government that have stood up in this country to ensure that we will make sure a pipeline is built, that we will make sure that we can get oil and gas to market and continue to build on that industry for Canadians.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Northwest Territories.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I remember when this decision was made many years ago, the leaders from the Northwest Territories were outraged. The Clincho chiefs were very upset. The Grand Chief of the day, Eddie Erasmus, said that we are Canada's treaty partner. We thought the days of the government in Ottawa thinking that it knows best about our lands, our resources, and our future. We're over when we signed the Clincho Agreement. We won't go back to those days. Mr. Speaker, many leaders felt betrayed when this agreement was breached by this decision. They felt that their constitutional rights were breached. This agreement was supposed to be protected by the Constitution. I'd like to ask if the member could explain how something like this could happen when there's an agreement that's supposed to be constitutionally protected. Thank you.
Secretary to the Minister of Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Member of Parliament for the Northwest Territories, who stands up every opportunity in this House and outside to speak for the people of the North and the people of the Northwest Territories. And I know that he has lived with the unrest around this decision made by the Harper government in 2013 and 14, because it not only was a unilateral decision that was being imposed upon the people of the Northwest Territories and Aboriginal governments, but it was an agreement and a change in legislation that really gave no respect to the land claims that had been settled with Indigenous people in that area. We are a government that is looking at reconciliation with Indigenous people all across Canada. That means working together. That means overcoming the challenges that have been there in the past and moving forward with a new direction. I'm happy to say that we respect Indigenous governments, we respect the land claim agreements, and we will work with them for the best interests of the people in their jurisdiction.
Time for just one short question and response. The honourable member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, it's really concerning. We talk about consultation, but when it comes to the oil and gas industry, we saw no consultation on the West Coast taker ban. Also, there was nothing. Well, actually, there was some consultation on the moratorium on offshore oil on the Beaufort Sea, which was less than an hour before it was announced. So can you explain to me exactly when consultation is important and when it's not?
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if any government in history has ever consulted more than the government of today in this country. consulted with all people, not just one group, but all people. We consult with Indigenous governments, territories and provinces. We consult with industry, we consult with investors, and we consult with ordinary Canadians who have an expertise or an opinion in the areas in which we're focused. One of the things that I do want to say is that we have not been out there pushing back on Aboriginal land claims and Aboriginal rights like the former government did. They set back Aboriginal governments in the Northwest Territories by years just because they unilaterally jammed legislation through the House of Commons without proper consultation, and as a result of it, it ended up in the courts, and the Supreme Court's ruled on the side of Indigenous governments. Even then, the Conservatives went out and appealed that decision because they could not accept that Indigenous people and other Canadians outside of their government actually have rights in this country, and we have an obligation and a responsibility to work together to get a good path forward for all Canadians.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today to speak about Bill C-88, which is an act to amend the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. But I think before I get into the details of this particular bill, it's really important to look at the context and what's been happening over the past 3 years, and what is starting to show up to be a real pattern of this Liberal government. The decisions that they make consistently increase red tape, bureaucracy, and are mostly anti-resource development, and this bill is no different. So I'd like to talk about a few areas to show the context, because then it's going to show how this, again, follows a pattern but adds to what is becoming an increasing concern in this country, and that's the ability to move our natural resources forward. When the current Prime Minister took office, there were 3 private companies willing to invest more than $30 billion to build 3 nation-building pipelines that would have generated tens of thousands of jobs and generated billions in economic opportunity. The Prime Minister and his cabinet killed 2, put the Trans Mountain expansion on life support, and C-69 will block all future pipelines. In addition, they've made a number of arbitrary decisions regarding natural resource development with absolutely no consultation with those that are impacted. And we just need to look today at what's happening in Alberta with the hundreds of thousands of jobs that have been lost. And who has ever heard of the Premier having to actually decrease the production of a needed resource throughout the country, throughout the world, because we simply cannot get resources to the market because of this government's failure? So the Northern Gateway was approved by the former government in June of 2014. It had a number of conditions on it, just like the current Trans Mountain. The Prime Minister, November 2016, just 1 month after being elected, he killed the project without hesitation. It was subject to a court challenge, yes, Mr. Speaker, and we did finally hear what came out of that court challenge. And to be frank, it was nothing that was not overcomable. It was something that could have been dealt with. What that court decision actually told the Prime Minister what he had to do was how he needed to engage in consultation in a more appropriate and balanced way. It really gave what I would call a recipe for perhaps some problems with the process. But did he wait for the court decision? No, he just went out and he killed it flat. So an approved pipeline, didn't wait for a court decision, didn't wait to see how it could move forward. He just said, no, I don't want that one. So next, I think we're all pretty aware of the Trans Mountain. The Trans Mountain pipeline has been moving along for many, many years. We certainly know that there's many, many First Nations that support it and are actually hoping to see it go through and see enormous opportunities for their communities. And of course, there are others that are against it. What happened in this case? We knew that when they became government, they decided they had to have an additional consultation process. But did they follow the directions of the court? Did they follow the directions of the Northern Gateway decision, where the court was very clear about what they had to do consultations properly? Well, apparently not, because what happened was when the court decision came down, we learned, and to be frank, it was much to my surprise, because they talk about how well they were consulting, how they were putting this additional process in place. The court said they didn't do the job. What they did was they sent a note taker. They didn't send a decision maker. So quite frankly, the fact that they did not consult properly on the Trans Mountain Pipeline is strictly in their laps. They had very clear guidance from the Northern Gateway decision, and they didn't do what they needed to do, and they should be ashamed of themselves. Had they done that, had they done proper process, what we would have found is likely they wouldn't have had to have bought the pipeline. The pipeline would be in construction right now, and we would be in a lot better place as a country. So in terms of the Trans Mountain, the blame for where we're at with that pipeline lies strictly on their lap. And certainly I also want to note, for in spite of what people say, is the courts have said the process was okay. So it's nothing to do with environmental legislation by the previous government, nothing to do with anything that we had put in place. It was their execution of a flawed process. So then we go to Energy East. So Energy East was another one, and there was, the former Liberal MP, who is now the Mayor of Montreal, was very anti this, and perhaps I'm not sure what all the pieces that went into their decision making, but all of a sudden for Energy East they put in, you've got to measure downstream emissions, you've got to measure upstream emissions, and as people I think rightfully have said, does that happen for those tankers that are coming down the St. Lawrence from Saudi Arabia, from Venezuela? Does that happen when you were looking at the bailout from Bombardier? So what they did was he created a regulatory barriers that the company just said, they walked early. So not Trans Mountain, it hung on for a long time before they finally said no go. I think Energy saw the writing on the wall. They knew that this government was not going to be their ally, was not going to be their friend in terms of creating an environment to get the work done. They could see the new rules coming in place, and so they walked. So really, what a double standard. Canadians who extract environmentally sound, environmentally friendly, have standards applied to their ability to move oil through a pipeline that no other country in the world does in terms of the upstream, downstream emissions. Next on the plate, we have Bill C-69. Bill 669, I think it's best to quote, there's a number of former Liberals that are very open about their concerns about Bill 69. Martha Hall Findlay, very respected former Liberal MP. This is in a very recent Globe article. She says, the new environmental legislation, C-69, is the antithesis of what the regulatory reform efforts should hope to achieve. In 392 pages, the word competitiveness appears twice, and the word economic and economic growth not at all. So we have a new piece of environmental legislation which, quite frankly, most people say is just going to be the no more pipeline bill. So really, she went on to note that this bill, it would create enormous uncertainty, more red tape, increased court challenges, not only in the energy sector, but in all infrastructure in Canada for years to come. So I think I don't know if you're starting to see the pattern here. We've killed pipelines, we've put in legislation so new pipelines won't happen. We either through, I'm not sure why the process with Trans Mountain was not proper. It should have been. They knew what they had to do, but they didn't. Another piece of legislation that's focused on killing opportunities in this country is the tanker moratorium, Bill C-48. So the government loves to talk about how they consult, but what they don't do, it's only when they want to consult for an answer that they want. There was a group of First Nations, Eagle Spirit. It was a large group of First Nations who had a huge opportunity in terms of a pipeline that would go through their territory. They had plans, they were moving along, everything was in place, and all of a sudden, C-48, tanker moratorium, that put their dreams and hopes to rest for a while. So the interesting thing is no consultation at all. There was nothing that said we're going to put on this tanker ban. So how can you have consultation when you don't want to do something, but if you do want to do something, it's vice versa? So now the next, of course, is going to be very related to what's happening in this Bill C-88. So I am getting to the details of Bill C-88. And of course, in 2016, there was a oil and gas moratorium in the Beaufort Sea. And the interesting thing about this particular announcement is for most people in the North, most people in Canada, it came out of nowhere. The Prime Minister did not even have the respect to have the conversations with the territorial premiers, with the people that were most impacted. He made this announcement down in Washington, D.C., and did a, oh, by the way, phone call 20 minutes before he was going to announce something that was going to be impacting those communities. So absolutely shameful. Down in the United States, at the time with President Obama, and announces a moratorium on all oil and gas in the Beaufort Sea. So I want to give you a few quotes from the community leaders at the time that happened over the next while. The Northwest Territories Premier Bob McLeod issued a red alert for urgent national debate on the future of the Northwest Territories. He wrote, "The promise of the North is fading and the dreams of Northerners are dying as we see a reemergence of colonialism, whether it be ill-conceived ways of funding social programs or new and perplexing restrictions on our economic development. Our spirit and our energy are being sapped." That is a lot different than what we just heard from the parliamentary secretary, where she was talking about the previous government. This is her government. Did she hear those words from the premier? Our spirit and our energy are being sapped. Staying in or trying to join the middle class will become a distant dream for many. This means that Northerners, through their democratically elected government, need to have the power to determine their own fates, and the practice of decisions being made by bureaucrats and governments in Ottawa must come to an end. Decisions about the North should be made in the North. The unilateral decision by the federal government made without consultation to impose a moratorium on Arctic offshore oil and gas development is but one example of our economic self-determination being thwarted by Ottawa. Some other quotes. Then Nunavut Premier Peter Tatuna told the CBC on December 22nd, 2016, we do want to be getting to a state where we can make our own determinations of our priorities and our way to do things that is gain meaningful revenue from resource development. At the same time, when one potential source of revenue is taken off the table, it puts us back to practically square one, where Ottawa will make the decisions for us. Mervyn Grubin, the mayor of Tuktoyaktuk, told the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee October 22, 2018, I was talking to the Liberal MP for the Northwest Territories, and he said, yeah, Mervyn, we should be doing something. We should be helping you guys. I agree the Liberals should be helping us. They shut down our offshore gasification and put a moratorium right across the whole freaking Arctic without even consulting us. They never said a word to us. We're proud people who like to work for a living. We're not used to getting social assistance and that kind of stuff. Now, we're getting tours coming up, but that's small change compared to when you work in oil and gas and you're used to that kind of living. Our people are used to that. We don't want to be just selling trinkets and that T-shirts. So To go to the actual bill, so what we can see is, in spite of the lofty words by the parliamentary secretary, there has been a real lack of consultation in terms of things that are very important to Northerners. So the Part A amends the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act to reverse provisions that would have consolidated the Mackenzie Valley land and water boards into one. These provisions, of course, were introduced by the former Conservative government with C-15, the Northwest Devolution Act. And then, of course, Part B amends the Canadian Petroleum and Resource Acts. So, as I've already noted, this is another anti-energy policy from the Liberal government that is driving investment out of Canada, costing Canadian workers their jobs, and increasing poverty rates in the north. Like Bill C-69 before, C-88 politicizes oil and gas extraction by expanding the powers of Cabinet to block economic development and adds to the increasing level of red tape proponents must face before even getting shovels in the ground. Further, Bill C-88 reveals a full rejection of the calls for many of their self-autonomy that they express. So we used to look at the North as having an opportunity to be a key economic driver for decades to come. Other Arctic nations, including China and Russia, are exploring possibilities. This could be something that's very important in terms of sovereign issues. The Liberals are meanwhile they're creating great swaths of protected land. So I quickly want to know, why was that change originally made, and in terms of the water and land boards? In 2007, Neil McCrank was commissioned to write a report on improving regulatory and environmental assessment regimes in Canada's north. As outlined in the McCrank report, Road to Improvement, the current regulatory process in the Northwest Territories is complex, it's costly, it's unpredictable, and it's time-consuming. The merging of the three boards into one was a key recommendation. Part of the report said, this approach would address the complexity and the capacity issues inherent to the current model by making more efficient use of expenditures and administrative resources. It would also allow the administrative practices to be understandable and consistent. If these recommendations on restructuring and improvement are implemented, the regulatory system in the north will be able to ensure orderly and responsible development of its resources. He went on again, the move to consolidate the boards is not meant to diminish or reduce the influence of Indigenous people have on resource management in the north. Rather, it's meant as an attempt to allow for this influence in a practical way while at the same time allowing responsible resource development. So I do want to note it was in C-15, which the Liberals and the NDP did vote for that particular piece of legislation, which included that as a component of it. So it was supported on all sides of the House. And it was also in the three modern land claim agreements, it was included that this was an option that would be made available. So really what C-15 was looking to do was streamline, place time limits, have consistency. It wasn't ever meant to impact Indigenous communities and their ability to make decisions. It was to streamline the regulatory process, place time limits on reviews, consolidate federal decision-making. Certainly I personally see that this component of the bill is a move backwards rather than a move forwards. It would appear that at this point, all the communities involved want to move in this direction. I believe it's unfortunate. I think the model that they could have, I wish they would have worked towards, would have been a much more positive model in terms of doing the work that they needed to do. So the final part is, of course, the drilling moratorium that we have here, and perhaps that's probably the most troublesome, is the federal cabinet. It's going to allow the federal cabinet to prohibit oil and gas activity in the Northwest Territories or Nunavut in offshore areas if it is in the national interest. And of course, this is a much broader power than currently exists in the Act, which only allows Canada to prohibit for safety reasons, environmental or social problems of a serious nature. So I do note that the sort of having the licenses that were set to expire during the 5-year moratorium would not be affected, so that was seen as somewhat positive by the people holding those licenses. But I suppose if you've got a moratorium forever, it really doesn't matter if your license is held on hold forever. It's not going to be helpful in the long run. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I think what we have here is perhaps not on the scale of 69, not on the scale of some of the other things they've done, but it just adds to this government's habit of whenever they do anything in the natural resource industry, they tend to make it more complicated, and they tend to really be in the job of driving away businesses rather than doing what Canada needs, especially right now, is bringing business to us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Intergovernmental and Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think what the member finds very difficult to believe is that you can actually have a government that can stand up for the environment in a very responsible way, as we have been done, and it not be a weakness to economic development, but really be a strength. And that's what you've seen happening in Canada over the last few years under this government. Mr. Speaker, we're creating a stronger economy, a more sustainable economy. And you only have to look at the fact we've created over 600,000 new jobs in this country. We've been able to acquire the assets of a pipeline because we're determined to get our oil to markets, Mr. Speaker, something they could not do. We're continuing to permit mining operations and expanded mines right across the country. We have invested more money in infrastructure, economic and business development than any government in the past. But what I say to the member is this. When you were in government, when your government was in power, the Conservative government pushed legislation up on the Indigenous people of the Northwest Territories that was unwanted. They took you to court. We're remedying that today. Will you now support that legislation?
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Well, two quick things here. I do want to point out that the Liberals did actually support C-15, which is what they're now backtracking on. So I want to make that important notice. But the Liberals love to say the economy and the environment go together and we're doing a great job on both. Frankly, they're doing a terrible job on both. I have seen, we look at what's happening in Alberta, we look at what's happening with GM, we look at the softwood lumber where I just heard in my riding that there's going to be some layoffs in terms of the forestry with softwood. So certainly they're not doing a very good job in terms of the economy. They might have benefited from a solid U.S. economy and a housing boom, but they sure haven't benefited from creating those long-term jobs that are going to be important for our future.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, for her speech. And as we've been hearing lately, the Conservatives spend a lot of time blaming the Liberals and vice versa. But what I see this bill as is, an attempt to fix problems from the past, from the Conservative government, and those problems that the Conservative government brought in were part of a pattern of, the Conservative, the member talks about trying to make things more streamlined and more efficient. And that's exactly what they did with gutting the environmental laws in the previous Parliament that have just set back the regulatory system on oil and gas regulation in this country, and has caused this deep division in the country. And so I just wanted to ask her why her government thought it was a good idea and why the First Nations would be happy if they cut the membership on those panels. They had 2 out of the 4 members on the regional panels, and then they only get 1 out of 10 on the super board. So Why did they think that was a good idea, and why they thought that would support Indigenous rights?
Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
So first of all, I would like to note that the NDP also voted for this bill C-15. So they were, it was a pretty straightforward Northwest Territories devolution bill and voted for it. You know what, the NDP loved to say that we didn't care about the environment and our environmental bills were created undue challenges. I hear that all the time, but I have never seen an example anywhere of where our attempts to create an environmentally appropriate, responsive regime created any negative impact on the environment, period. So those bills, the legislation that we put into place, there was no negative impact. And I challenge anyone to bring an example of something somewhere where it created some harm to the environment, because certainly all I know is it helped to move things along, but there was certainly a lot of noise, so people lost trust in what was a good regime.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Northwest Territories.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for her comments. In her statement, she talked about the self-economy for the North. I find it interesting because the Beaufort Sea was not included in the devolution agreement. Neither was the Norman Wells oil fields. And these are two economic drivers that could certainly contribute to the North. However, they were left out. And in fact, this process where the decision was made to change the regulatory system so that we have a super board went directly against what was agreed to in the land claim. It went against the regulatory structure that was in the land claim, and there was other things that the Conservatives were trying to change, including the fiscal agreements. It was obvious that the Conservatives thought that the environmental assessment process slowed down projects, and they wanted to gut it completely. I think since the time that this decision was made, we've seen that the system works fine. It works effectively. It works efficiently. So I want to ask the member if she would agree that maybe if she were to make this decision again, she would admit that she was wrong and that they would leave it alone.
Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I understand, and I could be corrected on this, that there was both within the devolution agreement, but within the agreements, there was the opportunity that allowed the creation of the one board was well within the structure of those agreements. Now, I could stand to be corrected on that particular area, but I think, if they have found some way in using the same structure to deal with all those issues that were identified in the report that I talked about, which clearly identified a whole host of problems with what was happening with all the different boards. And I mean, you can imagine it takes a fairly significant degree of manpower and expertise, and sometimes you're better to be close to home with decisions and sometimes somewhere in the middle, but when you need to be able to analyze significant projects, make decisions, do the technical work, it can't always be easy for small boards. I've lived in small communities and I've lived in larger communities, and as I say, I think certainly the model that was recommended and the reasons that it was recommended were certainly very sound from my perspective.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we see again an instance of the Prime Minister making an announcement involving a personality abroad, essentially looking like he's trying to impress an international audience without consideration of actually engaging and consulting with and making that announcement here at home. We saw another one of that just in the last week. But the member spoke about how disappointed people in the North were when the government announced a moratorium on offshore development. I heard about this during a recent trip to the North with the Foreign Affairs Committee, and no consultation whatsoever with the shutting down of development. You'd think that people who talk so much about the consultation that has to happen before you proceed with development should also recognize that there's some proportionate consultation requirement associated with shutting down development, and yet this was an announcement that was made by the Prime Minister overseas with no consultation. The member maybe comment further just on the lack of respect that represented and how many Northerners do want to see economic development in the North.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, and I think that brings up a really great point. First of all, the absolute insult to the Northerners when the Prime Minister is down in the United States making a significant decision. Not only had they not been consulted, but basically they had maybe 20 minutes to get their thoughts together before, of course, they had to respond to a shocking decision. But it speaks to, I think more importantly, it speaks to the issue, and it's very similar to the tanker moratorium, the bill that put in the tanker moratorium, where, I think if you have a duty to consult for projects to move forward, I think when the government is making arbitrary decisions about what can't be done, they're probably, and I believe that there is going to be a court challenge to that tanker moratorium, because I think there should be also an equal duty to consult in that area.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm happy this afternoon to rise to speak to Bill C-88, an act to amend the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act. And I'd like to start by saying that the overall position of the NDP on this bill is that Northerners know best how to manage their own resources. And we'll be supporting this bill at second reading, but feel there are some areas where important improvements could be made. This bill is part of a series of measures that the Canadian government has made over the past half-century or so to bring more democracy to the North and end the colonial style of government that has been in place there since Confederation. It seems, though, that every step forward has some sort of steps backward, and this bill is perhaps no exception. It's a bit of an omnibus bill, and I just want to make a point now with regards to the member from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou's speech about, pointing out that the NDP and Liberals voted for C-15. That was because it was an omnibus bill. It was a bill on the devolution of powers to the Northwest Territories. We're all in favor of that, and then they tacked that poison pill on the end of it of cutting down on the Indigenous rights. So that's why we supported it, even though we had concerns with the other part to it. And so this is a bit of an omnibus bill. It sets out to do two rather different things. One is to repeal parts of Bill C-15, the Northwest Territories Devolution Act, passed in the last Parliament, and a second to bring into force an announced moratorium on oil and gas exploration and development in offshore waters in the Canadian Arctic. And Bill C-15, passed in 2014, as I said, was a bit of an omnibus bill as well, and the bulk of that bill dealt with the devolution of powers from the federal government to territorial government, and the general public opinion in the North with this was a great thing. It was reversing the tide of colonialism and giving back more powers to Northerners to manage their own affairs. But the second part of C-15 went back on that, eliminating 4 regional land and water boards and replacing them with a single super board. Those 4 boards were created out of land claims agreements and negotiations with various First Nations in the Mackenzie Valley area, and the new super board significantly reduced the input of those First Nations would have on resource management decisions. Now, since 1967, much of the political history of the Northwest Territories has been one of decolonialization through the devolution of powers from the federal government, and there have been 4 settled land claims in the Northwest Territories since then. The Inuvialuit, covering the northern parts of the Mackenzie Delta, the Beaufort Sea region, and the Northwest Territories portion of the Arctic Archipelago, was settled through the Inuvialuit settlement. This region is outside the areas covered in the regional land and water boards covered in C-88, but does bear on the second part of the offshore oil and gas exploration. The Gwich'in, which covers the southern portion of the Mackenzie Delta and the northern part of the Mackenzie Mountains, the Satu Dene Métis, covering the area around Great Bear Lake and in the adjacent Mackenzie Mountains, and the Salt River treaty land entitlement covering an area near Fort Smith, Northwest Territories, and this agreement doesn't involve the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. And there are two more agreements in place now in the Northwest Territories, the Delaunay Self-Government Agreement for a community covered by the Sahtu and the Tlicho Resources and Self-Government Agreement covering the area north of Great Slave Lake. So these agreements are modern-day treaties which create and confirm Indigenous rights that are protected by Section 35 of the Constitution. The Gwich'in, Sahtu, and Tlicho agreements contain provision for the creation of a system of co-management boards enacted by the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. And on each of these boards, 2 of the 4 members are from the Gwich'in, Sahtu, or Tlicho. So there's 4 members and a chair. 2 of those 4 members are appointed or nominated by the First Nations themselves. So they have an equal partnership in those decisions. In parts of the Northwest Territories where there's no settled land claim, the main board created by the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, the Mackenzie Valley Land and Water Board, is in operation. In the Inuvialuit settlement region, the Canadian Environmental Assessment Agency conducts environmental assessments. Now, on December 3rd, 2013, the Harper government introduced Bill C-15. And this was primarily meant to implement the provisions of the Northwest Territories Lands and Resource Devolution Agreement. But it contained this poison pill, as I mentioned, in the form of changes to the Land and Water Co-Management Boards created by the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. The Harper Bill eliminated the regional boards in favor of a single super board consisting of 10 members and a chair. And the C-15 also changed the process by which members of the single board were appointed and only provides for a single representative from the Gwich'in, Sahtu, and Tlicho. So these groups have gone from having an equal partnership, 2 of 4 members, to only having 1 in 10 members on this super board. These changes were wildly and widely unpopular in the Northwest Territories and contrary to the wishes of Northerners, as reported by a consultation process launched by the Conservatives prior to bringing forward C-15. And the member previously mentioned the McCrank report. You know, there was a consultation process about that report, but the First Nations, when told about these options, said, don't do this. We don't like it. It's not consultation if you just tell First Nations what's going to happen. You have to try to make accommodation, and that's exactly what did not happen here. So here's some quotes about what First Nations and Métis groups thought of this. Jay Caron from the Métis Nation said, "It's very frustrating when you're at the table and you think you're involved, only to find out that your interests are not being considered seriously." Bob Bromley, an MLA in Northwest Territories, said, "The federal government's proposal to collapse the regional land and water boards into one big board is disturbing, unnecessary, and possibly unconstitutional. A single board does nothing to meet the real problem, failure of implementation." Dennis Bevington, the former MP for the Northwest Territories, said, "I don't think it's fair to the people that went into the devolution agreement, people like the Tlicho who agreed to the devolution deal because it had some separation from the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. I think it's inappropriate." So Bill C-15 received royal assent on March 25, 2014, and shortly afterward the Tlichon and Sahtu launched lawsuits asking for declarations that portions of the Devolution Act are of no force or effect and an interim injunction to stop the Government of Canada from taking steps to implement those provisions of C-15 that affected the regional board structure for the Mackenzie Valley. And on February 27, 2015, the Supreme Court of the Northwest Territories granted that injunction to the Tlichon. And so the federal government immediately began appeal proceedings to lift the injunction, but with the defeat of the Harper government, Canada began consultations with Northwest Territories Indigenous governments and the government of the Northwest Territories, and that has resulted, of course, in Bill C-88 before us here today that reverse those changes to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. So Mr. Speaker, last night I happened to be sitting on the plane flying from Toronto to Ottawa next to Grace Blake. Grace is a Gwich'in leader from Chikajik. She was very happy to hear that Bill C-88 would keep the land and water boards in place, and I think her feelings are representative of most residents of the Northwest Territories. And a representative from the Tlichon area, Ryan Fiquet, said that the current land and water board's composition reflects 50-50 decision-making between First Nations and the federal government, and I think the Super Board's proposed structure would have changed that, and that's why various parties voiced their concerns. So I'm going to switch now to the second part of C-88, the part that deals with the Canada Petroleum Resources Act. And as other members have mentioned here, this began back in late 2016 when the Prime Minister was meeting with President Barack Obama, and they both gave what was called the United States-Canada Joint Arctic Leaders Statement. And that, Barack Obama said the U.S. was designating the vast majority of U.S. waters in the Chukchi and Beaufort Seas as indefinitely off-limits to offshore oil and gas leasing. And at the same time, it seemed that Canada felt obliged to designate all Arctic Canadian waters as indefinitely off-limits to future offshore Arctic oil and gas licensing to be reviewed every 5 years through a climate and marine science-based life cycle assessment. The Prime Minister made this decision without properly consulting any form of governments in the North. As was mentioned, he gave everybody a phone call 20 minutes before the fact. Northwest Territories Premier Bob McLeod reacted by issuing a red alert calling for an urgent national debate on the future of the Northwest Territories and saying that the Prime Minister's announcement was the re-emergence of colonialism. He added, "We spent a lot of time negotiating a devolution agreement. We thought the days were gone when we'd have unilateral decisions made about the North in some faraway place like Ottawa, and that Northerners would be making the decisions about issues that affected Northerners." In response to the Prime Minister's unilateral action, the Premier of Nunavut, Peter Taptuna, said, "We do want to be getting to a state where we can make our own determination of our priorities, and the way to do that is to gain meaningful revenue from resource development. And at the same time, when one potential source of revenue is taken off the table, it puts us practically back at square one, where Ottawa will make all the decisions for us." The Nunavut also raised concerns. There was a total lack, there's a quote, "There was a total lack of consultation prior to the imposition of the moratorium. This and the subsequent changes to key legislation impacting our marine areas are actions inconsistent with the way the Crown is required to engage with its Indigenous counterparts." And that was a statement by the Dwayne Smith, who's the CEO of the Inuvialuit Regional Corporation. And Mr. Speaker, I happened to talk to Mr. Smith about this subject when I was at the Generation Energy meetings in Winnipeg in October 2017, sort of a year later, and he was still hopping mad about this. So in response to Northerners' concerns, Canada began a consultation process and agreed in October 2018 to begin talks with the territorial governments and the Inuvialuit Regional Corporation to reach a co-management and revenue-sharing agreement. But meanwhile, the current oil and gas development moratorium remains in place to be reviewed in 2021. So I'd just like to switch now to, how can this bill be improved? Well, for one thing, despite the fact that the government supported my colleague's private member's bill on putting the United Nations declarations on the rights of Indigenous people into every appropriate legislation that this government produces, there's no mention of that at all in this. And again, when I talk to First Nations leaders, they're very frustrated with this government over all the talk and no action on that regard. The second place that it could be improved, and I'll mention this a little later, is through a real commitment for intervener funding in the review processes that this bill puts forward. There's no mention of that, and that's a real critical part of any proper consultation. And outside this bill, there's still so many more important areas that this government could be taking action on, such as First Nations drinking water. 73% of drinking water systems are considered at higher medium risk, according to the Public Parliamentary Budget Officer. Indigenous housing. Estimates from the First Nations Financial Management Board peg the housing infrastructure gap on reserve at between $3 and $5 billion. And this is the main thing that Grace mentioned to me sitting next to me on the plane last night. Is her concern is housing, housing, housing. Indigenous schooling, whether you look at physical infrastructure, teachers, or dropout rates, critical gaps remain. And less than a quarter of Indigenous students who started grade 9 went on to finish high school. We've really got to step up the game and fix these gaps. Stop fighting Indigenous people in court. Currently, there are thousands of court cases going on between Canada and Indigenous people, including 528 specific land claims and 70 comprehensive land claims. Fix the high cost of food in the North by replacing with the Nutrition North program with one that actually assists Northerners in affording nutritious foods. And finally, settle the two outstanding land resource and self-government processes in the Northwest Territories. These are the Decho and the Akaicho. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to finish by mentioning a process that really brought northern resource management issues, and specifically management issues in the Mackenzie Valley, to the attention of Southerners, and radically, I think, changed the way Northerners took hold and control of their resource decisions. And that was the Mackenzie Valley Pipeline Inquiry, or the Berger Inquiry as it's popularly known. And it began with pipeline plans in the early 70s to bring oil and gas from Prudhoe Bay in Alaska across the north slope of the Yukon to the Mackenzie Valley, and also two separate plans for pipelines down the Mackenzie Valley into Alberta. And the Liberal government at the time commissioned Justice Thomas Berger to create an inquiry that would look into this situation, figure out what Northerners wanted, what the impacts of those projects would be on the North, and how the government should best proceed. So Justice Berger started in 1974. He traveled to every community in the area, 35 communities in the affected region. Everyone who wanted to testify was heard, and several days were usually spent in each community. For instance, in Old Crow in the Gwich'in Territory in northern Yukon, 81 people out of a population of 250 testified, many in the Gwich'in language. 5 other languages made up the testimony from the other communities. Anyone who wanted to speak was heard carefully and respectfully. And the Berger Inquiry also set the standard for intervener funding. I mentioned that earlier. Money used to allow concerned citizens to travel and speak at the hearings. In 1977, Justice Berger released his findings. He found that the environmental impacts of a pipeline across the Arctic slope of the Yukon would be too great to justify the benefits. Instead, he recommended that much of that area be protected from development. So in 1984, Ivavik National Park was created in the Inuvialuit settlement region, and in 1995, Vuntut National Park Reserve was created in the Gwich'in area of northern Yukon. And I've had the pleasure and privilege of visiting those areas. In 1983, I spent the summer doing biological surveys in the Old Crow area and spent 10 days on Herschel Island, just off the coast in the Beaufort Sea. And it was a wonderful time on Herschel. There was Liz Mackenzie and her 2 daughters were the only permanent residents there. They were Inuvialuit, who kept us well fed with bannock and fresh Arctic char. I rafted down the Firth River in 1995, saw muskox, caribou, the porcupine caribou herd, which calves in the Arctic coast of Alaska, migrate through this area. And because of those protections, the porcupine herd is literally one of the only caribou herds in Canada that is still doing well in these days. Most caribou herds are declining drastically. So as for the Mackenzie Valley Pipeline, Justice Berger pointed out that land claims negotiations were just taking place in the Mackenzie watershed, so he placed a 10-year moratorium on any decision in that region to allow those agreements to be finished. So the Berger inquiry is really the gold standard of consultation in Canada. If anyone in the government is interested in what consultation, good consultation, proper consultation looks like, this is it. People were heard and accommodations were made. And young community leaders, you know, if you look at the leaders of today in the Northwest Territories, many of those leaders began that career by being inspired by leading their people in the Berger inquiry. And I'll just read from an article that Ian Waddell wrote on this, mentioning a few of those. Nellie Cornwallier, who worked for the Committee on Original Peoples Entitlement, the Inuvialuit group. She later became the Premier of Northwest Territories. Dave Porter used to carry equipment for the CBC crew, became a great Aboriginal leader in the Yukon. Jim Antoine, then the young chief of the Fort Simpson Dene, became Premier of the Northwest Territories. George Erasmus appeared before the inquiry for the Indian Brotherhood of Northwest Territories, later the Dana Nation, became the head chief of the Assembly of First Nations, and on and on. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll just finish by saying Northerners, regardless of dissent, overwhelmingly support land, resource, and self-government agreements and the co-management processes created by them. Northerners see these processes as decolonialism. Resource extraction is the only viable form of economic development available to Northerners, and while they want strong environmental protections for any resource development, Northerners want to be equal partners in making these decisions. So we support Bill C-88, and we support this process of devolution of powers to territorial and Indigenous governments that must continue to eliminate colonialism within our country. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Northwest Territories.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to correct a member on his comment regarding the sets of negotiations going on in Northwest Territories. Mr. Speaker, we have currently 10 sets of negotiations going on. Some of them are fairly small. They're community self-government negotiations. However, at the end of the Conservative government term, every set of negotiations had come to a stall. There was no discussions going on, and I think we have to consider the view of the Aboriginal people when it came to the breach in what they thought was a constitutionally protected agreement in their land claim and self-government agreement, and also to the devolution. And certainly the trust factor was shaken to the core by Aboriginal people, and a lot of people did not want to move forward. The member talked about some of the situations that could have been prevented. I'd like to ask him if he could expand a little bit on what could be done to prevent situations like this from happening again, because this certainly set us back a number of steps. Thank you.
Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, I'd like to thank the member from the Northwest Territories for those comments. And, you know, how can we avoid these situations in the future? Well, I think we can avoid them by stopping to try to cut corners to move projects ahead. If you think that projects are being frustrated by consultation that's taking a long time, consultation takes time. And what we've seen time and time again, whether it's in this situation, whether it's in the Northern Gateway situation, the Trans Mountain situation, governments tried to cut corners, both the Liberals and Conservatives. And where did it end up? It ends up in court, because those people that deserve proper consultation, the First Nations for one, stand up and say, you didn't talk to us properly, you didn't consult with us, you heard our concerns and then you just went away. And there has to, for proper consultation to occur, you have to go and hear those concerns, you have to hear them early, you have to hear them with respect, and then you have to try to accommodate them. You can't just say, okay, we've heard you, now we're going to do what we planned to do in the first place. This is what I've heard from this case. is that the government had made up their mind. They wanted to streamline these boards into one board, and yet they didn't try to accommodate the First Nations concerns there.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for bringing up some very important points. He mentioned how the northern concerns, gainful and meaningful revenues from resource development is so important. He also said the lack of consultation. And what this does, Mr. Speaker, gives incredible uncertainty to industry, and it basically builds that narrative that this government is out of touch and they're not listening to people on the ground in industry. In my own riding, I had a very similar situation. Resource development and manufacturing have these once-in-a-lifetime investments, and as the automotive industry changes from gas-powered cars to electric autonomous cars, they're looking ahead. They're making these investments for 40 years, but they need to make the investments now. So I'm going to ask my colleague about this uncertainty that's out there with this government, with the different policies they're bringing in. They brought in something to do with the carbon tax, which the schedule only goes to 2022, which is $50 a ton. But the United Nations report that the Minister of the Environment is really big on right now says that it has to be $5,500 per ton by 2030. So that's a $5,450 difference in just 8 years. And this is what people who are investing have to take into account. Would he comment on whether or not the government should actually bring the amount of they're going to be charging for carbon by 2030, and what price of carbon does the NDP support by 2030?
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, I'll simply say to the carbon tax that the effects that the carbon tax will have on investment, will have on development of these resources is minimal compared with the other headwinds these developments face in terms of the prices of the international prices for the commodities and things like that. What I will say in terms of, streamlining these resource developments, and something I didn't get to in my speech was, these young Indigenous leaders who were involved in the Berger inquiry now are strong leaders in the Northwest Territories. Many of them support resource development, support pipeline proposals. Those proposals are stalled not because of any process or carbon tax, they're stalled because it's just not economic to develop those resources at this time.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Speaker, and thanks to my colleague for his speech. I just want to come back, I think, to one of the themes in his speech. There's a kind of, I don't know what you want to call it, a kind of urban legend about the sign on the foreman's door in construction sites that says, there's never enough time to do it right the first time, but there's always enough time to redo it 3 or 4 times. He was talking a little bit about what goes into having a proper process that issues in a good outcome the first time, instead of trying to rush and end up having to go through a process several times before arriving at the final outcome. So I just wondered if you wanted to expand a little bit on those remarks, and then maybe talk a little bit on a related theme, I think, which is just kind of lack of a vision or strategy for Canada's energy future overall, and what might be included in such a strategy, and how having a sense of where we're actually going might help inform how we conduct particular projects and the processes involved in getting them off the ground.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Elmwood Transcona for that great question. And in response to the first part, again, I think it's ironic and perhaps a little sad that here we had a process in the Northwest Territories where there was concerns about how fast development was occurring, how we could do it more efficiently, do it more streamlined way, and so they went against the concerns of First Nations there, broke the agreements that was contained in their land claims, and created a situation where now we're having to redo all that legislation several years later and putting more uncertainty and delay into the system. And And with regards to, looking at, a way forward, a long view version forward, I think it would really help if Canada had a national energy strategy that included a way for us to actually meet, for instance, our Paris climate targets. I think a lot of Canadians would feel much comfort in resource management decisions, energy extraction decisions, if they saw a believable and practical plan forward to meet our climate change agreements. What we see now is a great divide in Canada because we don't have that overarching plan.
Time for one more question and response. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to provide a quick comment and possible question to my colleague across the way. Is in regards to, the member from Northwest Territories, who's been a long-time advocate for that community, I think said it well when he made reference to the number of discussions that are currently ongoing. And it reflects in terms of what this Prime Minister has indicated to Canadians virtually from day one, and that is that we need to recognize the importance of the relationship between Indigenous people and the Government of Canada, and if we want to be able to further develop, that we have to work hand in hand with Indigenous leaders, with the different communities. I know that, say, the member from Northwest Territories long talks about the importance of bringing people together, and if my colleague can just provide his thoughts on just how important that is for long-term development.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan and West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the other member from Winnipeg for that question. And I would just like to remind him that, part of this bill we're discussing is part of a controversy in the North because this government didn't do proper consultation with northern communities. If Barack Obama had said we're going to shut down oil and gas drilling in the North, maybe Canada should do it too, I think our Prime Minister should have said, well, that might be a good idea, but I'm going to start up some serious consultation with the people that will be affected by that and not just give a unilateral declaration on the spot and phone people up kind of after the fact. And I see that again with the Trans Mountain decision. We had a failed process under the Conservatives. The Liberal promised to fix it. They didn't. We're stuck here back at square one.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Northwest Territories.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the member from Glengarry, Prescott Russell. And I want to start off by saying that I'm very proud to join my colleagues to speak in full support of Bill C-88 today. The Prime Minister stated that no relationship is more important to our government and to Canada than the one with our Indigenous peoples. And I'm proud that we made this commitment and that we continue to strive to fulfill it. This bill that is before us today is an important part of this commitment for me and my constituents in the Northwest Territories. Mr. Speaker, the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act was originally passed in 1998. It provides for the establishment of an integrated system of land and water management for the Mackenzie Valley through a series of co-management boards in which Dene Métis, territorial and federal governments share input and decision-making. Although the MVRMA was passed in 1988, the discussions on this type of land and water management system began in the early 80s during the negotiations of the Dene Métis Comprehensive Land Claim. Mr. Speaker, regional land claim and self-governing regions in the NBT have boards, also called panels, that review and make recommendations on their lands. Unfortunately, regardless of the system that was in place after years of negotiation, a system that was working well and gave the Indigenous people the right to oversee how their lands were used, the previous government made the decision to cut these boards out of the process. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that they weren't successful. First, the Clinton filed an injunction, and they were later joined by the Sahtu Secretariat. The Supreme Court of Canada agreed, the Supreme Court of the NBT rather, agreed and granted this injunction. So here it sits, Mr. Speaker. These previous amendments were never brought into force, and the regional boards continue to operate efficiently and effectively as they were intended. Our government is dedicated to a renewed relationship with Indigenous people in the spirit of reconciliation. One of the key elements in achieving true reconciliation is meaningful consultation. That requires real work. We're committed to restoring trust and further strengthening our relationship with Indigenous partners in Northwest Territories by supporting the integrated co-management regime for land and waters in the Mackenzie Valley. We need to ensure that the management of our natural resources is done in a way that respects the inherent and treaty rights of the Indigenous people. Through Bill C-88, we can ensure sustainable resource development while also protecting the long-term health and well-being of the environment. This proposed legislation was created in the spirit of reconciliation meant to help renew the relationship between the Crown and the Indigenous people in the Northwest Territories through mutual respect and cooperation. Bill C-88 is a direct response to the concerns of the Indigenous governments and organizations respecting the legislative and regulatory framework flowing from their constitutionally protected land claim and self-government agreements. While the previous government ignored these concerns, we know that by working together, we can reach a better result. Mr. Speaker, the amendments proposed by this bill respect the integrity of the land claim agreements that the Government of Canada and the Government of the Northwest Territories entered into in good faith. We have heard loud and clear from the Indigenous partners that the dissolution of the Gwich'in, Sahtu, and Clincho Land and Water Boards by the previous Conservative government denies Indigenous groups their hard-won rights. We've also heard from them that this directly contravenes their land claim agreements, which includes the creation and management of these boards. Reconciliation is not an empty word to our government, Mr. Speaker. Actions must follow words in order to move forward and work towards real, lasting, positive change in the relationship between Canada and Indigenous peoples. This bill before us today proposes to reverse the board restructuring and to reintroduce the other regulatory amendments that have also been on hold. Simply put, Indigenous people have the right to oversee how their lands are used and also to share in their wealth. Bill C-88 will integrate the perspectives of Indigenous people into the future usage of lands and water on their territories. It will include and incorporate Indigenous views and perspectives into the decision-making in regards to land and resources. We must work together to improve the quality of life for Indigenous peoples in Canada, and key to achieving this goal is Indigenous control over Indigenous lands. In order to protect the integrity of land claim agreements and treaty rights, the importance of engagement and consultations must be respected. The Gwich'in, the Sahtu, the Clincho stood up and made it clear they wanted their voices heard and their rights acknowledged and also respected. This bill will ensure that they continue to have a say in what happens to the lands and the water that they preside over. I mentioned earlier that there are other amendments in this bill besides fixing the restructuring part that have also been on hold for the past 4 years or so. So not all of the previous government's amendments were off base. However, they tangled up in their restructuring error. This bill reintroduces these amendments. There are regional studies, board term provisions, and new regulating authorities, to name a few. The amendment to the Canadian Petroleum Resources Act enables the science-based review, which is currently underway in the Beaufort, to be completed without interruption, while at the same time preventing existing oil and gas rights in Arctic offshore from expiring before the conclusion of the review. After 1 year consulting with existing right holders, with the territorial government, Indigenous government, everyone agrees the importance of protecting the unique offshore environment while pursuing responsible oil and gas activity. True reconciliation cannot occur until Indigenous governments and organizations are fully included in the management of lands and resources in the North. We need to bring those voices of the Indigenous people into the process in order to have a broader and more complete view of the future of Canada's natural resources. As the Prime Minister has said, together we can build a world where the rights of Indigenous people are respected, where their voices are honored, and where their communities thrive. The bill we are debating today ensures that unique perspectives of Indigenous governments, leaders, and communities are heard and listened to. I urge all my colleagues today to recognize the importance of incorporating an Indigenous perspective into the future making of our natural resources sector and support this important legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Michael.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I can't imagine Christmas holidays and my colleague from the Northwest Territories when the moratorium was imposed in terms of the offshore drilling, and of course his brother being the Premier being absolutely outraged. The member talks about the importance of having that conversation, and perhaps he can tell people in this room, was that what he deemed to be adequate consultation with the people that were going to be most impacted by that decision?
Member for Northwest Territories.
Mr. Speaker, I want to point out, first of all, that the Beaufort Sea was not included in the devolution agreement. And that was a real frustration for the government of Northwest Territories of the day, that one key component that would generate revenues was not included. The Norman Wells oil fields also were not included as part of the devolution process. And as we moved forward and the moratorium was brought forward, we should recognize that there was really no activity going on in the Beaufort Sea. I went back and looked at how much money was invested during the time that 5 years prior to that. And in the 5 years prior to leading up to this decision, there was $7 million invested. And I would invite the member to come to the Northwest Territories, to come to some of my coastal communities and talk to some of the Inuvialuit people that live there. They're very proud, very resilient. They want to live to the Canadian standards like everybody else. They want the economy to thrive, but they also want to protect their lifestyles, their traditional lifestyles. They're very good at being able to hunt and fish and supplement their incomes. They're worried now about climate change. They're worried about oil spills that we don't know how would be cleaned up. So I think this is timely. We now have the government of Northwest Territories, we have the Indigenous governments, we have the Inuvialuit doing a scientific review, and a lot of work has been done, and we're in a better position to make a decision on this. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his advocacy for the North. He talks about how important it is for meaningful consultation and gain meaningful revenues from the resource development for people in the North. The challenge we're having across many sectors is this uncertainty because of policies of the current government. And one in particular keeps coming up is the carbon tax. He knows that his party has put forth a schedule to 2022 where we'll have $50 per ton for the carbon tax, but after that, till 2030, there's nothing. The Environment Minister stood up here last week saying that they're following the advice of the UN report that sees a carbon tax of up to $5,500 per ton by 2030, and between $50 a ton and $5,500 per ton in an 8-year period is significant. When companies and resource development companies are making once-in-a-generation investments, they need certainty. Could he please tell the House what is the recommended price for carbon, or the carbon tax, by the Liberal Party for 2030?
The honourable member for Northwest Territories.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I travel in the Northwest Territories in my riding, I talk to many people, and I also talk to the Chamber of Mines. I meet with the Chamber of Commerce. I talked with a lot of the organizations and industry that is in the Northwest Territories and wants to expand. There's several factors that are very challenging for us in the Northwest Territories. One is certainty in the lands. We are experiencing several sets of negotiations. There have been ongoing, some for longer than 30 years, and industry would like to see certainty. So they want to see Indigenous governments resolve the land tenure issue, and that would provide certainty. The Indigenous governments want to be standing shoulder to shoulder with other governments to participate in the benefits of what industry would bring, but they can't do that until that is resolved. The second issue that industry has flagged and as recent as several months ago, that we need to invest more in infrastructure. If we're going to provide certainty through a settlement of land claims and self-government, we also got to lower the cost of exploration in the Northwest Territories. That means more airports, better airports, bigger airports. We also need roads. We need proper roads. We only have 12 communities that are serviced by roads right now. And if we're going to attract industry, we're going to have to start providing transportation infrastructures that they can come at a reasonable cost. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense for them to come where the cost factor is 3 or 4 times more in the Northwest Territories, or in the North for that matter, than it is in other parts of Canada or the world. So those are the issues I think we have to sort.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Glengarry, Prescott Russell.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to support Bill C-89 while recognizing at the same time that we are unceded Algonquin territory. Our government is taking a new approach. We are committed to taking a different approach with other levels of government, with Indigenous governments on issues that affect them. This process will lead to legislation that will benefit all Canadians. Bill C-89 amends the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, which was a direct outcome of concerns expressed by Indigenous groups that were affected by the previous legislation, as well as key stakeholders. Our Indigenous partners have shared their opinions very clearly with us. In 2014, the Cleachom government, and in 2015, the Satu Secretariat Incorporated asked the courts to protect their rights under their respective agreements on their treaty claims, under their treaty claims. This bill rectifies problems that were caused by the Conservatives and responds to the concerns that were voiced to us. Under the reconciliation process, the Minister of Crown Services Relations has told its department to undertake continuous dialogue with Indigenous communities to respond to their concerns. On the 23rd of September 2016, the Minister sent letters to Indigenous groups and stakeholders to launch consultations on the draft legislation for the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. And Bill C-88 is the outcome of those consultations with Indigenous governments in the Mackenzie Valley, with Indigenous stakeholders, with co-management councils, and with petroleum resources groups. Canada also consulted the Northwest Territories government. Our government also consulted mining and petroleum stakeholders, as well as the Nunavut Chamber of Mines, the Canadian Mining Association, the Prospectors and Developers Association, and the Petroleum Producers Association. Mr. Speaker, our consultations continue into the long term in order to give essential input into the bill that we have before us today. The remarks that we heard gave us a unique perspective and gave us the right direction, which led to this bill. And that is why good consultation is so important, Mr. Speaker. Canada feels, the Canadian government feels that the Conservatives did not undertake proper consultation, and therefore, throughout the development of this bill, the Government of Canada made sure that the voices of Indigenous communities, of the Northwest government, and industry stakeholders would be heard throughout the process. Mobilizing stakeholders is key to drafting efficient policy. Canada has led in-depth consultations in order to come up with processes that will satisfy all parties and in order to ensure that the final product is a productive one for all stakeholders and eliminates uncertainty about natural resources. In March 2018, the Minister of Indigenous Services and the Crown met industry stakeholders in order to find out what their opinion was on the co-management of resources in the North. Industry plays a very important role in creating better ties and better relationships with the government and with Indigenous communities when it comes to managing and developing natural resources in Canada. In order to really move forward on reconciliation with Indigenous groups, industry has to also be taken into account as a key stakeholder along with all levels of government. Mr. Speaker, by mobilizing all stakeholders, we were able to hear all necessary concerns throughout the process as they were raised. When this bill was drafted, Canada took a new path. It improved the way government makes decisions, it gathered information, and it interacted with stakeholders. The bill we have before us today reflects that process. If these changes are adopted, this bill will contribute to a better use and management of our resources, as well as a more consistent use of land, water, and natural resources in the Mackenzie Valley by creating a clearer voice for groups and governments. Industry no longer has to face uncertainty, which gets in the way of its ability to invest in the Canadian North. Under this legislation, there will be better economic growth while protecting the environment for future generations. The bill follows up on the concerns of various Indigenous organizations and governments under their previous treaty claims that are protected by the Constitution. It acknowledges the importance of active participation on the part of Indigenous governments in managing natural resources and protects their right for oversight for future generations. We must create a more efficient system that is efficient for everyone, and Bill C-88 does exactly that. I would call on all my honourable colleagues to support this bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I noted at the end he said that they were creating a more efficient system. The reason C-15 actually amalgamated the boards was based out of the McCrank report, which indicated some significant issues in terms of efficiency and capacity and ability to do things. So basically what they are doing is they're going to reverse things. Can he tell me what they have actually done to respond to the issues in the McCrank report that will, at least as they go back to what was the original system, or as they intend to go back to the original system, what are they going to do to respond to what was actually serious efficiency issues? Because on the face of it, what they are doing is moving from what was proposed to be a much more robust system to something that is more inefficient.
Good question.
The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
And I think it's important that we recognize that we need to consult with Indigenous peoples. And whether or not the government passes laws which will not be respected or kiboshed by the courts, that's what's at issue here. And I think it's important that our government, to get to pathway to reconciliation, we need to consult with Indigenous people. And yes, we do need to consult with industry, and that process will assure that.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was very encouraged when the member brought up some really important comments. He said, for this industry is extremely important and they need clarity, and so did his colleagues from the Northwest Territories. So my question to him is the same as I wanted to ask his colleague. One of the things is when companies make these once-in-a-generation investments, whether it's an automotive plant in Canada or a resource development, they need certainty. The Liberals brought in a new policy, their carbon tax, and they've only let Canadians know what it's going to be until 2022, which is $50 per tonne. But the United Nations report that the Environment Minister said she's following says it could be up to $5,500 per tonne. Now, the member will know between $5,500 a tonne and $50 a tonne, there's a huge gap. And when you're planning for these huge investments, you know, with new regulations and stuff, if you don't have that certainty, you can't make the investment. Could the member tell us what will be the Liberal Party's price on carbon at 2030 so that these companies who need to invest now in these once-in-a-generation developments can actually go forth with confidence knowing what their costs are going to be?
Here. Well, member for Glengarry, Prescott Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I won't be able to tell him what the price on carbon will be by 2030 because I'm not sure if we'll still be here, but I can tell him what the price for Stephen Harper was going to be in 2018. That was going to be $60 a ton. So I'm just wondering if they're going to get on board finally with providing the industry with predictability. We've told them that it was going to be $10 per ton in 2018, $20 per ton in 2019, $30 per ton in 2020, and $50 per ton by 2022. So I'm just wondering if he accepts the same position as Stephen Harper, which he declared in 2008 that in a decade it was going to be $60 per ton. So 2018 today, it would have been at $60 per ton.
Time for one more question and response. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Whitby.
He said it.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill will look to fix some of the problems that was created by the previous government. And as our government moves to ensure that we move forward in a path of truth and reconciliation, I'm wondering if my honourable colleague has any additional comments on how this particular bill will ensure that we move forward in a way that recognizes the importance of Indigenous rights and moves towards reconciliation.
Honourable member for Glengarry, Prescott Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her question. And we've seen in the past where governments have passed laws, and unfortunately, the courts have quaboshed the decisions because the laws didn't respect our Constitution and didn't respect our Indigenous peoples in this country. I think this bill is a good step forward in reconciling with our Indigenous people and providing a clarity to the industry and to our Indigenous people. I think it's a good step forward to reconciliation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We're going to resuming debate, and the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, but I'll let him know we'll need to interrupt just before 2 p.m. before we begin on statements by members. We'll interrupt in the usual way, and of course he'll have the remaining time when the House gets back to debate on the bill. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure for me to rise and at least begin my remarks on Bill C-88, and I'll note that I'll be sharing my time as well with my colleague from Yellowhead. Now, this bill speaks to the general context in which we think about oil and gas development in Canada. It speaks to the framework that this government has put in place that allows or does not allow important projects to go forward. So I want to speak in more general terms about some of those issues during the 5 minutes we have before question period. And then after question period, I will continue and speak more specifically about some of the issues that are dealt with directly in Bill C-88. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to represent a oil and gas riding. We have something called the Industrial Heartland. We benefit in particular from the downstream refining and upgrading component of the energy sector, but certainly we have many people from our riding who are involved in the direct extraction of our energy resources as well. And sometimes we hear points made in this House that somehow we should choose between the issue of getting pipelines developed or getting value-added processing done here in Canada. People in my community, which is a hub of value-added processing, are very supportive of pipeline development as well. It's not an either-or. In fact, it's something that we can do both at the same time. Indeed, we need infrastructure that get our resources to market, but at the same time, we are very supportive of policy proposals that facilitate greater manufacturing, energy-related manufacturing, and otherwise taking place within Canada. Now, under the previous government, we saw 4 pipelines get built, and there were a number of other projects that were in process at the time when there was a change in government. And what was this government's approach when it came to developing vital energy resources? Well, first of all, they directly killed the Northern Gateway pipeline project, and they passed a tanker exclusion bill that would have made the export, that it seeks to make the export of our energy resources from northern BC impossible. Even if there were to be a new project proposed which went through all of the consultation requirements, that still would not be able to succeed because of this Bill C-48. They piled all sorts of new conditions on the Energy East pipeline project, which led to a decision not to proceed with that project. And let's be very clear that it was this government changing the rules in the middle of the process, adding additional conditions that prevented that from going forward. And of course, we've seen their failures thus far with respect to the Trans Mountain pipeline as well. And this is really having a chilling effect on development, and I'll look forward to continuing these remarks after question period.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, will have 7 minutes remaining in his speech following question period. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Brampton West.
Mr. Speaker, my riding of Brampton West is home to many small businesses. These businesses provide jobs to help people from all walks of life and are the backbone of our economy. A few weeks ago, I was proud to welcome the Minister of Small Business and Export Promotion to my riding to meet with small business owners and talk about how our government is supporting them. We had the opportunity to visit Jem's House of Jerk, a Caribbean-inspired restaurant with 4 locations around Brampton, serving the community for 27 years. There we met the owner, Lloyd McDowell, better known in the community as Jem, who started this business just at the age of 19. We heard about the business's success and discussed our government's priorities over a plate of delicious jerk chicken. With lower taxes for small businesses and investments into the middle-class Canadians made by our government, I know Jem's House of Jerk will be around for years to come, serving up thousands of plates of delicious Caribbean delights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable député de Stormont-Dundas.
The honourable member for Stormont-Dundas, South Glengarry.
The riding of Stormont-Dundas, South Glengarry, say goodbye to Jerry Benson, a figure who has contributed much to our community over the years. Jerry was a very successful business person, employing over 1,000 individuals. But Jerry was also a very generous man. His passion for giving back to his community was well known. His charity golf tournament has raised over $500,000 that were donated to local charities. Jerry also had a passion for education and making sure that those living in Stormont-Dundas, South Glengarry, had access to world-class educational opportunities. His legacy will live on through the St. Lawrence College Automotive Training Facility, the University Credit Transfer Agreements he helped to broker, and the creation of the Cornwall Innovation Centre. He will be deeply missed by his community, but more importantly, his wife Claudette, his children Marty, James, Kelly, and 6 grandchildren. Thank you, Jerry, for everything you have contributed to our community over the years. You will be greatly missed. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I announced $21 million investment in 16 Alberta businesses, with 11 in Calgary alone. The money will help them scale up and create jobs and get their products to market faster, both at home and abroad. The Calgary companies receiving support are AIMCO, Antibiotics, Enersoft, Flight Aerospace Solutions, Kent Imaging, Nanalysis, PK Sound, QuirkLogic, Recover Energy Services, Useful Corporation, and Virum. These investments are coming through our Western Innovation Initiative Fund, a program that proves our commitment to ensuring that Alberta businesses can achieve even greater success. It's just another example of our federal Liberal government and how we are investing in creating jobs and diversifying our economy.
Honourable member for Vancouver East.
I'm very excited to share in this House the excellent work that Urban Native Youth Association is doing in my riding of Vancouver East. Formed in 1988, Anya serves as one of 4 Vancouver's youth hubs. Is also partnered with over 265 community organizations. Is widely recognized for its excellent programming, strong youth engagement, fiscal responsibility, and financial stability. Anya is forging ahead their plan to develop a Native Youth Centre at the corner of Hastings and Commercial. The 48,000 square foot space will eventually host 14 of Anya's 20 programs and house a suite of facilities, including a library, computer lab, gym, social enterprise cafe, spiritual space, arts and cultural rooms, community kitchen, and more. Adjacent to the site is the complementary and critical housing component. Realizing this dream will require collaboration and support from all levels of government. In particular, federal infrastructure funding is needed, and I call on the federal government to commit to investing in this project.
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House today in my role as the chair of the Parliamentary Friends of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat Friendship Group. The work of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat in Canada has always had a peaceful message of love for all and hatred for none. This initiative is part of an ongoing effort undertaken to showcase the peaceful nature and beauty of their faith while continuing to call on global powers to advance an agenda of peace, religious freedom, and the advancement of human rights in Canada and around the world. I encourage all members of Parliament to join me tonight at the third Speaker Series event to learn more. I'm very fortunate to have many Ahmadiyya community members in my riding of Humber River Black Creek, and I am blessed to enjoy a wonderful friendship with them all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, many jurors suffer from mental health issues arising from their jury service, and yet they're prevented from getting the full mental health supports that they require because of the jury secrecy rule, which prohibits jurors from disclosing their experiences during the jury deliberation process for life, even to a mental health professional. My private member's bill C-417 would change that. Consistent with the unanimous recommendation of the Justice Committee, it would carve out a narrow exception to the rule so that jurors could disclose their experiences to a mental health professional post-trial in a totally confidential setting. It protects the integrity of the jury secrecy rule while allowing jurors to get the help that they need. Mr. Speaker, I urge the speedy passage of Bill C-417.
The honourable member for La Salle Aimard Verdun. Mr. Speaker, on November 23rd last, the third edition of Eco 2 Fest, which was held for the first time in Verdun, ended. It's a festival that brings together different disciplines and sectors of activity in an exploratory approach to new forms of economy and design.
Eco 2 Fest team brought together people from all over Montreal, with many directly from Verdun, to discuss important topics such as the future of the collaborative economy, public policies, housing, and urban agriculture. J'ai eu le plaisir, Monsieur le
Mr. Speaker, I had the pleasure of contributing to the programming by participating in the roundtable, How Public Policies Should Support Responsible Progress.
Set up a co-working space, an exchange space, and a Fab Lab maker space in the heart of Verdun, in the basement of Notre-Dame des Sept Douleurs Church, creating a new public space for citizens of all ages to come and meet and discover new technologies. Mr. Speaker, come visit Verdun.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, today we celebrate International Day of Persons with Disabilities throughout the world. On this day, we promote the rights and welfare of disabled persons of every walk of life, and we raise awareness of their particular situation in all aspects of their political, social, economic, and cultural lives. This year, the focus is on the empowerment of the disabled so they can live inclusive, fair, and sustainable lives. In that regard, I'd like to recognize the work done by the Association for the Hearing Impaired of the Laurentides. For 30 years now, it's been working tirelessly to improve the lives of people with hearing problems in our region. I'd also like to pay tribute to the volunteers, and in particular, I'd like to congratulate Ms. Marilyn Laurier, Director General, for her relentless work and support of the hearing impaired in our area. Thank you very much. The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, do you know how much the Prime Minister's Welcome to Canada tweet is costing Canadians? Well, it's $1.1 billion, and that billion, in fact, should go towards reducing wait times for companies in Lévis, Bellechasse, and Les Etchemins who are grappling with a serious problem. They can't find enough foreign workers, and they desperately need them. But There are longer and longer delays for people following the rules. Delays have gone from 3 to 24 weeks, Mr. Speaker, almost 6 months under the Liberals. And this states the obvious: there are jobs, but not enough people to fill them. With an unemployment rate of 2.4% in Chaudière-Appalaches, it's clear instead of investing in illegal migration, as is the case under the Liberals, and instead of penalizing companies, we have to help them.
Mr. Speaker, on Friday, I met with Peel HIV/AIDS Network to discuss how we can do more. Together, we recognize World AIDS Day on December 1st. HIV, the virus that causes AIDS, is one of the world's most serious public health challenges. Since the beginning of the AIDS epidemic, more than 70 million people have been affected. Today, there are approximately 36.7 million people living with HIV and AIDS in the world. World AIDS Day is a day of remembrance and rededication. It is a day for remembering those who have lost their lives and loved ones. It is a day to be grateful for those who continue to provide care and employment and hope for those with HIV and AIDS. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, Sunday night was the first night of Hanukkah, the festival of lights that commemorates the victory of the Maccabees and the subsequent miracle of rededicating the Holy Temple in Jerusalem and restoring its menorah. Pendant 8 jours,
For 8 days, Jews from all over the world will celebrate by lighting a Hanukkah and eating and playing games with their families and friends.
Joy of this festive season, we still remember those massacred in Pittsburgh last month and take note of the rising rates of anti-Semitism in Canada and across the world. And intolerance today is by no means confined to anti-Semitism. I call on all members of this House to work together on a plan of action to combat hate, including online hate. Canadian Jews, seeing their leaders taking concrete measures to combat bigotry, would be the best Hanukkah present of all. Thank you.
Honourable member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, at the G20 summit, the Prime Minister talked about the so-called social impacts that male construction workers have on rural areas. He suggested that hardworking blue-collared men are dangerous and a threat to the well-being of our communities. I have a lot of these men in my riding, Mr. Speaker, and so I'd like to talk about the impact that they have. They leave tips at our restaurants, our barbershops, and with our drivers. They fill up their trucks at gas stations, they buy coffee from the local Tim Hortons, and they sleep in our hotels. They take care of their families, they pay their taxes, they build roads, bridges, schools, hospitals that we use each and every day. Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister wants to talk about men who have a negative impact on rural communities, he should look no further than the person in the mirror. My riding, and indeed all of Canada, would benefit greatly, Mr. Speaker, if he addressed the problem staring back at him.
Honourable member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, today is the United Nations International Day of Persons with Disabilities. This year's theme, Empowering Persons with Disabilities and Ensuring Inclusiveness and Equality, is at the heart of the Government of Canada's commitment to build a Canada without barriers. In June, our government introduced Bill C-81, the Accessible Canada Act, which, if passed, will address barriers to accessibility in the federal jurisdiction. Earlier today, the Minister of Public Services and Procurement and Accessibility announced that Canada has acceded to the optional protocol to the UN's Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. This means that Canadians will have additional recourse if they believe their rights under the Convention have been violated. These actions speak to our dedication to creating a truly inclusive and accessible Canada. Please join me in celebrating people with disabilities and the significant contribution they make to Canadian society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
When the Liberals began negotiating NAFTA in 2017, they promised to defend dairy, poultry and egg farmers, to bring in progressive measures like gender rights, labor rights, an Indigenous chapter, and stronger environmental protections. We know now that the final deal, Canada lost out on all these fronts. NAFTA 2.0 also makes medications even more expensive. The extension of patents on specific drugs means costs for people living with rheumatoid arthritis, Crohn's, and other chronic conditions will increase. Hello? Anybody in there? Canadians are calling for a national pharmacare plan. This deal makes it more expensive to implement. We in Windsor and Essex County know the hard reality of trade agreements, negotiated in haste to advance a corporate agenda. It appears this government has learned nothing. It's time we change how these deals are done. It's time we put people first. It's time multinationals, banks, and...
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
It seems like it's like time.
I rise today to pay my deepest respect to the Bush family on the passing of a great friend to Canada, the 41st President of the United States, George Herbert Walker Bush. President Bush had a long, successful record of serving the American people before taking his chair in the Oval Office. His strong leadership would help end communism in the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union would collapse as the world winds of freedom and democracy blew across Eastern Europe and Ukraine. It was President Bush and former Conservative Prime Minister Brian Mulroney who spearheaded the North American Free Trade Agreement. In 1992, he called the agreement a beginning of a new era. And a new era it was, Mr. Speaker. It was a partnership and a friendship that benefited all three countries. At the completion of his term, Bush left a letter in the Oval Office for incoming President Bill Clinton. In it, there was no hostility, no animosity, no name-calling, just encouragement, kindness, and well wishes.
Hear, hear.
Bush was always a gentleman who brought an honor to the office in which he served. On behalf of the Conservative Party, may I offer all Americans our sincere condolences.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Saturday, a wave of collective mobilization was felt in 40 communities in Ontario and 9 across Canada. Even the Franco-Ontarian flag was flying in the National Assembly in Quebec City, a unanimous gesture of solidarity. Over 14,000 people came out to demonstrate against the cuts announced by the Ford provincial government to remove the Commissioner of French Language Services and the University of French Ontario. It's clear that from now on, December 1st will be recorded in our history books and that all generations, including thousands of young people, were there, all united, all together, speaking with one voice.
Of solidarity across Ottawa, Ontario, and Canada to defend official languages and respect for minority rights. It was amazing to see so many Franco-Ontarian flags in Ottawa. Et ce n'est pas terminé. La lutte...
And it's not over. The struggle continues. The movement of La Résistance is in full swing. We are, we will be.
Questions orales. Oral questions. The honourable member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has lived a celebrity lifestyle off of his family fortune, and now he's trying to build that celebrity lifestyle off of Canadians' tax dollars. He's sending out tweets to win celebrity friends. Meanwhile, at home, the working people back home who pay the bills are under attack by his No More Pipelines Bill C-69. The NDP government in Alberta, the Pipelines Association, and the TransCanada Pipeline Company have all called for the government to withdraw this bill. Will they withdraw the No More Pipelines Bill C-69?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we inherited a very flawed process of environmental review from the previous government. That has led to failure of a number of infrastructure projects, including pipelines, that could not move forward. We are focused on fixing that flawed process by having Bill C-69 that allows good projects to move forward, that allows one review for every project. That's what we're focused on. That's what we will continue to deliver.
Honourable member for Carleton.
Well, at a glitzy international conference last week, the Prime Minister attacked energy workers, saying that male construction workers go to rural communities and cause negative social and gender impact. Now, while he's trying to build his international celebrity abroad, he's killing the livelihoods of working Canadians back at home. His No More Pipelines Bill, C-69, has been condemned by the industry, the Alberta government, and numerous Aboriginal communities. Will he finally scrap his No More Pipelines Bill, C-69?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is that kind of divisive politics that has put under this place to start with. You know, pitting one community against the other, pitting indigenous communities against other communities. Bill C-69 allows us to have a process in place that will allow good projects to move forward in a timely and efficient manner. We are focused on expanding our non-U.S. global market, and we're focused on building pipelines that allow us to do that, and Bill C-69 is the process to get us there. Thank you, Mr.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
And that they would dare talk about divisive rhetoric after this Prime Minister, the limousine Liberal, went down to Argentina at an international conference while our workers are struggling at home, and he insults them and accuses them of creating negative social and gender impacts. That is absolutely disgusting and appalling, and the first thing this government should do is apologize for that despicable rhetoric. When will they apologize for insulting working men and women and scrap this No More Pipelines Bill C-69?
Order. Order. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let's look at the record of the previous government, how they failed to protect the energy sector and how they failed to expand our non-U.S. global market. When they got into office in 2005, 99% of Alberta's oil was exported to the United States. When they left office in 2015, 99% of Alberta's oil was still exported to the United States. That is the failure of that government, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, the National Post is reporting that the City of Brampton asked the RCMP to investigate a troubling situation. 2 Liberal members, including the Minister of Innovation, were privy to confidential information about the price the city had offered the Ontario government for a land purchase. What happened, Mr. Speaker? A private company bought the land and flipped it for a tidy profit. So my question to the Minister is simple. What is his connection to the directors of that company? The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, the allegations that the member opposite is making are categorically false. If he has the courage of his convictions to make these allegations, I strongly recommend he goes outside the House to make these same remarks, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable. Order. Order.
Order. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, I can understand why the minister is on the defensive like that. If he has nothing to be ashamed of, why doesn't he answer the question? At least one director took part in the Prime Minister's ill-fated trip to India. The minister even had his picture taken with one of the company's directors. And get this, that person was a former Liberal Riding Association president. Several directors have made donations to the Liberal Party. So my question is simple. Did the RCMP contact the minister about this investigation? And if so, when? The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All reports suggesting that the minister committed some kind of wrongdoing are false. And if the member has the courage of his convictions, he should repeat those remarks outside the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Richmond, Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basques. From 2014 to 2016, the U.S. got around our supply management system by exporting diafiltered milk to Canada. Despite annual losses of over $200 million for our producers, the Liberals didn't lift a finger to help our producers. Our producers had to take charge and make a deal with the major processors, creating a new class of milk, Class 7. But by signing the deal with the U.S., the Liberals have undone all this work and caved into Trump, giving unlimited access to the Canadian market for high-protein milk coming from the U.S. Are the Liberals going to provide compensation to dairy farmers for this sabotage too? The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
The government defended the supply management system against a U.S. government who indicated it wanted to dismantle it. We know that our dairy, poultry and egg farms provide the highest quality of products to Canadians at a reasonable price and take care of our rural communities. We are committed to fully and fairly supporting our farmers to make sure they continue to expand in this country. We have and will continue to support our dairy farmers, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques.
Milk is outside the supply management system.
The announced closure of the GM plant is devastating for the families of the 2,500 workers and their community. But it's not just families in Oshawa who are concerned about their future. Workers in the auto sector are concerned all across the country. The Prime Minister has to do more than simply express disappointment. He has to show leadership by the end of this week or next week and hold an emergency meeting of the auto sector with unions, industry, provinces, and mayors of communities whose economies depend on the auto sector. Will he do that? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, the auto sector remains strong. It's well positioned to build the cars of today and tomorrow. And we will always stand beside our auto sector and our workers. And we are going to continue to work with the auto sector, and we will continue to defend our workers.
NDP leader Jagmeet Singh is in Oshawa today with auto workers after GM has turned their back on them. The GM plant closure is devastating for the families of 2,500 workers and for thousands more whose livelihoods have depended on that plant for 100 years. The Liberals have yet to act. No emergency plan, no emergency meetings. What is this Prime Minister waiting for? GM didn't build Oshawa, Oshawa built GM, and it's time to fight for good jobs. Will the Liberals listen to the NDP and call for an urgent meeting with industry, labour and all of government to find solutions to fight for these jobs?
Hear, hear. Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, of course this is disappointing news for Oshawa, and the reason why it's so disappointing, as the member opposite has mentioned, is because Oshawa has a long and proud history when it comes to General Motors, over 100 years. That's why we've actually worked with GM and we're working with the unions as well. I've spoken with the local municipal leadership, spoken with my provincial counterpart as well, because GM has made a big mistake by turning its back on the workers in Oshawa. We will not make that mistake. We'll continue to defend the auto workers and we'll continue to support this very important sector.
Honourable Member for Essex.
Well, if the Liberals want to see a leader in this House that defends workers, they should call the by-election. Just last week, with the stroke of a pen, this Prime Minister made it clear that it's more important to please Donald Trump than to protect Canadians. This is shameful. He signed an agreement without removing Trump's tariffs on steel and aluminum that threatened thousands of jobs, and a deal that compromises Canadian sovereignty over our dairy industry, giving the U.S. power to interfere in the regulation of our supply managed system. This is wrong. Why is the Prime Minister so willing to sacrifice so much to Donald Trump?
The Honourable Minister.
But behind closed doors, they admit that this is a deal to protect Canadian jobs. The NDP leader celebrated the deal during a recent event in Ottawa, and the NDP member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie, who is also the NDP Quebec lieutenant, called the new NAFTA the best deal possible. We will continue to fight for good Canadian jobs, and that's exactly what we did over the weekend and will continue to be doing in the next future.
Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, it's getting to the point where we need a criminal investigation flowchart to understand the relationships
between a Liberal MP, a Liberal minister, the Prime Minister, a clutch of Liberal financial supporters, and 3 RCMP investigations. Now we learn the City of Brampton wants the Mounties to investigate a land deal after confidential information was allegedly passed to the member for Brampton East and the Minister of Economic Development. Mr. Speaker, it's time for the Liberals to drop the "we don't comment on RCMP investigations" stalling and tell Canadians the truth.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as I have said, any insinuation of wrongdoing by the Minister of Innovation is absolutely false, and repeating it outside this chamber will be met with a strong response from the Minister's lawyer. If that member has the courage to say it in this place where he is protected, why does that member not have the courage to say it outside this place?
Order. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let's get specific. The Prime Minister's office now says the PM didn't invite any of the business people who joined his ill-fated trip to India. The member for Brampton East, who said he would resign because of gambling addiction and didn't, says he didn't invite a director of the Goreway Heaven Company involved in the suspect Brampton real estate deal, and the Economic Development Minister claims ignorance of it all. Mr. Speaker, again, will the Liberals at least tell us who invited the Goreway Heaven execs on the Prime Minister's trip to India?
An Honourable Government House Leader.
How quickly we see a change of channel from that member, because he knows he can make comments inside this House where he's protected by privilege, but he will not make those comments outside of this place where he is not protected. When it comes to the member's question, Mr. Speaker, it is the NSICOP, the National Security of Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarian, that we know is studying this issue. It would be inappropriate to comment on this issue until the report is tabled. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Order. One at a time. Order. Order.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, a very shady story is swirling around the Liberal member for Brampton East. Very close connections to a private company's nebulous land deals are feeding the controversy and confusion. Mr. Speaker, why was one of this company's directors coincidentally along for the ride on the Prime Minister's ill-fated India trip? And who invited him at taxpayer expense? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, the member said that he was dealing with certain problems and he was seeking help from mental health practitioners, and he is no longer a part of the Liberal caucus. We hope he will get the support he needs, and to answer the question, the member must be aware that we cannot comment on a report that has not been tabled in the House. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, now that this story is out in the open, the Prime Minister's office denies having invited the executive along on the trip, and so does the member for Brampton East. And yet, all these people did indeed take part in the Prime Minister's India trip. Mr. Speaker, this ping-pong game has to stop. Canadians are entitled to know who invited this private company executive along on the Prime Minister's VIP India trip. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Security Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians has studied this issue, and it would be inappropriate to comment until that report is tabled. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
The Prime Minister now admits that he and his office were well aware that the Liberal MP for Brampton East was under police investigation for months, yet the Prime Minister kept him in the Liberal caucus and kept him on the Finance Committee while they were performing a critical study on proceeds of crime legislation. In fact, this Liberal MP was the subject of 2 RCMP investigations and another one from the Ontario Provincial Police. Why did it take 3 police investigations before the Prime Minister finally stopped covering for the Liberal MP for Brampton East.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as I have mentioned, the member told us that he is addressing certain challenges and is receiving treatment from a health professional. Mr. Speaker, you have been informed that he is no longer a member of the Liberal caucus. We hope that he receives the support that he needs. I'm not sure where the comments come from the members opposite, but it's clear that they don't recognize that when it comes to our security agencies, when it comes to the RCMP, when it comes to police investigations, they occur independently of government. Government does not tell them who to investigate. Obviously, it's a different approach from the Conservatives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, speaking of national security advisors, Mr. Speaker, Dick Fadden, the former national security advisor to this Prime Minister, told the media that he had a great deal of difficulty believing that no one in the PMO was aware of these investigations into the Liberal MP for Brampton East. The Prime Minister now admits he knew for months that a sitting Liberal MP was under investigation, and that investigation now involves national security, drug money laundering, and international terrorism. So the question is, why did the Prime Minister cover up for this Liberal MP for so long?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as I have stated inside this House and as we have stated outside this House, it was less than 2 weeks ago that we were notified of any concerns. The member came to us, let us know that he was dealing with certain challenges. When it comes to the RCMP, they work independently of the government. We do not undermine our security officials. We do not undermine officers of Parliament like the Conservatives used to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
You know, Mr. Speaker, rather than threatening MPs with lawsuits, maybe Liberals should try answering some questions in this place. While tragic gambling problems do not launch ethics investigations, nor do they have you tailed by the RCMP. In a confessional video released by the member from Brampton East, more questions were raised than were answered. Troubling behaviour from this MP going back months raised red flags for the RCMP, but apparently not for the Liberals. This whole scandal asked disturbing questions about the Prime Minister's own competence. How is it possible that Conservative senators in the entire media gallery know more about this issue than the Prime Minister's own office did?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, that member, as I have said before, has been in this place for a long time, and he should know very well that when it comes to the RCMP, they work independently of the government. We respect the work that the RCMP will do. We have no doubt that they will ask the right questions, find the right solutions. We will not speculate, as the Conservatives and the NDP have partnered on this issue. When we come to this member's issues, we know that they are grave issues, and we hope that he receives the support that he needs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hello. Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member for Brampton East is providing us with more plot twists than binge night on Netflix. But it's the drama concerning the Minister of Innovation that concerns me, particularly whether insider information was used in a land deal that went down with Gorway having a company with deep ties to the Liberal Party who were also on that disastrous India trip. And it's reported that the City of Brampton has taken the extraordinary step of referring this issue to the RCMP. So to reassure the House, will the Minister tell us whether or not his name has been referred to the RCMP? It's a simple question.
Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, any innuendos or allegations made by the member opposite are categorically false. The member full well knows that he's making these allegations in this House where he has parliamentary privilege. If he wants to make the same remarks, I recommend he makes them outside the House, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, it's here that we should tell the truth, talk, straight talk. According to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, the Liberal government is going to spend $1.1 billion to manage the illegal immigration crisis at our border, not to mention the hundreds of millions it owes Quebec. The crisis is the direct result of the Prime Minister's January 2017 tweet encouraging illegal immigration. What is the Prime Minister waiting for? When is the safe third country loophole going to be dealt with? The Honourable Minister of Government Affairs. Mr. Speaker, my colleague knows that the government is working hard with our security services and the government of Quebec to take care of the situation of refugee claimants. We know that the number is going down, and my colleague knows that we have responsibilities in international law. Canada intends to meet those commitments and ensure that Canadians are still safe. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, what this government is going to do is erase Canada's borders. The Border Service recently admitted that they'd only intercepted 3% of dangerous goods entering Canada. Then the bill will be $1 billion for Canadians. When is the minister going to focus on our borders instead of further erasing them by signing this UN Global Compact on migration? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, despite the Conservative rhetoric about refugee claimants, we should point out that about 40% of people crossing the Canadian border are children. The Conservative penny-wise, pound-foolish approach was to drastically cut Border Services Agency, and they should be ashamed asking us this kind of question with their record.
Hill.
Mr. Speaker, there's a problem with the Liberals giving Canadians false assurances that the UN Global Compact for Migration is non-binding. Non-binding agreements can become customary international law and inform interpretation of domestic law. This means Canadian judges can cite this declaration in their decisions. After spending $1.1 billion on illegal border crossers, will the Prime Minister reverse his policy of border erasure and refuse to sign the UN Global Compact on migration?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of the fact that the Global Compact on Migration is an example of Canadian leadership abroad. Most of the document is based on best practices from Canada. It is about the orderly management of migration. It is about recognizing Canada's success on integration and settlement. Only a conservative with a broken immigration record would find a problem with us sharing our best practices with the world. When it comes to making sure that we export the privately sponsored refugee program or our success with economic immigration, we will sign the agreement.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Spending $1.1 billion on people who illegally enter the country from the safe spaces of New York should be a best practice that Canada does not export anywhere. Mr. Speaker, the idea that Canada's immigration policy can be informed or controlled by something outside of our nation should be a grave concern, and given the Prime Minister's demonstrated inability and unwillingness to secure our borders. Will the Prime Minister today reverse his border erasing policy and withdraw Canada from the UN Global Compact?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Our record speaks for itself. Faster processing of spousal sponsorships, reuniting more families than ever before, making sure that we invite people to become Canadian citizens when they've contributed so much to this country. What is despicable is the record of that party, cutting refugee health care, putting obstacles against people who wish to become Canadian citizens, bragging about Yazidis when they only had 3 Yazidis in Canada. We have the record to prove, Mr. Speaker. Let them have the talking points.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, in Paris, the Liberals committed to greenhouse gas reduction to hold temperature increase to 1.5 degrees. Back home, they stick to Stephen Harper's targets. In Marrakesh, they called for respect for the rights of Indigenous peoples. Back home, they approved major energy projects impacting those rights. In Bonn, at the 11th hour, they committed to a just transition for fossil fuel sector workers. Yet a year later, nothing budgeted to support Alberta's initiative. This week, at COP24 in Poland, will this government simply make more promises they have no intention to keep?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, in Paris, we made a commitment to fight climate change, and at home, we are putting a price on pollution, investing in public transit, helping transition to a clean economy, and taking a number of over 50 measures to help fight climate change. When we committed to enhance First Nations rights, when we came home, we supported a motion to enforce the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. When we make commitments abroad to transition to a clean economy, we're investing to support workers so they can have the jobs not just of today, but tomorrow. Our record is to make commitments on the international stage and then follow through on them at home. To suggest otherwise is misleading, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Well, Mr. Speaker, they're going to miss their target. In 2015, the Prime Minister portrayed himself as a white knight, saying that he would fight the effects of climate change. But 3 years later, we realize it's just been a fairy tale. But people want us to play a positive role in protecting the environment. They want a true transition. We have to change course and fast. And it's not by buying pipelines with our money that the PM is going to convince us that he's serious. Will the Liberals work to catch up, or are they going to let down future generations at COP24? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The Honourable Member that during the last campaign, the NDP committed to some sort of a cap-and-trade system with absolutely no clarity on how it would make a meaningful difference to reduce emissions across Canada. We campaign on a commitment to grow the economy and protect the environment at the same time. We're putting a price on pollution. We're investing in public transit. We're supporting clean industry. Mr. Speaker, we are implementing over 50 measures that are going to have the impact of taking between 23 and 26 million cars off Canadian roads. Mr. Speaker, I am proud of our record, and I'm proud to be part of a government that for the first time in my life is taking the need to protect our environment seriously.
Yes.
The Honourable Member for Montarville.
A frontier that pushes the limits of what is possible. La participation du Canada.
Canada's participation in science and space exploration benefits everyone. Our astronauts are modern-day explorers who are models, who inspire our young people to pursue studies in science, technology, engineering and math. Can the Minister tell the House about Canada's participation on the International Space Station?
Président, je remercie.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Montarville for his question. This morning, I was in Saint-Hubert with the Canadian Space Agency team, and I am pleased to be able to tell my colleagues that our astronaut David Saint-Jacques' launch was a success.
On the International Space Station until June 2019, where he'll conduct science experiments, operate Canadarm2, and new Canadian technologies. David is inspiring the next generation of Canadian explorers and innovators. This is a proud moment for Canada and a proud moment for our space program, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, workers in all sectors of our economy are worried and losing hope as more jobs are lost, like those recently at General Motors in Oshawa. Under this Prime Minister, we've seen the biggest decline in energy investment in 70 years. Excessive regulations and red tape is making investors run for the border. And Mr. Speaker, we found out this week there's no end in sight for steel and aluminum tariffs, and the Liberal carbon tax will just make everything more expensive. Mr. Speaker, when will the Liberals end their carbon tax scheme to avoid losing more jobs in Ontario?
Parliamentary Secretary, Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Based on pollution, let's specifically talk about General Motors, because the member opposite knows how difficult this is for Oshawa. The company itself is very supportive of putting a price on pollution. They actually support the fact that we are moving forward in this area. Mr. Speaker, with respects to tariffs, our Prime Minister was very clear with President Trump. We've got to remove these tariffs because it adds more cost and more complexity to both American and Canadian companies. But overall, the economy is doing well. 500,000 jobs have been created, and we'll continue to do more to make sure that more opportunities are created for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Les-Fjords. Mr. Speaker, last Friday the government signed the new free trade agreement with the United States and Mexico. A free trade agreement, Mr. Speaker, and yet our government doesn't seem too concerned about getting rid of aluminum and steel tariffs. There's no reason to have quotas or tariffs. In my region, we create the greenest aluminum in the world, and 85% of our clients are in the States. The planet needs more green aluminum from my magnificent region. When will these tariffs be lifted? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, over the weekend, the Prime Minister signed the side letter on automobiles that provides the Canadian sector with huge protections against American tariffs. Under the new agreement, crucial supply chains will be protected and will improve the wages and works of workers. This agreement benefits hundreds of thousands of Canadians who work in the auto sector and all Canadian workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Valerie Mindapur.
Mr. Speaker, a lack of new pipelines necessary for Canadian oil to reach global markets has created a serious crisis in Alberta. With oil being sold for pennies on the dollar, the No More Pipelines Bill C-69 will be the final nail in the coffin for the industry. Mr. Speaker, when will the Prime Minister kill his No More Pipelines bill?
Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we understand the struggles that Alberta communities, workers and industry is facing in relation to the price differential, but that's not something new. The reason for that is because the previous government's failed process on regulatory review did not move forward any single pipeline to get our resources to non-U.S. markets. That's what we're trying to change by putting a better regulatory process in place that allows resource development to move forward. Thank you.
Order. The honourable members for Battle River, Crowfoot and Edmonton Westonbill think that they can speak without having the floor. I remind them that isn't the case. The honourable member for order. The honourable member for Edmonton West will come to order. The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
If only he'd understand how disappointed his own city is in him, Mr. Speaker. My province is in crisis. The Alberta energy industry is under attack by this Prime Minister. Albertans have been suffering for years under this Prime Minister's anti-energy policies. He killed Northern Gateway and Energy East, banned tankers, and has failed miserably on Trans Mountain. His No More Pipelines Bill, Bill C-69, will be the final nail. Will this minister stand up for Albertan jobs and kill this bill?
Yep. Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, while the previous government failed to get the job done, we are taking a decisive action and seeing results. We approved Line 3 replacement project, and we are supporting Keystone XL pipeline. We're helping producers build up the refining capacity here in Canada because we know that means more value for every barrel sold. We announced major tax incentives in the fall economic statement for refineries and upgraders. And we are moving forward on the Trans Mountain pipeline expansion in the right way, responding to the issues.
Hello.
Order. The honourable member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, the NDP knew that passing back-to-work legislation for Canada Post employees was a bad idea. Canada Post does what they want. They have the support of the government, and therefore they have the upper hand. They've slashed employees' accumulated leave and personal leave by using the same tactics as in 2011 that were found to be illegal. Are the Liberals, the so-called progressives, going to let Canada Post undermine the workers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, from one end to the other of the country, Canadians count on Canada Post and its staff. The work conflict had a very negative impact. There are many organizations and businesses that need Canada Post. Our government acted. It passed a fair and balanced legislation to re-establish this important service for Canadians. Under this legislation, there will be a process that brings both parties back to the table to continue their negotiations with an independent arbitrator. Thank you.
Statistics Canada decided to suspend their plan to collect data on Canadians from their bank and credit records. Liberals are telling Canadians that this was a pilot project when in fact this is entrenched in their own census policy. They knew this and were warned this new scheme would backfire. Instead, they appointed a chief census officer to do their dirty work, undermining the data collecting system and compromising privacy. Now that the minister has failed to restore confidence in Statistics Canada, will he fix the problem? And yes, I will repeat this out of the House.
Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, our government understands how important it is to protect data and the privacy of Canadians. That's why the chief statistician a few weeks ago was very clear in the House and before the Senate as well that he will only proceed when we're dealing with issues around privacy and data protection in a meaningful way. So the member opposite knows this is a pilot project, no data is being collected, and the privacy of Canadians will always be protected, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, The Treasury Board President said to the RCMP that it wasn't his role to be involved in procurement contracts, and yet he said the opposite last October when he prevented the biggest shipyard from getting a contract. So who's telling the truth? Meanwhile, Coast Guard ships are continuing, but the shipyard is waiting for contracts.
Public safety. Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman is referring to materials that deal with an outstanding legal proceeding, and I note that the defendant in that legal proceeding about a week ago said this, and I quote, "We have complete confidence in the court and the court's ability to make decisions as to the relevance of those documents," end of quote. On that advice, Mr. Speaker, it is wise to leave this matter for the court to determine.
The member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The President of the Treasury Board has been telling two contradictory stories about his political interference in the naval ship contract. In October, he told the House that he was only doing his job by ensuring the contract was value for taxpayers, but in January 2016, he told the RCMP that was actually not his job. When will the President of the Treasury Board come clean with Canadians and tell us which story is true?
The Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, when there are legal matters outstanding before the law courts of this country, it is up to the courts to determine the procedure they will follow, the relevance of the evidence, the disclosure of the evidence, and ultimately the final verdict or judgment in the case. And even, as I mentioned just a moment ago, even the defendant in this particular proceeding said this: we have complete confidence in the court and the court's ability to make decisions as to the relevance of those documents. This House should allow the courts to do their job.
The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, are the Cabinet Ministers and Liberal MPs single-handedly keeping the courts and the RCMP employed? Mr. Speaker, it was reported that a public servant leaked information on the naval supply ship contract to a prominent Ottawa lobby firm saying, quote, "I got everything, the mother lode." Despite this evidence, the Prime Minister said that Vice Admiral Norman was the one who should end up before the courts. With each passing day, this cover-up smells worse and worse. When will this government come clean and give Canadians the truth about what happened with this contract?
The Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, there's obviously no one that can keep this particular minister or any other member of the House from the drive-by smear tactic. But I would note, Mr. Speaker, that the defense counsel in the case that she's referring to said this some time ago, and I quote, "We have one of the greatest legal systems in the world," end of quote. That's an excellent assessment. Let the courts do their work.
The honourable member for Davenport. Order.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this year, a bilateral youth mobility agreement was signed between Canada and Portugal and has been eagerly anticipated by all segments of the community. As a representative of the largest Portuguese community in Canada, I have long been an advocate of this agreement and a champion of the benefits that this program will bring to both Canada and Portugal. Can the Minister of Immigration update this House and Canadians on the implementation of the Canada-Portugal Youth Mobility Agreement? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent question and for her strong advocacy on behalf of the Portuguese-Canadian community. I was so pleased to successfully negotiate the Youth Mobility Agreement with Portugal, which will facilitate youth from both countries to travel, work and study in our joint countries. I'm thrilled to announce that applications for this program open this week. Mr. Speaker, our government believes in expanding the Youth Mobility Program to Portugal, as it will give valuable work experience and perspective to Canadians traveling abroad. And unlike the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, we believe that the world needs more Canada.
Honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, many Canadians have been impacted by the failure of medical devices like meshes and implants. After a whole year of outcry, the Health Minister's weak response is to evaluate whether a registry of who has the devices is the right thing to do. Meanwhile, the US FDA has overhauled their approval process for devices to consider post-surgery outcomes. When will the Health Minister do the same?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Speaker, we are deeply concerned about the reports of serious issues being faced by Canadians with implanted medical devices. We are assessing the risks, qualities and effectiveness of health products before they're used, we're bringing forward an action plan on medical devices that will strengthen the processes used to approve them, improve oversight once they're approved, and give Canadians more information and more transparency. Unlike the Harper Conservatives who shuttered the Canada's Bureau of Medical Devices in 2010, we're rebuilding this and making sure Canadians are kept safe when they use medical devices. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, on Saturday I joined more than 14,000 Franco-Ontarians who came out into the streets to express their anger over Doug Ford's policies. It was the biggest demonstration in their history. The movement is continuing and not slowing down, and I have some news for Doug Ford. Knowing how proud Franco-Ontarians are, it won't slow down anytime soon. So with the holiday season approaching, will the Minister of Official Languages offer a gift to Franco-Ontarians and announce the amount that her government plans on investing in Ontario's French University? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague and all colleagues in the House who participated in that demonstration. As was mentioned, this was the biggest demonstration in the history of French Ontario, and people will remember it. They'll remember how many people came out on December 1st. That being said, Mr. Speaker, every time a government, whether it be federal, municipal, or provincial, has to change legislation on linguistic rights, the only thing they can do is strengthen language rights rather than weaken them. And we will always stand up with Franco-Ontarians.
For Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, every day in this country, Indigenous children are taken away from their families, their communities, and their culture. Across Canada, Indigenous children represent just 7.7% of all kids under 14, yet make up 52.2% of kids in care. In Manitoba, this number is as high as 90%, Mr. Speaker. It's appalling. Can the Minister of Indigenous Services please update this House on the government's work to keep Indigenous families together?
Well, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Kildonan St. Paul for the question. On Friday, I was pleased to be joined by First Nations, Inuit and Métis Nation leaders to announce that after comprehensive engagement, we are going forward to introduce co-developed legislation on Indigenous child and family services early in the new year. This legislation should mark a turning point to say no more. No more scooping children. No more ripping apart families. No more lost children who don't know their language, their culture, and their lineage. I hope when the legislation introduces that it will have broad support in this House.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lihue, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, last week the Minister of Transport threw in the towel before Via Rail's new fleet contract was even announced. The Quebec government has said that no decision should be made before all bidders have had an opportunity to come forward with their best final offer. Will the Minister at least require that Via Rail allow Bombardier to bring forward its best offer, or will he just allow the jobs to go to California instead of Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, as I said last week, Via is a Crown corporation, a federal Crown corporation. It is arm's length, and it is responsible for granting contracts to renew their rail fleet for the Quebec-Windsor corridor. They're the ones who make that decision. And under our free trade agreement with the European Union, we cannot prefer or insist on a minimum Canadian content. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, it's only in Quebec that we really protect consumers against banks. But under Bill C-86, the Liberals seem to be protecting the banks by removing any recourse to the Consumer Protection Board. The National Assembly unanimously asked that in Bill C-86, the Quebec legislation continue to apply to banks. Will the 40 Quebec federal Liberals protect consumers from Quebec, or will they choose Bay Street and the big banks? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
We understand and respect the jurisdiction of provinces and territories, and that's why when we were dealing with consumer protection, we feel that Canadians deserve the strongest consumer protection, and we consulted with provinces and territories to ensure ensure that our legislation is complementary. It does not override or supersede. This was confirmed to the bloc members at committee by officials, and we will continue to stand for consumer protections and respect the rights of provinces and territories.
The Honourable Member for Pierre-Boucher-Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, if it was as benign as that, the National Assembly and the Office de Protection du Consommateur would not be calling on Ottawa to back down. This bill creates a legal vacuum, and it looks like it was written so that a client that has been deceived by a bank would have to take that bank all the way to the Supreme Court to get his money back. If the government really wants a legislation to not weaken the consumer's protection, why has it been written as if the bank should win? Why are they not including in the bill that Quebec legislation would continue to apply?
Again, as confirmed at committee by officials, our legislation was done in consultation with provinces and territories to ensure that the highest levels of consumer protection are upheld. Our legislation is complementary and will ensure that those protections in the provinces and territories are upheld. And we will continue to consult and make sure that consumers, when dealing with banks, are protected. Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. The Prime Minister stated over the weekend that social impact studies have to be made when construction workers go and work in rural regions. And yet, the government is about to sign, with no debate, a UN treaty to normalize mass migration. The government has to preserve our sovereignty and not sign that agreement. Can the Prime Minister tell us why he is so worried about the social impact of Canadian workers compared to migrants from other countries? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Mr. Speaker, there have been unprecedented numbers of women and children who have been displaced throughout the world because of war and persecution.
Position on the Global Compact. This is the first time that the international community has worked together to develop a comprehensive set of principles to better manage this phenomenon. It is disappointing to see the Conservatives and the member opposite engage in peddling rebel media conspiracy theories while we work with the international community to protect our robust immigration system.
Remind our members to minister to direct their comments to not use the personal names of members in the House. L'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Patrie is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, there was consultation amongst the parties, and if you seek it, you will find there is unanimous consent for the following motion. Seconded for the member for Edmonton Strathcona, that the House call on the Prime Minister and the Minister of the Environment to put forth the following priorities during the COP24 meeting on climate change. A climate plan of action with a focus on reconciliation, robust commitments to the Paris Accord, which will help Canada meet its greenhouse gas emission targets, investment in a transition to a clean economy which leaves no worker behind, increased accountability in the fight for climate change, and including human health in Canada's climate commitments. The honourable member does not have unanimous consent. Tabling of documents.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Monsieur le Président, conformément.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 28C, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the first special report of the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians. I would like to thank members for their work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Government House Leader. Order.
Order 36, bracket 8. I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 3 petitions.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
From committees. The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Conformément au mandat que Louis confère les
Pursuant to our mandate and the standing orders, I have the honor of presenting in both official languages the 79th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs with regard to changes to membership of standing and standing joint committees. I propose the adoption of the 79th report today.
Conversations into the lobbies, and I ask members to assist me by saying shh. The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
I represent both official languages the 13th report of the Standing Committee on National Defence in relation to Bill C-77, an act to amend the National Defence Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Sydney Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 13th report of the Standing Committee on International Trade in relation to Bill C-85, an act to amend the Canadian-Israel Free Trade Agreement, the Implementation Act, and to make related amendments to the other acts. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report this bill back to the House without amendments.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The honourable member for Yukon. Mr. Speaker, if with unanimous consent, I move that the 79th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented to the House earlier today be adopted. Does the honourable member have unanimous consent of the House to table this motion? The House has heard the motion. Does it please the House to adopt the motion? Carried.
For Perth, Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table a petition signed by petitioners in Ontario calling on the government to deal with the despicable action of trafficking in human organs, and they call on this Parliament to pass Bill S-240 to deal with this terrible and heinous acts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present e-petition 1743. This petition has more than the 500 required signatures, and the Canadians who have signed call on the Government of Canada to request that the Chinese government grant Canadian journalists free access to Tibet, that they grant Canadian tourists free access to Tibet, that Canada open a visa office in the Tibetan capital of Lhasa, and request that the Government of China safeguard respect for religion and traditions in the context of expanding tourism in Tibet.
The honourable member.
I once again stand to table a petition regarding National Framework for Action to promote eye health and vision care. The petitioners are from Newfoundland, mostly from Badger, Grand Falls, Bishops Falls, Windsor, Grand Falls, Windsor, Bishop Falls, Triton, Badger, and Silverdale. They indicate that the emerging crisis in eye health and vision care affects all segments of the Canadian population, with Canada's most vulnerable populations being affected the most: children, seniors, and Indigenous peoples. And they are asking the government to, of course, put together a national framework for action to promote eye health and vision care, working with the professionals in this area. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Yellowhead.
I'm here presenting a petition today from a large group of people from the Toronto area dealing with the international trafficking in human organs, and in regards to Bill S-240. Thank you.
Honourable member for Central Okanagan's Milkmaid Nicolet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions here to table on behalf of my constituents. One calls on the Government of Canada to withdraw Bill C-27 due to they believe that it may harm retirement security for seniors. And also I have a much larger petition here, Mr. Speaker, that calls upon the House of Commons to support S-214 and ban the sale or manufacture of animal-tested cosmetics and their ingredients in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Constituents from Nanaimo Ladysmith call on this House to adopt a national strategy to end the terrible problem of marine plastics. They urge this House to support the member for Courtenay Alberni's motion, which will be voted on Wednesday, M151, to ban single-use plastics, to develop regulations to get at the root of the marine plastics problem, and to fund in a permanent way dealing with some of the ongoing problems like ghost fish nets that move across the sea and continue to drown and kill marine mammals and fish. We urge consideration of their petition. Thank you.
For Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition signed by Canadians from the ridings of Nepean, Ottawa Centre, and Ottawa West Nepean. They call on the House of Commons to respect the rights of law-abiding firearms owners and reject the Prime Minister's plan to waste taxpayers' money studying a ban on guns, which are already banned.
For Courtney Alberni.
It's an honour to table an e-petition that was sponsored by John and Jennifer Hedekin, who lost their son Ryan to fentanyl poisoning. This petition is E1586, and it was signed by 3,210 signatories, Mr. Speaker. And they're calling on the Government of Canada to declare the current opioid overdose and fentanyl poisoning crisis a national public health emergency under the Emergencies Act in order to manage and resource it with the aim to reduce and eliminate preventable deaths. They're calling on the government to reform current drug policy to decriminalize personal possession and to create, with urgency and immediacy, a system to provide safe, unadulterated access to substances so that people who use substances experimentally, recreationally, or chronically are not at imminent risk of overdose due to a contaminated source. Mr. Speaker, we know that over 4,000 Canadians died in 2017 and over 2,800 in 2016 due to preventable opioid overdose results from fentanyl poison sources. They're calling on the government to adopt this petition, Mr. Speaker, and act.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill S-240, the subject of this petition, will be up for the second hour of debate next Monday at 11, and the petitioners are asking members to move forward and quickly pass Bill S-240 to ensure that Canada finally joins a growing list of countries that are taking serious action to respond to the scourge of forced organ harvesting and trafficking in human organs.
Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Broad.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and present this petition signed by many across the Greater Toronto Area, basically calling for parliamentarians to support Bill S-240 and Bill C-350, basically calling for Parliament to impede the trafficking of human organs obtained without consent or as a result of a financial transaction.
Member for Long Range Mountains.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise in the House today to present a petition from my wonderful constituents in the Long Range Mountains regarding the safety and the unnecessary, to prove, Mr. Speaker, pardon me, that animal testing is unnecessary to prove the safety of cosmetic products and safety tests to be faster, more accurate, and cheaper than to perform tests conducted using animals. The petitioners are calling upon the House of Commons to support Bill S-214 and ban the sale and manufacture of animal-tested cosmetics and any ingredients in Canada moving forward.
Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have multiple pages here signed by constituents who recognize that plastics in our oceans, lakes, rivers, and other bodies of water are posing a dire threat to sensitive ecosystems. They want the government to work with the provinces, municipalities, and Indigenous communities to develop a national strategy to combat plastic pollution so that we can reduce the industrial use of microplastics, single-use plastics, and have a strategy for cleaning up derelict fishing gear. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, they call upon this government to support Motion 151 and bring in a national strategy to combat plastic pollution supported by my good friend and colleague, the member for Courtney Alberni. Thank you.
Member for Yorkton, Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm presenting two petitions today in regards to the water levels at Round Lake, Saskatchewan. This lake is in my riding, but it is used recreationally by people all around the province and in Manitoba, as well as people live there, and it services the whole area with beauty and recreational use, plus fishing. However, these individuals have brought these petitions forward, Mr. Speaker, and they are asking the Minister of Indigenous Services to respond because all of the other lakes in the chain have controls that have been agreed with between the government and the First Nations that are along those lakes. In this case, Ochapowas and Pipet First Nations have not over these years come to an agreement. We need this minister to respond to their concerns, not the Minister of Transport or the Minister of the Environment. They are asking for a response from the Minister of Indigenous Services. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, question on the pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 1988, question 1994, and 1996. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's response to questions number 1986, Q1987, Q1989 to 1993, and question 1995 and Q1997 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
The pleasure of the House, the aforementioned questions being made orders for return and they be tabled immediately. Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And then finally, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Outstanding.
Is it agreed? Yes. Agreed and so ordered. I have notice of a request for an emergency debate from the Honourable Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's certainly not an issue that I ever wanted to have to rise on in this House, but one that is expanding across our country and is touching so many different walks of life. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise today asking that we seek leave for adjournment of the House for the purpose of discussing an important matter requiring urgent consideration pursuant to Standing Order 52. Since 2016, over 8,000 Canadians have died from this opioid crisis. At least 1,000 Canadians have died in the first 3 months of 2018. Between 2016 and 2017, there was a 40% increase in the number of overdose-related deaths. Roughly 11 Canadians are dying every day from this epidemic. It is no longer concentrated in a single province. It has become a national crisis unlike anything I think we've ever seen before. The opioid and hard drug crisis is moving from large urban centres and hitting medium and small-sized cities across Canada. The city of Barrie, with a population of roughly 150,000 people, witnessed 36 deaths from the opioid overdose in 2017. The city of Barrie and the Simcoe-Muskoka area have an opioid overdose rate over 1.5 times that of the provincial average for Ontario. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to note that that is actually down from the year before, not because the number of deaths in Barrie has been reduced, but because the number of opioid-related deaths is expanding across the province. Currently in Canada, it can take anywhere from 4 to 8 weeks for a user to get into rehabilitation or recovery services. There is an urgent need to eliminate barriers for drug users to get into rehab. Every day we do nothing, another 11 Canadians will die without getting the help that they need. It is with these facts in mind that I'm requesting an emergency debate on the opioid and hard drug crisis here in Canada. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to note that it has been amazing to consult with both government and opposition members and to hear all of the stories from across this country of them being affected and their constituents being affected. And I think as a House we can take a completely nonpartisan approach to this and ensure that we're putting the needs of those who are hurting most in this country at the forefront. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the Honourable Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte for his intervention. However, I do not find that this request meets the strict requirements of the standing order. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate at the second reading stage of Bill C-88, an act to amend the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, has 7 minutes remaining in his speech.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to continue a discussion that I began before question period about this government's approach to the energy sector. It is a pleasure for me to participate in the debate, but it is no particular pleasure to review the great damage that this government is doing to our energy sector. And this bill is one of a number of bills that contains provisions that really weaken the situation for those that are considering being involved in resource development, whether that's as a worker, an employee, whether that's as an investor, or whether that's one of the many people that benefit from spin-off jobs and opportunities that are associated with the development of our energy sector. I would observe that Part B, for example, of this legislation
amends the Canadian Petroleum Resources Act. What it does is, in effect, to allow the Governor and Council, in other words, to allow the government to issue orders prohibiting oil and gas activities, freezing the terms of existing licenses, and prevent them from expiring during a moratorium. So this is essentially empowering the government to take extreme steps whenever they want to, whenever they deem it in their evaluation of the way things should go, to put an abrupt stop to natural resource development. We see this as part of a larger pattern. We see Bill C-69, the government's No More Pipelines bill, which piles all sorts of conditions and challenges that are really clearly designed to achieve the result of not allowing pipelines to proceed in the future. We have Bill C-48, which creates a tanker exclusion zone, which is designed to say that never can we export Canada's energy resources out of the northern coast of British Columbia. And it's so interesting to observe the government members really talking out of both sides of their mouth when it comes to oil and gas development, especially some of my Liberal colleagues from Alberta. They talk about feeling the pain, and they talk about supporting pipelines on occasion, but then you look at their legislative and voting record. We've had multiple Opposition Day motions which call for the recognition of particular pipelines as being in the national interest. We've seen legislation from the government that such as this bill today and the other bills I've mentioned, that are designed to create a very difficult environment for any natural resource project to proceed. They're putting forward these bills that make it more and more difficult for investment projects to succeed, whereas at the same time they are voting against Opposition Day motions and proposals which recognize that these projects are indeed in the national interest. So we see, in terms of their record, in terms of their votes, in terms of their actions, a real practical, concrete, tangible opposition to the success of the energy sector, an energy sector which isn't just for one region or one part of the country, which benefits the whole country. I mentioned that I'm a member of Parliament from Alberta. I represent a resource-rich area of the country, and many people in my own constituency are part of the energy sector and are indeed frustrated with the approach of this government. But to speak briefly about another region of the country, the north of Canada, I had the pleasure of joining the Foreign Affairs Committee recently on a trip to the territories, and it was interesting to talk to people about the decision of this Prime Minister, while overseas, to unilaterally declare a moratorium on offshore development in a way that flew in the face of what many people in the north were hoping for in terms of opportunities that could come to them through new investment, new jobs, new development in Canada's north. Development that would really open up opportunity and ensure a greater access to services for those people in the north. You know, there's a real opportunity that did exist, and yet the Prime Minister, overseas without consultation, did exactly the sort of thing that's envisioned in this legislation. That is, he made a declaration that prohibits activity in the area of oil and gas development. And so when we look at this legislation, when we look at the government taking for themselves more tools to be able to just step forward at any given point in time and say, actually, we don't want this project to proceed. Actually, we don't want to allow development, even if there was expectation, even if there was planning by Indigenous leaders, by municipal, provincial, territorial leaders. There were investments made. There were workers making their plans, seeking those opportunities. All of a sudden, the Prime Minister puts a stop to it. So much is said by this government about consultation with Indigenous people, about how indeed that is such a critical relationship for any government. But while talking that talk, they don't seem to recognize at all that many Indigenous people in Canada want to see the development of our energy resources. They want to be able to have the opportunities that flow from these developments. And yet their voices are totally ignored if they are on the side of the discussion that is seeking more development, more opportunity, more employment, more of the kind of development that will allow them to significantly develop and prosper and benefit from the wealth that comes into their communities as a result of oil and gas and other natural resource development. So this government, to put it as I think clearly and directly as possible when it comes to our natural resource sectors, has an anti-development agenda. It is not an anti-development agenda, perhaps, that they are willing to openly acknowledge or recognize. And they cover it up in various ways, including by pumping billions of taxpayers' dollars into a pipeline that they still yet have no plan to see move forward. But in the concrete legislative initiatives that they are putting forward, we see what their agenda is, and we see it walked out in practice. You know, in the years, a couple of years before the last election, I think it was, the current Minister of Democratic Institutions put out a tweet talking about landlocking the quote-unquote tar sands. And now you don't hear that kind of language from the front bench. They try and modulate their tone because they know that most Canadians don't want their anti-development agenda. But if you look at the history of the people involved in this government, if you look at the statements that they have made in the past, if you look at the past statements and involvement of senior staff in the Prime Minister's office, as well as I mentioned the comments from the Minister for Democratic Institutions, I think you can see what we're observing in the concrete detail of legislation that comes forward, which is, yes, the anti-development agenda of this government. It's disappointing. It's hurting jobs and opportunity in my province and across the country. And we need Canadians to wake up to this and respond and stop legislative measures like this. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Young Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, we've had a couple of members from the Conservative Party stand in their place and try to give what I would argue is just false information. That false information, of course, trying to convince Canada or people that might be following different debates that take place inside the House that this is not that this is a government that could do better on certain fronts. And no doubt, Madam Speaker, there's always room for improvement. But let there be no doubt that, and I say this to my Conservative friends that have raised this already today, that this government has done more to ensuring that Canada's commodity, and in particular oil, has an opportunity to go beyond exporting straight from the Alberta border to the United States of America. And I would remind my friend across the way that 99% of the oil commodity, as an example, went to the United States when Harper first became the Prime Minister. 10 years later, that 99% was still there. This is a government that has been successful at being able to ensure that we will be able to expand that into the future.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, that is the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard in this House, that somehow this government is trying to move forward to export our oil. That member and his party proposed and voted in favor of a bill, C-48, which explicitly does not allow the export of Canada's energy resources through northern British Columbia. If they wanted to help get our oil to other markets, you know, the least they could have done was not pass a law that explicitly is designed to make it impossible to get our oil to other markets. It's very simple for that member. You know, the previous Conservative government was working hard and facilitating the moving forward of the Northern Gateway project, which would have opened up all kinds of new markets and opportunities for those resources. If he wants to see results in this area, I say to him, repeal Bill C-48. By the way, stop Bill C-69 as well. But in particular, when it comes to pipelines and export, C-48, and let's move forward with projects that were begun under the previous government that would have gotten us to the results that that member claims to want, but very clearly doesn't want in the substance of what he's voting on and saying in this House.
L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
Honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, we're witness to Conservative members who find that natural resources projects are not going fast enough, and they want companies to have a free hand to conduct these projects regardless of what the impacted communities feel. And today we're hearing the same thing. In this case, it has to do with northern Canada. So my question for my colleague is, what's the real Conservative position on Energy East? That's a project which is still under review, and according to the Conservatives is still viable. It could be revived from its ashes. Does my colleague think that that project has the necessary community support to go ahead?
Mark Fort, Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, with all due respect to my friend, he, I think, badly mischaracterizes our position. Our position is that consultation with communities is important. That consultation should focus on those who are actually affected, not creating a forum for activists who have no expertise and no connection to the community to be able to drag on processes indefinitely. We believe that those consultations should be focused, should engage the affected communities, and should engage with the knowledge of experts, and should be designed to allow for a predictable process whereby companies are able to hear a result, they're able to make proposals with a predictable understanding of where things are going, and hopefully, yes, projects will be able to succeed under that framework in cases where the necessary work is done. And the member talks about, the need to engage with communities where people may be opposed to these projects. Of course, the same goes the other way, that communities who are supportive of these projects, who don't want projects unilaterally shut down without consultation. Now, our project would welcome the proposal of a pipeline project which would allow all of Canada to benefit as a market whereby resources from Alberta could go to Eastern Canada instead of Eastern Canada being dependent on resources from Saudi Arabia. And I hope that member, whose party has been quite rightly vocal on human rights issues in Saudi Arabia, would understand the connection between buying Saudi oil and the opportunities that would come as an alternative for having Eastern Canada benefit from Canadian natural resources.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yellowhead.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Here we are again, Madam Speaker, another anti-energy policy from this Liberal government that is driving energy investment out of Canada, costing Canadian workers their jobs, and significantly increasing poverty in certain regions, especially the north. Madam Speaker, I am speaking to Bill C-88 because I am concerned that the changes it would make will politicize oil and gas extraction by expanding the powers of this Liberal government to block economic development. It takes away local control and environmental stewardship from the Aboriginal people of the region and inhibits local territorial governments from doing what is best for the people of the area. And, Madam Speaker, I'm speaking about the Mackenzie River Delta, and I see my friend across is smiling because he's very proud of the region he has grown up in. Madam Speaker, Bill C-88 is just not another Liberal anti-energy bill like Bill C-48, C-69, and C-86. These bills could block all future pipelines, giving this government the authority to unilaterally shut down natural resource development. They are now systematically going after the Northwest Territories like they have done with our western provinces. Madam Speaker, only a few people get to visit the Mackenzie Delta or travel through the pristine waters of the Mackenzie River. Those who have found it breathtaking due to its vast biological and ecological formation. When Sir Alexander Mackenzie traveled the Mackenzie River in 1789, he was astonished at its sparse population and the pristine beauty of the region. As you may know, Mr. Speaker, the river was named after him. That's just for a few of my Liberal colleagues across there, except for the member from the Northwest Territories. I count myself fortunate, no, Madam Speaker, myself blessed and lucky to have been able to travel from the start of the Peace and Athabasca rivers, which are the headwaters of the Mackenzie River, and I have followed it as it flows, meeting the Beaufort Sea in the north. This pristine area, rich in ecological wealth, covers an area just under 2 million square kilometers, and its drainage basins encompasses, just imagine, Madam Speaker, encompasses 1/5 of Canada. The waters of 1/5 of Canada drain into it. This is the second largest river in North America, next to the Mississippi. You know, Madam Speaker, oil and gas has been part of this region since 1921. There are also mines in the area of uranium, gold, diamond, lead, and zinc. During World War II, a pipeline was built from Norman Wells over to Whitehorse in the Yukon. It carried crucial petroleum products that were needed during World War II and helped Canada and United States to build the Alaska Highway that significantly helped Canada during the war. It's called the Canola Pipeline, and it still exists today, Madam Speaker. At a very young age, I personally met and was inspired by one of Canada's great leaders. That was Mr. John Diefenbaker. His statue sits at the rear of this building. He was a leader of great wisdom and vision, which led our country to where it is today. I remember he once said, "A northern vision, a new Canada, a Canada of the North." This is what he thought of and envisioned. He spoke of giving people of northern Canada the rights to develop their resources, protect their environment, maintain and develop strong economies in the region. Diefenbaker saw the need for the people of the North to do this, not the government of Canada. One of Canada's leading novelists of the same era, Hugh MacLennan, a liberal novelist, stated at the time, and he was visionary. He said, "Did you know that by 2061, that Mackenzie Delta would have 3 million people living along the banks and shores of the river? The people's pockets would be full of money from the wealth of the region." And he said there would be at least 2 universities built in the Mackenzie Delta area. Well, Madam Speaker, that Liberal's prediction was wrong, and the actions of my Liberal friends across the way from me is also wrong. Madam Speaker, there are roughly 10,000 people living along the Mackenzie River Delta in places like Wrigley, Toledo, Norman Wells, Fort Good Hope, Fort McPherson, Inuvik, Aklavik, Tuktoyaktuk. I have been to those communities, and I know the people, Madam Speaker. There are 68 Aboriginal groups that also live in this region, and I've had the pleasure and honor and have gathered with them, socialized with them, and discussed their issues. We used to gather at the Petatot River. I've been there a number of times to meet. These are real stewards of the land, not people like CPAWS, not people like the Suzuki Foundation, or others who have the ears of the environment ministers. These are the real Canadian environmentalists. These are the real stewards of the land. Recently, Merv Grubin, the mayor of Tuktoyaktuk, testified at the Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs, Madam Speaker. He said the Liberal government should be helping northern communities. Instead, it shut down the offshore gasification and put a moratorium right across the whole Arctic without even consulting communities. He also said that the people in his town like to work for a living and are not used to getting social assistance. Now, all they are getting are a bit of tourists coming up the new highway, but that's small change compared to when you work in the oil and gas sector. Mr. Speaker, they are the people of the Mackenzie River Delta. Our Conservative government gave them the power to manage their resources in a true, healthy, respective manner that only the people of the region can do. That was through Bill C-15, the Northwest Territories Devolution Act of 2014, Madam Speaker. Our former Conservative government viewed the North as a key driver of the economic activity for decades to come. But this Liberal government is arbitrarily creating huge swaths of protected land with little or no consultation with the Aboriginal communities, while other Arctic nations are exploring possibilities within their respective areas. Bill C-88 reveals a full rejection of calls from elected territorial leaders for the increased control of their natural resources. And it consists of two parts. Part A, amend the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act of 1998, and Part B, amend the Canada Petroleum Resources Act to allow the Governor and Council to issue orders. That scares me, Madam Speaker. Provisions that were introduced by our former Conservative government within Bill C-15, the Northwest Territories Devolution Act, Bill C-88, would reverse these changes. Yet, Madam Speaker, the Liberal members voted in favour of C-15 when it was debated in this Parliament, including the Prime Minister. They voted in favour of Bill C-15. Now, the Liberals want to reverse the former government's proposal to consolidate the 4 land and water boards in the Mackenzie Valley into one, and I believe so that they can take control. The creation of a single board was a key recommendation which would address complexity and capacity issues by making more efficient use of expenditures and administrative resources and allow for administration practices to be understandable and consistent. When Bill C-15 was debated in the House of Commons in 2013 and 2014, the restructured board was included in the final version of the modern land claims agreement. The Liberals further politicized the regulatory and environmental processes for resources extraction in Canada's north by giving Cabinet sweeping powers to stop projects on the basis of national interest. This reveals a rejection on calls from the Northerners for continued control of their natural. Just about to finish, Madam Speaker. This Liberal government should leave the people of Northern Canada with their resources and let them be their own environmentalists and stewards of the land. They know it the best.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for, just want to make sure I get it right, Northwest Territories.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I wanted to thank the member for his comments, and I appreciate the last part of his comments where he said that we should leave the North, let Northerners decide about the North. And I think that's certainly in order. I think that's what he should do also. He should support this bill and let the will of the Northerners and the people of the North decide. The people of the North want to see changes to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. We want to see scientific review. I have opportunity to speak to the member many times over the last while, and I think we share a lot of goals and aspirations. However, there's a difference between how the Conservatives see the North and the Liberals see the North. The Liberals see the North as a treasure. I think the Conservatives see it as a treasure chest and wanted to remove any kind of impediments that get in the way. So I'd ask the member why would he not support this bill in that light. Thank you.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my honourable friend across. We have had many discussions, and I don't think we are too far off on our feelings of the North. I have a fondness for the people of the North, and I don't believe that we should be pondering any part of Northern Canada for its wealth. It should be left for the people of the North to look after themselves and be the stewards of the land. I am objecting about this bill because it's following and the overtones are so similar to C-48, 86 and others. It is taking the control away from the people, and that is where my concerns come in. It's taking the control away from the people and local government officials like the honourable member's brother, who is a very well-known, respected person in the Northwest Territories, and I feel that they are a bit concerned about this bill as much as I am. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to follow up on my colleague's remarks. At the beginning of his speech, when he spoke about not politicizing the debate on natural resources and the displacement of these throughout the country and their export, I'd just like to point out that that's exactly what they're doing. They are politicizing these issues. For example, on pipelines and the transportation of natural resources. So why did my colleague say at the beginning of his remarks, tell us that we needed to stop politicizing it when that's something the Conservatives done whenever they can?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to thank the honourable member. I believe he's on a different page than I am. When I talked about politicizing, this is what they were trying to do and changing the regulations to make it more advantageous for the federal government to have a final say over the people of the land who should have the final say, and the government of the land who should have the final say. The provinces should have the final say. The people of the provinces should have a final say, a stronger say than the federal government should. That's what I'm referring to as politicizing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Time for another brief question. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent.
And through my honourable colleague from Yellowhead, I want to pay all my respect for the people of Alberta who suffer so much of the oil crisis, and especially those hard worker people who work hard for their family. And those people have been insulted by the Prime Minister himself this weekend. So I want to hear the member, what is his talk about the comments made by the Prime Minister about the hard-working Canadians in the hard sector?
The honourable member for Yellowhead, a brief answer, please.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for that question. Madam Chair, workers in Alberta are frustrated. This government is totally ignoring what is happening in Alberta. Hundreds of thousands of jobs have been gone over the last few years. But it's not only Albertans. We're upset because many of those people that were working in Alberta were from Quebec, were from Ontario, from Nova Scotia, from Newfoundland. People that have lost their jobs and had to go back to their provinces, maybe where the economy was not doing as good. We are upset because we have a government that is not listening to the members of Parliament from Alberta, not listening to the Premier Alberta who was here last Wednesday, and not listening to the people and trying to help our province get through this situation so all Canadians across this country from coast to coast to coast, which includes the north, to all benefit. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And thank you for giving me an opportunity to express my support for Bill C-88 and to have an opportunity to tell you why I'm supporting it at second reading. But before I continue, I'd just like to inform you that I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member for St. Catherine. I'd like to use my time to draw the attention of my honourable colleagues on regional studies. Now, this may be a less well-known aspect of Bill C-88, but regional studies will have a significant positive impact on review processes within the regulatory framework for for developing natural resources in the north. The changes proposed in the bill that we are considering today would authorize the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs and of the North to establish panels to undertake regional studies. And these studies could be quite varied. For example, they may be a very detailed study of one specific area, or they may be a very broad study to collect data on, for example, a waterway or a certain amount of land. So under this bill, the categories are very broad to allow for a wide range of activities. One of the reasons why the bill is using this broad language is because science and scientific knowledge are becoming more and more sophisticated. And today it's impossible to predict with any sort of precision what kind of regional study would be the most beneficial in a decade or two. However, regional studies will generate environmental data that will be precious because it will be able to determine the impact, in a way, of the bill that we are looking at today. And it will allow the boards as well to make evidence-based decisions. Now, even though the bill does not specify the extent or the nature of the studies, it does state clearly what the studies and panels aren't. Regional studies will not replace the regulatory boards, and they will not replace the roles of the boards, the role of the boards within the regulatory framework. Under the bill, a panel will not play any role above and beyond the mandate it's given. So asking a panel to undertake a study means, for example, hiring may involve hiring a consultant to prepare the report, but the regional studies would be subject to the regulatory co-management principles authorized under the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. The interpreter points out that there's interference with the phone. Under Section 16.1, cumulative environmental effects must be taken into account for a project. And under 16.2, the emphasis will be put on the value of regional studies. Parliament has repealed the former version, and under the new version, the Minister of the Environment can establish panels to undertake regional studies. These regional studies will play an important role, and did play an important role, in a 2009 publication from the Minister of the Environment. This publication dealt with strategic regional environmental assessments. And in that document, the many benefits of regional studies are listed. For example, the ability to collect data on cumulative environmental impacts. Now, in that publication, regional studies can also contribute to the various discussions on sustainable development and key environmental targets for a given region. These studies may, for example, save time and resources by limiting environmental effects rather than waiting and having to mitigate greater environmental impacts later. These regional studies set targets, they set thresholds for development, for future development and future development assessment. These studies will also help make project performance more efficient. Under this publication as well, there's also a suggestion that these regional studies provide an early assessment of the public interest when it comes to regional environmental problems. Madam Speaker, there's no doubt in my mind that these regional studies to assess environmental impact are very relevant. And in many jurisdictions in Canada, these already exist as a way of collecting environmental data and analyze the environmental impact of the projects. Besides the Environmental Assessment Act, there are also clauses on regional studies under Section 5 of the Environmental Assessment Act in Saskatchewan and in Section 112 of the Environmental Assessment Act in the Yukon. In Canada, there are many other jurisdictions that have incorporated regional studies in their own environmental assessments, even though those studies aren't necessarily explicitly mentioned in the legislation. The simple truth is that regional studies have become more and more popular because they are so useful. They can provide up-to-date and relevant data, and they can also develop and be adapted to specific circumstances. A regional study, for example, could analyze the potential impact on the entire ecosystem or the region rather than simply the impact of one project in one given area. Regional studies can provide a good database to be able to analyze future undertakings. These studies can also assist us in determining environmental thresholds. And finally, reliable data generated by these regional studies will give board members an opportunity to make more enlightened decisions. Madam Speaker, by authorizing these regional studies, Bill C-88 would provide a necessary tool to regulatory boards in the Northwest Territories. These studies could support project assessments and could speed up environmental assessment processes and impact assessments. Madam Speaker, our government is committed to having solid legislation that protects our rich natural environment, that respects the rights and interests of Indigenous peoples, and that supports a resilient Canadian natural resources sector. Bill C-88's purpose is to make many important improvements to the current system. Besides authorizing the use of regional studies, the bill would reestablish regional land and water boards and would create an enforcement system that includes inspections and revised penalties. Other changes would allow boards to seek extensions of the terms of their members and to draft rules on how governments and developers need to consult Indigenous communities when it comes to licenses and when it comes to environmental assessments. All these changes will make the legislation stronger and will make it easier for inhabitants of the North to benefit from these projects while protecting the environment. The bill before us deserves this House's support, and I encourage all my honourable colleagues to join with me to support Bill C-88 at second reading. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Northwest Territories.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to quickly remind people what the former Grand Chief of the Teachon said at the hearing. He stated it took 13 years of negotiations with Canada and GWT to arrive at a compromise that could have true co-management in the Wickwagee region, what we call the heart of the territory. The board works, and it works well, but Bill C-15 wants to take it all away. It wants to destroy what it took so long to build. It wants to do it with no rational reason. Bill C-15 seeks to destroy the Wickwagee Land and Water Board. It wants to terminate it and replace it with a super board with jurisdiction over the whole Mackenzie Valley. Madam Speaker, I think everybody would agree that our board systems work well, they're effective, efficient, and we're not sure why we would try to fix something that's not broken. Would the member agree that we should leave the system that is in place, retract what the Conservatives put in the bill, and let the boards operate with the Northerners in charge?
Honorable Député de Hull-Elmer.
The honourable member for Hull-Elmer. I'd like to begin by thanking my honourable colleague from the Northwest Territories, with whom I sit on a committee, and I know that he is very committed to the claims made by the people in his riding. He represents an immense territory. To begin, my short answer to his question is absolutely yes. I completely agree with his point of view. In fact, Madam Speaker, if you don't want my opinion, all you have to do is turn to the Supreme Court's decision, the Supreme Court from the Northwest Territory, which invalidated measures contained in the conservative legislation, which was introduced in 2012, invalidated in 2014, and so I completely agree with my colleague's point of view. Questions and comments?
Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I wonder if my friend can just provide his thoughts in regards to a commitment that the Prime Minister had made virtually from day one, and that is to ensure that we actually have a government in Ottawa that understands the true value of reconciliation and how very important it is that we work with Indigenous leaders and community members, and even to go beyond that. And when we take a look at this legislation, maybe not absolutely perfect, but it sure does advance the cause further ahead. And a good part of that is owed to the fine efforts of the ministries and those that have come to the table to ensure that we have good, solid legislation today.
The Honourable Member for Hull Aylmer. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, for his point of view, and he is absolutely right. This government was elected with the very transparent commitment that we want to build bridges again with Indigenous peoples. We want to build bridges between Ottawa and our First Nations. This bill is another way, another example, a demonstration, a concrete demonstration, Madam Speaker, that we are actually walking the talk. You need to have a lot of confidence. You need to have the trust of the First Nations who were here first and who welcomed us to their land. You need to have the strength, the will to change our legislation, to change our procedures in order to transfer those powers to First Nations. It's one thing that I'm very proud of. I'm proud to be part of a government which truly believes this. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Today, as we begin second reading of debate on Bill C-88, an act to amend the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act and the Canadian Petroleum Resources Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, I'll use my time to focus on the proposed amendments to Canada's Petroleum Resources Act. The North is seeing the effects of climate change in a more significant and faster way than the rest of Canada. In fact, climate change in the North is occurring at twice the global rate. Scientists now predict the North will be ice-free by 2040, rather than the previous prediction of the year 2100. Climate change is having profound impact on Canada's Arctic, as well as northern and Indigenous peoples and communities. And while some of the effects of climate change, such as melting sea ice, are creating economic opportunities, they're also creating new health and safety risks for Northerners and negatively affecting core traditional Northern lifestyles such as hunting and fishing. These changes are reframing Canada's approach to future development of Arctic offshore oil and gas in three ways. One, climate change is changing the ecology and distribution of marine species, which requires us to have a better understanding of what the risks are. Two, climate change is altering the northern environment with more unpredictability in weather, ice, and ocean behavior, and we need a better understanding of all the factors influencing risks of workers and wildlife. Three, we have to be sure that activities will be pursued responsibly. We want to strike the appropriate balance between economic opportunities and environmental protection. Development must be done in a way that respects and strengthens reconciliation with Indigenous peoples in the North. Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, excuse me, I'm aware of the importance of oil and gas activities to economic prosperity and social well-being in Canada. We recognize the important potential they have to strengthen Canada's northern economy. However, acting in haste would be irresponsible and could cause permanent damage to our oceans and communities. In 2016, the Prime Minister affirmed that commercial activities in the Arctic would occur only if the highest safety and environmental standards were met, and if these were consistent with our climate and environmental goals. These are important principles. As the government, we can ensure by strengthening and modernizing our regulatory regime that these principles underpin resource development in the North. The proposed amendments under the bill being debated today, amendments to the Canadian Petroleum Act and also the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, are part of this modernization. This isn't the first time that we've come to this chamber with legislation to help Northerners. In the late fall of 2017, we brought forward Bill C-17, an act to amend the Yukon Environmental and Socioeconomic Assessment Act. During third reading of debate, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs said that we needed a robust process in place to protect our rich natural environment, respect the rights and interests of Indigenous people, and support a strong Canadian natural resource sector. The bill before this House today aims to do the same thing, Madam Speaker, protect the environment, respect Indigenous rights, and support the natural resource economy. The bill will also provide the foundation for partnership and future collaboration. We know we can do all of these things if we take the right approach. I'll now speak more specifically on the Canadian Petroleum Resources Act and what the proposed amendments will do. In short, they would allow us to carefully assess the prospects of Arctic offshore resource development in the context of a changing environment, and they would enable the government to freeze existing licenses held by companies wanting to explore oil and gas prospects in the Beaufort Sea. This change complements the stopping of issuance of new licenses announced in 2016. This would allow for a thorough evaluation of the current science around climate change and the ocean effects so that we can best determine next steps for Arctic offshore oil and gas. The Government of Canada will undertake to review with our northern partners, including Arctic Indigenous groups and territorial governments. This means that any decisions will be steered by those most affected. This approach supports seven-generation thinking. This is an Indigenous principle, meaning that the action should only be taken when we have thought through the consequences for people 7 generations into the future. This is critical in the context of climate change and what kind of planet we are going to leave to our grandchildren. On that note, I want to take a moment and reaffirm our government's commitment to the Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change. This means that our government will support and collaborate with Indigenous and Northern communities and territorial governments as they take action on climate change. Budgets 2016 and 2017 provided over $220 million for new programs under the Pan-Canadian Framework. To date, these investments have supported hundreds of projects in the North and Indigenous communities for marine life monitoring studies, coastal erosion, and glacial melt impact assessments, and initiatives for communities to explore wind and solar power alternatives to offset the use of diesel fuel. The funding is also being used to help Indigenous people participate in policy discussions on climate change. Madam Speaker, the bill is consistent with these critical efforts to understand, mitigate, and adapt to climate change. It is a question deepening our understanding of the Arctic ecosystem and of the people who call the Arctic home. Sheila Walt-Cloutier, former international chair of the Inuit Circumpolar Council, has pointed out the importance of seeing the human aspect of effects of climate change in the North. Her book, aptly named The Right to be Cold, she writes that she has been struck by the tight focus on wildlife instead of the focus on human life in the Arctic. She goes on to describe watching a montage about climate change in the Arctic that has been produced by non-Northerners. She relates that the photographs were impersonal, showing images of droughts, melting glaciers, coastal erosion, and polar bears. And she said there wasn't a human face in sight. The point is when dealing with the Arctic, we are dealing with societies as well as ecosystems. Madam Speaker, taking a step back with the proposed amendments in the bill enables us to look at the big picture, including our interconnectedness and vulnerability as humans in a rapidly changing world. That is why, Madam Speaker, I support Bill C-88 as it relates to Canada's Petroleum Resource Act, and I encourage all members to do the same. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech today. One of the things that's really concerning about this particular bill is the fact that it locks in place a lot of infrastructure that has been put in place in the North Sea in terms of drilling infrastructure. And I'm just wondering if the member, I believe he's from Southern Ontario, if he would have been excited about the fact that great swaths of farmland and perhaps he's from the Niagara region, vineyards, great swaths of that have been now suddenly deemed to be a national park, and therefore no more human activity could happen in that area. I'm just wondering if he had got a 20 minutes before that announcement happened, if he'd got a phone call, if he would be still so excited about this particular bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. We're very proud in the Niagara region of something that is called the Green Belt, and it protects the environment. It protects green spaces. It protects it against development. It protects farmland. And it's shocking that the honourable member poses this question, because the people in Niagara respect that. They want that. People come to Niagara, people live there because of the nature, because of the beauty the region provides. And to not do the same in the north is unconscionable, Madam Speaker, and that's why this bill is going forward, so that the people in the north can determine how best to develop the land and how best to protect it.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member of Peace River Westlock.
Well, that's really interesting, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, because the whole point of this bill was that 20 minutes before the announcement was made that there was going to be a drilling moratorium in the North Sea, there was a phone call made to the people of the North, actually just to the Premier of the Northwest Territories. The people of the Northwest Territories and the people of the Yukon had no chance to even have a say or have their input put in on this drilling moratorium. The people of Niagara have had that ability to say that they would like to have a green belt in there. Would this member not grant the people of the Northwest Territories and the Yukon the same privileges that he provides to the people of Southern Ontario? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Madam Speaker, this is the point of the bill, is to put control of resources, put control of the protection of the environment in the hands most impacted by it. This bill is doing what is going to undo what the previous government did, which is unconscionable and something that it's exactly shameful, Madam Speaker. This is part of reconciliation. This is an important step forward and something that we fully support.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Northwest Territories.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we recently heard of the oil spill on the East Coast, and the weather was something that prohibited the cleanup, and I'm not sure how they're going to clean up the spill that happened there. I wonder if the member could tell me what he would imagine would be a cleanup process for an oil spill in the Northwest Territories in the Beaufort Sea. There's no navigable aids, there's no response team. There is really no mechanism to clean up right now. So how long would it take, or would we even respond?
The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I take the point of the honourable member for the Northwest Territories that is sparsely populated. Reacting to a spill would be difficult. It would take a significant amount of time, if it was even possible, based on the weather conditions. That is why this is not ripe for a Ottawa-based approach to put on the people of the Northwest Territories. This is for people who are most impacted by that to make the decision. And the honourable members on the other side scoff at that for some reason that is unknown. But this is the best way forward, Madam Speaker, to put it in the hands of Indigenous people and territorial leaders.
We have time for a very brief question. The honourable member of Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This drilling moratorium announcement was part of the joint Arctic leaders statement that the Prime Minister made in 2016. The ironic part about it was that none of the territorial leaders were at this joint Arctic leader statement. Would the member opposite not agree with me that if he indeed cares about northern voices being part of the decision-making process, that they at least the premiers of the territory should have been at this joint announcement? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Answer from the member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much. And I look behind me, Madam Speaker, and I see the honourable member for the Northwest Territories, who's a strong leader in his community, and he supports that, and that's good for me, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to begin this debate by just commenting about just quoting the Premier of the Northwest Territories when the Prime Minister in 2016, as part of a joint Arctic leaders statement, declared that the Beaufort Sea would be a national park, essentially, that there would be no more drilling. Any infrastructure that was there would now be landlocked. Any infrastructure that had been invested in would now be stopped and be held up from being developed. The Premier of the Northwest Territories said that we were now going to end up living in a park, is how he said it. This is precisely what the Prime Minister and his Primary Secretary, Gerald Butts, would like to see, is that all of Canada be a national park with no economy happening whatsoever. Madam Speaker, I'd like to share my time with the member from Fort McMurray, Cold Lake. This particular bill, C-88, does lay out the legal framework for the drilling moratorium. It's part of an ongoing trend that we're seeing from this government. We're seeing that Canadians are welcome to live in Canada, provided that they don't do anything to touch the environment. And this is, again, in the Northwest Territories, is a record. But we're seeing a trend, Madam Speaker. This Prime Minister has pounded his fist on the table and saying, we will get this pipeline built, when he's talking about the Trans Mountain Pipeline. But when it comes to every other energy project in the country, he's done everything in his power to undermine it. We can see that all starting with C-48. This is the tanker ban or tanker moratorium on the West Coast. This effectively killed the Northern Gateway pipeline. This, again, Madam Speaker, is just part of a larger trend. We see the C-68, the reversal of the changes that we'd made to the Navigable Water Act, making it easier for municipalities to develop their region, being able to put culverts in, being able to put pipelines across streams. These kinds of things were important changes that we'd made, making life easier for people that live beyond Ottawa and beyond Toronto. And yet we see the government of the day today reversing that, definitely. The other thing that we see is C-69, what we're calling the No More Pipelines bill, which overhauls the regulatory process for pipelines. Madam Speaker, one of the things that's very frustrating to me is that we had a great regulatory framework for which to build pipelines in, and under the Conservative government we built 4 pipelines, approved the Northern Gateway, and had approved other pipelines. What was really frustrating is that the Liberals went around saying that the public's confidence in the process, the public had no confidence in the process, which was completely false, Madam Speaker. And so they went around the country saying that there was no confidence in this process, that there was, and this process had also been significantly tested by the courts. When they came into power, they now feel the need to overhaul it entirely so that it will have to be court tested again, and we see that with C-69. Once again, this is putting the livelihoods of many workers in the oil patch at risk. It's putting the livelihoods of many people that live outside or north of the 55th parallel at risk, and we like to see the government change its ways on this. And so C-60 or C-88 is just part of another ban, part of a strategy to keep oil in the ground, Madam Chair. So we would like definitely to see that they pull this bill back, but also particularly C-69. We want to see that one come back to work. Madam Speaker, over the weekend, there's been much to be said about the right to, or the back to work legislation that this House imposed upon the Canada Post workers. I seen on Facebook just yesterday a cartoon about 2 oil field workers standing there, and it said, "We wish that the government would legislate us back to work." And Madam Speaker, that's precisely what this bill does, is that it legislates them out of work. The Beaufort Sea has vast oil reserves there. They've been explored. There is millions and millions of dollars of infrastructure that is sitting up there that's now basically abandoned because of this drilling moratorium. And we need to ensure that Canada can work again, that Canada can be prosperous again, and we got to ensure that our natural resources, whether that be the oil in the Beaufort Sea, whether that be diamond mines in the Northwest Territories, whether it be gold mines in the Yukon, that those industries, those resources can be developed, and that they can bring prosperity for all of Canada, Madam Speaker. One of the major things that we also note in Northern Canada is the carbon tax and how that is going to be affecting all Northerners, particularly a lot. Madam Speaker, we hear all the time the Liberals will talk about, we're a carbon-intensive economy. We're a carbon-intensive economy. Well, Madam Speaker, I don't know if you looked outside this morning. It's snowing out there, and we typically have snow for 6, 8, 9 months out of the year, depending on where you live in Canada. That means that the temperature is below freezing for about that amount of time of the year, so we need to warm things up. We need to make sure that our houses stay warm. Madam Chair, I enjoy a warm shower every morning, and those things require energy. Madam Chair, not only does Canada require energy, the world requires energy. And so what better place to get our energy from than right here in Canada? However, when we put things on, like a drilling moratorium in the Beaufort Sea, or a carbon tax on, or bring in C-69, what we do is we limit the development of our natural resources and import that energy that we need from other jurisdictions that do not have the environmental regulatory framework that we do, nor do we allow then our economy to flourish in order to bring prosperity to some parts of this country that could really use it. Madam Speaker, it is important that we get our resources developed. It is important that the Beaufort Sea resources be developed. We know that there has been a large amount of money invested in developing that part of the world, and to through government regulation just bar development of this going into the future seems to me to be short-sighted, Madam Speaker, and also pandering to outside forces outside of Canada on a world stage.
I think the announcement itself in 2016 shows that to some degree, that this joint Arctic leaders statement that made in 2016 did not take into account the Canadian perspective whatsoever. It was pandering to an international audience that the Prime Minister only had the decency to give a phone call to the Premier 20 minutes before he made the announcement. And that leaves the territories scrambling. I know when I was up in the Northwest Territories, one of the things that they said often was, let us keep our own royalty revenues, Madam Speaker. Well, allowing them to keep the royalty revenues now when they're unable to develop anything will not help the situation whatsoever. And so, with that, Madam Speaker, I asked the Liberals to repeal it or pull this bill back, reconsider it, reconsider the drilling moratorium in the Beaufort Sea, reconsider C-69, reconsider C-48, and ensure that we can get the development of our natural resources back on the table, bringing prosperity to all Canadians and all Albertans. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Madam Speaker, I heard this member talk about the need to bring our natural resources forward so that they can be properly sold, and I've heard Conservatives talk the same line earlier tonight. But, you know, when we talk about oil specifically, Madam Speaker, when Stephen Harper came into power in 2006, 99% of our oil was being exported to the United States. When he left in 2015, 99% of our oil was being exported to the United States. There was no attempt, or at least there was no successful attempt, at diversifying that marketplace and getting oil anywhere other than where it was already going, which is to the United States. In fact, the 4 pipelines that they did touch in one way or another in terms of approvals and getting some kind of work done on only contributed to continuing to send that oil to the U.S. So if the Conservatives are so interested in making sure that we're selling our natural resources for the betterment of our economy and to get them to other markets, can he please explain why they were unable to do anything on that front for a solid 10 years?
Yeah, I remember for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm glad that the member opposite recognizes the fact that we had 4 major pipeline projects built. The other thing that he failed to mention was the fact that we had Northern Gateway was approved and ready to be built until they brought in the tanker moratorium with C-48. That one would have definitely brought our oil to foreign markets. The other thing that he failed to mention was Energy East, of which the government moved the goalposts, Madam Chair, and demanded an upstream and downstream calculation on the CO2 emissions that this pipeline project would have, deeming that pipeline project to be uneconomical. The company just basically said, if you're going to continue to put up hurdles for us or hoops for us to jump through, we're just going to go take our ball and go home, particularly when other jurisdictions around the world are reducing red tape and making it more exciting to do business in other places. So I'm glad that he recognizes the 4 pipelines that we built. I'm upset that he forgot to mention Energy East and the Northern Gateway. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The honourable member for the Northwest Territories.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to remind the member that the issue before the House today is on the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act and Canada Petroleum Resources Act, which are very important to my riding, and the member chose to speak mostly about Bill 69. I also wanted to point out that oil exploration in the Beaufort peaked in 2008, and very rapid decline. World markets were what caused the decline. And in the previous 5 years leading up to this decision in the Beaufort, only $7 million was spent. And that's mostly a little over $1 million a year to keep the license, keep the permits going, and no work was being created. So after 1 year of consultation with the existing rights holders, territorial government, Indigenous governments, everybody now agrees the importance of protecting the unique Arctic offshore environment, and that we need to pursue oil and gas in a safe way. And so he mentioned that the North should be keeping the royalties, and I totally agree with him. But shouldn't we also be deciding what's best for ourselves in the North? Thank you.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and that's exactly what the entire thrust of my speech was. C-88 imposes a drilling moratorium on the Beaufort Sea from Ottawa. That's precisely what this member seems to not want, and yet he's standing up and saying that that is not the case. The royalties that he talks about as well, if there is no drilling going on, there will be no royalties, Madam Chair. And so I ask this member from the Northwest Territories to stand up and defend the interests of the people of the Northwest Territories, the interests, the life, the resources that are being developed would bring a improvement to the quality of life in the Northwest Territories if we can get some of our resources to market. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it's my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières on rail transportation.
Public transportation, and the honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay infrastructure. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The implications of Bill C-88 will have a negative effect on Canadians in the northern communities, which are already struggling to survive. When will enough be enough? Northerners are struggling to access basic resources like affordable groceries and water, high-speed internet, safe roads, and healthcare. Why is the Liberal government making life even harder for Northern Canadians by restricting some of the largest sectors in the North, Canadian energy, and indirectly the mining industry? I regret to inform the House that Bill C-88 would repeal and reverse the Land and Water Board restructuring changes the Conservatives passed in the Northwest Territories Devolution Act. It also further polarizes and politicizes the regulatory and environmental process for resource extraction in Canada's North by giving the Liberal cabinet ultimate power to stop projects as it suits their political agenda. Northerners deserve increased autonomy over their nation's national resource sector. The Liberal government needs to stop meddling in the affairs of the North for their own gain. C-88 is unnecessary and paternalistic blockade of oil and gas development in the Arctic and other northern regions. Madam Speaker, I must say, Bill C-88 fails on all fronts. It fails to respect workers in the oil and gas sectors, fails to protect investments and development of remote areas. It fails to protect Canadian Aboriginal communities on the path to reconciliation. And most disturbingly, it fails giving northern communities the autonomy they deserve. Bill C-88 will particularly be hard on oil and gas sectors. The government fails to get key energy projects completed and failed to invest in North is threatening expansion in the oil and gas sectors, putting tens of thousands of good-paying, high-quality jobs at risk. While big American oil companies are getting over $100 million a day discounts on Canadian oil still needs to reach international markets. Bill C-88 is yet another anti-energy policy making getting jobs and keeping jobs in one of Canada's largest economic industries nearly impossible. Canada's Conservatives will continue to fight for a Canadian resource sector and the hardworking Canadians whose livelihoods depend on energy. They can count on us to stand up against a government determined to phase out their jobs. On another note, Bill C-88 fails to take into consideration economic development in remote northern Indigenous and non-Indigenous communities. The North is a key driver of economic activity in Canada. There is no doubt Canada's North should be treated with the respect it deserves. Conservatives know economic prosperity in the North does not mean ruining landscapes or harming the environment. Economic investment in the North means finding jobs for Canadians in some of the most remote areas in our country. It means economic prosperity for our economy as a whole. And most importantly, economic investment in the North means food on the table for thousands of Canadian families currently struggling to get by. The Liberal government is hiking taxes on over 90% of the middle-class families in the North. Despite the government's lavish spending, Canadian Northerners are no further ahead. We need to promote effective investments in important areas in the North, such as healthcare, housing, and quality drinking water. It is also important to spend money that translates in tangible results for Northern Canadians. Bill C-88 does nothing more than ploy to win votes in urban centres rather than actually reduce poverty in northern regions of Canada. We need to put Canadians first, not politicians and their concealed agendas. We need a government that will take the right steps to create sustainable economic opportunities for Northerners in Canada. It is time we started investing properly into the North so we can reap the rewards of economic prosperity for decades to come. Bill C-88 also fails to adequately support the economic needs of Indigenous peoples in Canada. Bill C-88 will significantly impact Canada's northern Indigenous populations. Representing a rural riding with a large Indigenous population, I know the rights and the sovereignty of Canadian Indigenous people must be respected. We must work collaboratively with the Indigenous populations in the North to put forward policies that make real and measurable improvements in the lives of Canadian Indigenous people. The Liberals failed to take the necessary steps to create sustainable economic opportunities for Indigenous people in remote communities. By cancelling the key energy projects, delaying offshore oil and gas projects in the Arctic by 5 years, and imposing out-of-control taxes on rural populations, the future for Canadian Northern Indigenous population is not looking bright. Conservatives support advancing the process of reconciliation, but also realize there is no lasting reconciliation between the Canadian government and the Indigenous people, populations without economic reconciliation. We must empower Indigenous communities through job opportunity, industry, and economic growth, rather than take valuable opportunities away. Last but not least, Northerners deserve a greater say in their own regional affairs. Canadians don't want Big Brother. The government needs to establish a plan to both respect Northern sovereignty and promote economic prosperity in the North. The Liberal government's plan to impose restrictions on the Northern economy will have serious long-term effects on the people living in remote communities. We need to give autonomy back to the people living in the North. Political elites in Ottawa shouldn't get the final say on what energy projects get approved and which energy projects gets denied. We need to consult workers and other stakeholders in the North before deciding to scrap potentially valuable energy projects. If we take away Northern's voice on these issues, the communities that can least afford these dangerous policies will be the ones most impacted. Looking to the future, we need a government that will respect the autonomy of the North, provide economic opportunities for Canadian Indigenous population, invest in Northern economic prosperity, and protect Canadian oil and gas workers. Conservatives do not support Bill C-88 and the Liberal government's anti-energy policies. Together, we should change this legislation to better support Canadian industry in the North and protect the livelihoods of the tens of thousands of workers in Northern Canada. The Northwest Territories has a vast underdeveloped oil and gas reserves. It is estimated that Northwest Territories potentially holds as much as 37% of Canada's marketable light crude oil resources and 35% of its marketable natural gas resources. Like Bill C-69, Bill C-88 will have Ottawa pick the winners and losers. Even if Northern industry jumps through all the hoops and meet all the criteria, Ottawa can simply say, no, game over. We should have Canadian oil in every refinery in Canada, jobs for Canadians, not for Saudi Arabia. Support made, produced, and manufactured in Canada. The Liberal government record is shameful. They killed Northern Gateway by putting tanker ban on the West Coast. Then they created a moratorium on the offshore oil and gas development in the Beaufort Sea, and announcements made December 2016 without even consulting Northerners. They killed Energy East by changing environmental assessment process almost monthly. Then added upstream and downstream emissions, which is not applied to any other industry in Canada. And the list goes on. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The member took a bit of time to talk about making sure that Indigenous governments and the rights of the local people in Northwest Territories were respected in the process. But, you know, I asked a question previously about the Conservatives government's inability to deliver on any kind of natural resource or in particular oil delivery and mobility. And the problem is, Madam Speaker, is that while at the same time the Harper government was touting this economic superpower idea of all the oil and everything we could do with it during the 10 years that they were around, they also spent a considerable amount of time attacking Indigenous people, trampling on their rights, in fact, attacking the environment and climate initiatives and organizations that were out there to do that, which effectively just put a target on the back of the oil industry. So I want to know how this member can stand here today and talk about protecting the rights of locals, in particular in these communities, while at the same time, Stephen Harper for 10 years exactly undermined that.
The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Well, I'd like to thank the member across the way for his question. Basically, the Northwest Territory government and the Indigenous people should be responsible for their own development. We don't need Ottawa there to determine whether a project goes ahead or not. Like I said earlier, industry can jump through all the hoops, back and forth, do everything the government wants. At the end of the day, this government can say yes or no based on a whim. So I would like to rephrase your question by saying, what can we do to give the rights back to the Indigenous people and the Northwest Territories?
I do want to remind the member that it wasn't my question, and I would ask him to address the questions and comments to the chair in such a way that it's not going directly to a member. Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm trying to follow the logic of the Conservatives on natural resource development, and especially the issue of the transportation of natural resources. Earlier, I raised the issue of politicization. And my colleague had said that the communities and governments and territories had to be given the ability to make decisions. And my colleague said in his own remarks, said that local communities that are impacted should have decision-making power over oil transportation or transportation of other natural resources. So my question is very simple. Would the Conservatives be willing to acknowledge that when there's a project like Energy East, it's the province and its government, the National Assembly of Quebec, who can decide? And if they are opposed, then the Conservative Party should respect that consensus and admit that that project can't go ahead without that consensus.
Member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for your question. The thing is, there's things that are in the national interest, and we got to proceed forward, ensuring we have consultation, and ensuring everyone's at the table when making a decision. But when it comes to national interest, like Energy East, that means jobs for Canadians. It means, like we're right now buying the majority of our oil from Saudi Arabia to the East Coast here. We have no Canadian oil, practically zero. So when it comes to Canadians, every decision we should have is based on what's best for Canada, what's best for the community, for the Indigenous community. But we all have a voice, but when we make a decision, it's after consultations with everybody involved. So I think it's our approach would be is using science, making sure that whatever we do is a benefit for all Canadians.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's always a pleasure to be able to rise and address the many different issues that come before the House, and this is yet another good example of legislation that has been, I believe, really well done. And at the end of the day, you will see that there is wide support for the legislation in the communities that are most impacted, but even more than that, Madam Speaker, I would suggest to you that Canadians as a whole have confidence in this government's ability to be able to manage our resources in a fair fashion, one that does see the national interest served. It does see that the environment is addressed. It also ensures that there's consultations that take place, whether it's with the Indigenous people, provincial or territorial organization, that we take this responsibility very seriously. In fact, Madam Speaker, whether it's this particular minister or other ministers of the Crown, we have seen a great deal of effort in terms of reaching out into the many different communities and stakeholders that ultimately allow us to put together the type of legislation that we have. Now, there is one single aspect of this legislation that I think that we need to make note of more than any other aspect. It would likely be how this legislation, C-88, is in fact fixing up a problem that was created by Stephen Harper back a number of years ago when the government at the time, the Prime Minister at the time, brought in a bill known as C-15. And we've had members inside the House on both sides make reference to Bill C-15. Madam Speaker, I was actually had the opportunity to be able to address, I believe it was C-15 a number of years ago inside when I was in the opposition benches. And if memory serves me correctly, Madam Speaker, I suspect what you will find is that I was somewhat critical in terms of the government, that being Stephen Harper's, inability to actually work with the different stakeholders with a special emphasis on Indigenous people. I can remember talking with my northern colleague from today, from the Yukon, talking about this particular issue when the Conservatives were making some of these changes, and how passionate he was, even as a northerner, Madam Speaker, not necessarily being an elected official, but recognizing the harm that was being caused. Now, fast forward to that today from my colleague from the Northwest Territories, and, you know, in listening to my colleague speak on the legislation, having a better understanding in terms of even how his family has really been a long-time advocate for issues in the Northwest Territories, and I would suggest that could even be broadened to include Northern Canada. One cannot help but be inspired by the level of dedication, a strong sense of commitment to ensure that what we are doing is, in fact, bring us forward in the right direction. And that's why I thought it was important to listen to the member from Northwest Territories, as he has a great deal of head knowledge on what is a really important issue, an issue in which the Prime Minister talked about a great deal even before the last national election, Madam Speaker, and that was the issue of Indigenous people and ensuring that Indigenous people are enabled to provide the strong and healthy leadership that we know that they are very much capable of, and to ensure that they are brought and sitting at the table. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister often talks about the importance of that relationship. And when I listen to the questions and the answers coming from the Conservatives, in particular the questions from my colleague and friend from the Northwest Territories, I can see within that that caring attitude in regards to what was done and what it is that this legislation is attempting to undo, Madam Speaker. And let me be a little bit more specific. What C-15 did is it said that we have these land and water management boards, Madam Speaker, that were ultimately responsible for in different areas of responsibility, geographical areas, and the Conservatives through C-15 wanted to get rid of those boards in favor of one, if I can put it, one super board, Madam Speaker. Now, you know, if that was an honest reflection in terms of what it is that was being pushed for from the communities that were being affected, I suspect that there would have been more sympathy towards C-15, or at least that very aspect of C-15. But what we know, Madam Speaker, is that, in fact, there was a great deal of resistance to it. That what we know, Madam Speaker, is that there is communities today that are actually feeling fairly positive in the way in which C-88 is going to reverse that aspect of C-15, Madam Speaker. And I wanted to highlight that for the simple reason is that at the end of the day, what we want to see, Madam Speaker, is to ultimately have a sense of fair play and fairness amongst the different decision makers, and by allowing and recognizing the important role that not one so-called super board plays, but that those local decentralized boards can play, I believe is a positive step forward. Now, it might take some time to work over some of the issues as a result of the actions that were taken by the Conservatives or Stephen Harper at the time, but I do believe that we have, at least within C-88, to recognize that it is a move forward in the right direction, Madam Speaker. Now, you know, I had the opportunity in listening to the debate to do a little bit of research, thanks to Google Maps, Madam Speaker, just to kind of get a sense of the Mackenzie Valley. And it is a huge area. If you were, in fact, to take a look at the Mackenzie River and the basin that feeds into the Mackenzie River, it is probably larger than most countries around the world, landmass-wise, Madam Speaker. We're talking about a significant amount of land and waterways, Madam Speaker. In fact, I understand where it begins in Fort Providence, is where my colleague from Northwest Territories calls home nowadays, and that's really at the beginning, the southern beginning of the valley, Madam Speaker. And even though I have never had the pleasure to visit, I have seen, as I'm sure all members have seen, whether it's documentaries, films, you get a fairly good sense of everything that the Northwest Territories has to offer to a certain degree, Madam Speaker, by trying to educate yourself about that area, that mass of land and water. And from what I have witnessed, it is most impressive. And I say that because, you know, when the Prime Minister made the decision that we needed to have that moratorium, that at the end of the day, and it's interesting, the Conservative member before me was saying, well, what about the national interest? I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that this was in the national interest. That not only was it in the Northwest Territories' interest, but it was in the national interest. Canadians genuinely are concerned about our environment. They are concerned about how it is that we draw resources out of our environment and ultimately transport them, Madam Speaker. But I would also argue that Canadians as a whole understand and appreciate that the people that really know the area the best are the individuals that call it home. Those are the individuals that really have that experience and head knowledge to ensure that the types of decisions that were being made are in fact taking into consideration our environment. Dealing with things of this nature have to factor in Indigenous people and other stakeholders, Madam Speaker. And that is why I'm quite pleased with the way in which the government of the day has said that what we want to be able to do, and that's why I believe it's taken as long as it has in order to come before the House, is to make sure that the type of consultations that were required were in fact going to be done, Madam Speaker. Because there is so much to lose if in fact we do not do this in the right way. And I look to those leaders, in particular in the community that call the Northwest Territories their home, to provide strong leadership on this front. You know, I don't question how important it is to protect our environment, but I also know how important it is that we continue to develop our communities, economically in particular, Madam Speaker, and how that economic growth benefits people that live in the Northwest or live in Northern Canada, but also benefit everyone in Canada. And I'll go back to that concept of the national interest, Madam Speaker. There are many Canadians that do travel to the north. periodically, whether it's through tourism, an area that I know that my colleagues from the North will tell you that has fantastic potential for growth, and one of the reasons why we want to protect our harbors and the environment, Madam Speaker. Tourism has fantastic opportunities for growth up north. And I suspect that you will find that there is a growing demand for workers down south to be able to fill some of that potential for growth into the future, Madam Speaker. In fact, I was talking to my friend from Yukon, and he was telling me how the Filipino community in the area is starting to grow up north, Madam Speaker. And, you know, that's, you know, a big part of economic development is to ensure that the government has the resources, financial resources, to provide the type of programs that we've heard talk about today, whether it's health care, education, training programs, protection of our environment. All of these issues take money. And one of the ways in which we can accrue the financial resources that are required in order to provide those types of services to Canadians, Madam Speaker, is through the development of our natural resources. And let there be no doubt that there is a great deal of development potential that is found in Canada's north. And if we manage and work with others and look for the leadership of those that are living in the communities, that we can actually manage that development in such a way that everyone wins, Madam Speaker. And I think that this is something in which, as a government, we have demonstrated that we are committed to doing that. And I could give tangible examples. You know, conservative after conservative has stood up today in their place and have been critical of this government's inability to get a pipeline to the Western Pacific Ocean, Madam Speaker, for markets out in that area to the east, looking at China and beyond. But what they don't tell you, Madam Speaker, is that this government, in managing both the environment and the economy, in working collaboratively with the stakeholders, in particular Indigenous people and provincial governments, that we were able to accomplish something that Stephen Harper couldn't accomplish in 10 years. So for the first time in many years, we now have, Mr. Speaker, the potential to see a pipeline that will in fact deliver our commodity to other regions of the world outside of the United States. And as some of my conservatives somewhat snicker at that comment, that is the reality. Even today, the minister responsible for natural resources made reference to the fact that when Stephen Harper became the Prime Minister of Canada, over 99% of our oil commodity was being sold into the United States. 10 years later, after being the Prime Minister for 10 years, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister and the Conservatives failed Canadians, they failed Albertans, and they did not materialize as this government did materialize in a very real and tangible way. And then when they're critical of the national, they say, well, what about the national interest? Well, I would suggest to you that that is a very good example of why it is that we, in fact, bought the pipeline, Madam Speaker. And in fact, I was very proud of the fact that we have a government that is committed to ensuring, Madam Speaker, that we do manage our natural resources and the many different commodities that we have. but we are not prepared to forsake the environment, to forsake the importance of having individuals that are directly living in those communities engaged. And that's what I like about C88, is that it reinforces the importance of that, and it does that primarily through getting rid of the one aspect of the C15 that was so poorly received, Madam Speaker, by the communities that were directly affected. And that is one of the reasons why I suspect that the legislation will get the support from all political entities within the chamber, with the possible exception, well, I shouldn't say the possible exception. I understand the Conservatives will be opposing the legislation. But, Madam Speaker, I do believe that there is a better understanding that seems to be coming from the other parties inside the House. And I believe that if the Conservatives maybe would start listening a little bit more to what Canadians have to say about a series of important issues, public issues, that they too might be more inclined to recognize the merits of C88 and get behind the legislation itself. Madam Speaker, I wanted to highlight a couple of other issues that I think are important to recognize. You know, there is a cost, for example, Madam Speaker, a cost recovery component to the legislation, where the bill includes a regulation making authority for cost recovery. This would allow cost recovery from proponents on major development proposals undergoing environmental impact assessments, as well as the ensuring water licensing process undertaken by a land and water board. You know, the issue of cost recovery has been something that's been talked about a great deal over the years, Madam Speaker, and I had received fairly wide support from all sides of the House. There is administrative monetary penalties, Madam Speaker, within the legislation. The bill proposes a scheme for administrative monetary penalties through regulations, including the power to designate the offences under the Act that may be considered violations, and the determination of the penalty amounts for each violation. The maximum amount for these penalties would be $25,000 for individuals and $100,000 for organizations. Madam Speaker, you're saying that I only have about 30 seconds left. I did want to at least also recognize where it provides some certainty, certainty for industries, which is also very important given the moratorium that was put in place. But let's recognize that the moratorium was a good thing for Canada. It was a very good thing, Madam Speaker, and at the end of the day, this is a government that takes our environment seriously, unlike the Conservatives. This is a government of the day that understands the importance of the development of our natural resources, and it's a government that recognizes the importance of working with real people. Thank you, Madam.
Questions et commentaires. Honorable député de Louis-Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis-Saint-Laurent.
The speech of my colleague from Vancouver North, but on the other hand, I have to recognize that I applaud his sense of humor. When you talk about the pipeline, that was a good deal. When we see Canadian taxpayer money, $4.5 billion of Canadian taxpayer money going to Houston instead of getting invested here in Canada. I hear him playing all my I pay my respect to him, but I'm very surprised that he said that. But more seriously, Madam Speaker, while we're talking about petroleum industry, I was wondering what is the talk of my honourable colleague after the statement made by our Prime Minister about the oil men working hard in the oil industry, and those people have been insulted by the Prime Minister. What is his talk about that?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think that what we have seen within our Prime Minister is someone that truly cares in terms of what is actually taking place in the province of Alberta, because this Prime Minister, with all seriousness, Madam Speaker, has done more for the advancement of the economy in Alberta than Stephen Harper did. All one needs to do is to take a look at whether it's the Western Diversification Fund. You can talk about capital infrastructure through many different programs that were initiated by this government within the province of Alberta, by establishing a process that's going to see oil ultimately reach other markets other than just the United States. Harper talked, Madam Speaker, but this is a Prime Minister that has actually delivered on the province of Alberta, for the province of Alberta and all people.
Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will give the Prime Minister credit. He's united everyone in Alberta against him. That's what he's done. That's all he's done. But I want to get back to the issue at hand here. The member talked about the previous government's Bill C-15. He must have thought it was okay because he voted in favour of it, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal Party voted in favour of Bill C-15, and now he's pretending that it was an egregious piece of legislation that had to be withdrawn. He also talked about the moratorium on offshore oil and gas as being great for Canada. Well, maybe he should talk to Premier Bob McLeod, who felt that it was so egregious he issued a red alert on the colonial attack on the territory's oil and gas future, saying the promise of the North is fading and the dreams of Northerners are dying as we see a re-emergence of colonialism. This Prime Minister, when he announced the offshore moratorium, did it from Washington, D.C., and he didn't even have the courtesy to inform Bob McLeod until an hour before he made that announcement with Barack Obama, as Barack Obama was on his way out of office as a lame duck president. So we'll take no lessons from this Liberal Party that treats Northerners as though they know best. Ottawa knows best. That's what this member has just said, and he's confirmed it again, that the offshore moratorium, which was an insult to Northerners, was actually a great thing for Canada. Why doesn't he stand up and apologize to the people of the North?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I guess we're going to have to agree to disagree. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, what we have seen is legislation that is before us that rectifies a serious flaw from C-15. And, Madam Speaker, if you were to reflect on what I would have said in Hansard on C-15, I'm sure the member will find that I was somewhat critical of the government for not working with the communities in order to bring forward legislation that reflected what I believed at the time would have been a much better approach than the Stephen Harper attitude towards consultations. This legislation that we have before us today has taken the time it has because the government has been working with the people of Northwest Territories, other stakeholders, Indigenous groups, and many other individuals. In regards to the moratorium, Madam Speaker, I suspect that you will find fairly good support in all regions of the country, including the Northwest Territories, in terms of the value of ensuring that we have a process that protects our environment, and that is something that was the primary purpose for the moratorium. Unlike the Conservatives, we believe the environment is worth fighting for, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Northwest Territories.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard the Conservatives mention a number of things in the last couple hours regarding the North, and they talked about oil and gas infrastructure in the Beaufort Sea. I should point out there is none. There is no oil and gas infrastructure in the Beaufort Sea. I heard them talk about sharing the resource royalties from the oil and gas, but there is none. So, and we also talked about the concern that we shut down activity in the Beaufort. Well, there is and has been no activity for a long while. I would like to ask the member if he would agree that we should instead shift our focus on investing in navigational aids, in spill response, the necessary infrastructure like ports, and conduct a thorough scientific review and have the support of the northern communities firmly behind us, but knowing that we have a good plan. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, you see, Madam Speaker, this is why I'm such a big fan of my colleague and friend from the Northwest Territories. You know, as we hear from the Conservative benches, it's a lot of criticism that's based on Conservative Stephen Harper spin documents. And within those documents, it'll say that there is, in fact, oil and gas, and that's the reason why they continue to read it, Madam Speaker. On the other hand, contrast it to the member who actually lives in the community, and he talks about the future in the terms of how important the ports are. Maybe we should be looking at ways in which we can invest in ports. There are many other aspects of potential development in our north that could in fact lead to all sorts of wonderful opportunities into the future, Madam Speaker. That it's not all about oil and gas. And that's how the Conservatives see it, Madam Speaker, that there are many other opportunities. I highlighted earlier in my comments the issue of tourism. The idea of ports, anything related to aviation, allowing for individuals to experience, the great white outdoors, the beautiful summer times that take place, the other opportunities, both economically and socially, that are there. But that takes investing in infrastructure, and that is something in which I believe is just as important as we continue to have that dialogue with individuals that call the North their home, and expectations that that's where the leadership for the development of the Northwest Territories is going to be coming from. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Cariboo Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to go to Part A of this particular bill, and I'm not sure if the member's aware, but the report that was done by McCrank says and I'm going to quote, "The current regulatory process in the Northwest Territories are complex, costly, unpredictable, and time-consuming." To amalgamate, while respecting Indigenous rights, he said, the approach would address the complexity and the capacity issues inherent to the current model by making more efficient use of expenditure and administrative resources, and it would allow for administrative practices to be understandable and consistent. So I guess being as he thinks that it's great to go back to the system of four, is he saying that McCrank was wrong, or what has your government done to actually make sure that they've dealt with all those problems that were identified?
I do want to apologize to the member. I actually gave the wrong writing, so I do apologize for that. I did say Cariboo Prince George instead of Kamloops Thompson Cariboo, and I do want to ask her to ensure that she addresses the questions to the chairs and not to the directly to the government. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, Neil McCrank was wrong. And that, I guess, is the essence of the answer to my colleague's question. But you know something, Madam Speaker, as Stephen Harper at the time believed that what he could do is have this one board to replace others, he was prepared to do that at all costs. He wasn't listening to what people within the community actually had to say. Rather, he seemed to be focused on one or two possible Conservatives, and at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, didn't take into consideration the importance of the community, nor the importance of the environment. And ultimately, Madam Speaker, that's the reason why we are having to make the change, because this is something that's overdue, and I am glad that the minister was able to bring forward the legislation, and I would ask my friends across the way to reconsider their position, as this is good legislation that will make a positive difference up north.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the honourable member from Chilliwack Hope. As always, I'm honoured to represent the constituents today in the House, Saskatoon Grasswood, as we speak to Bill C-88. As you may or may not know, I am a member of the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee, and on October the 15th of this year, we undertook a study on northern infrastructure projects and strategies. Now, at these meetings, we have heard from federal government officials as well as territorial and a variety of local government officials. We have also heard from Indigenous groups and a variety of stakeholder groups. We have learned many interesting things, Madam Speaker, but the one common theme to all the testimony that we have heard for months is that there is a real need for infrastructure in the North. People in the North do not need more rules. People in the North do not need more regulations, and people in the North do not need moratoriums. What they do need, Madam Speaker, is infrastructure. The members opposite will argue, and we've heard this all day, that C-88 is a remake of a piece of conservative legislation which received royal assent in 2014 and then faced a court challenge. C-88 still incorporates many of the changes the conservative legislation did with respect to the new environmental enforcement powers and requiring project proponents to cover the cost of the review process, but it did not carry the weight of a carbon tax that this current government wants to bring Northern Canada. The concern, obviously, from industry is that with the added carbon tax costs and all the new federal environmental red tape, combined with a lack of infrastructure, it already costs a lot more to develop a project in the North compared to any other template location. With the new Liberal regulatory costs, the high business taxes, and the carbon tax that is coming in, now charging for the cost of the review process, we might as well take out an ad in Bloomberg News saying, Madam Speaker, Canada's North is definitely closed for business. This is not an overreaction. Let me share some of the testimony from Brendan Marshall, Vice President of Economic and Northern Affairs with the Mining Association of Canada. Currently, domestic legislative and regulatory processes with implications for project permitting and the costs persist, while recent supply chain failures have damaged Canada's reputation as a reliable trade partner. Further, recent tax reform in the United States has significantly enhanced the jurisdiction's investment competitiveness over Canada's. We certainly have echoed that. We've echoed that for the past number of months. The tax changes that they have made in the United States really right now is eating corporate Canada. The impact of the uncertainty has been felt certainly by Canada's mining industry, where the investment has dropped by more than 50%, or more than $68 billion since 2014, amid the strong rebound for many commodities over the last 3 years. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm going to give you a few more quotes from evidence at our committee meetings in the last month or two. The Honourable Wally Schuman, Minister of Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment with the Department of Infrastructure, Government of the Northwest Territories, said in our meeting, Northwest Territories is home to many of the minerals that will fuel the global green economy, including cobalt, gold, lithium, along with rare earth elements. Alongside our mineral resources, our territory has significant energy power potential as we continue our shift to low-carbon alternatives. Our hydro development has the potential to meet the market needs and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Now, despite our enormous economic potential and strong Indigenous partners, the Northwest Territories is still hindered in that they require much of the basic infrastructure that already exists in southern jurisdictions. This includes, of course, roads to many of the communities that don't have access in the north. In Partnership Canada, we need to continue to build territorial and community infrastructure to support the healthy and prosperous communities and to lower the cost of living that we're seeing today in Northern Canada. Madam Speaker, C-88 does not provide any of these. Mervyn Gruben, the mayor of the hamlet of Tuktoyaktuk, said, "It's kind of deja vu all over again." In 2012, he was invited to come here and speak to the panel as well. I think it was just about the same people, he said, or maybe even the same panel. We did such a good presentation in the fall of 2012 that in February of 2013, our friend, Mr. Flaherty, rest in peace, announced in the budget that we're going to get $199 million for our desperately needed highway. That was the beginning of our Tuk-Inuvik Highway. I don't know why we call it Tuk-Inuvik Highway. I'd like to call it the Highway to Tuk. It's just the finishing off of the Dumpster Highway, the Diefenbaker Highway. That's what it should be, the road to resources. Anyways, we got the highway built, and unbelievably this year, Madam Speaker, 5,000 people came to Tuk, 5,000 tourists. As the member from Winnipeg North pointed out, but on a good year they get about 2,500. It's just a total game changer. He went on to say, we're proud people who like to work for a living. We're not used to getting social assistance and that kind of stuff. Now we're getting tourists coming up north, but that is a small change compared to when you work in oil and gas, and you're used to getting that kind of living. Our people are used to that. We're not used to selling trinkets and T-shirts and that kind of stuff. Yes, they're sitting on trillions of cubic feet of natural gas. It's right under our feet, yet we're shipping diesel and gasoline from far away. Madam Speaker, this just does not make any sense at all. As I mentioned earlier, one of the more troubling aspects of this bill is the following. Specifically, the proposed amendments to the CPRA would authorize the Governor and Council to issue an order when in the national interest prohibiting existing exploration license and significant discovery license holders from carrying out any oil and gas activities. What company, and I ask you this, would invest their shareholders' money to develop an oil or gas deposit when there's simply the possibility that the government would come in at any time and shut them down? And what exactly do we mean by the national interest? There is no explanation. Perhaps an example or two of what they mean by that would certainly clarify it. Madam Speaker, the sponsors of this bill mandate letter reads in part, and I'll quote, as Minister of Intergovernmental and Northern Affairs and Internal Trade, your goal will be to implement national commitments and priorities that depend on strong relationships with other orders of government, creating good middle-class jobs and growing the economy, and advocating for and achieving improved trade between the provinces and all territories in this country. You will also work to address the needs and priorities of Northerners. HoC 88 certainly stifles the creation of good middle-class jobs. It does not grow the economy at all, and it certainly does not address the needs and priorities of Northern Canadians. It is going to be very, very difficult for the residents of the North to attract resource development companies when they do not have the needed infrastructure, the onerous tax burdens, and the regulatory hoops that they have to jump through. We've talked in committee, Madam Speaker, we've done infrastructure on Northern Aboriginal communities. We've talked about transportation, energy, telecommunications. On transportation alone, due to the lack of efficient transportation systems, costly workarounds must be developed. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, this government must know that they really can't have it both ways. They cannot attract investment in Canada, and in particular in the North, where their penchant on taxes and erroneous rules and regulations live on. We have seen this time and time again in this country, and now Northern Canada is feeling the wrath of the Liberals. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think a couple of the
The members' colleagues said they supported Indigenous self-government controlling their own destiny. So I just wondered, the Sahtu and the Clecho have self-governing modern treaties. I just wonder if the member is supporting that. And while he's thinking of the answer, I just want to show his support. All the MPs in the House are invited by the Chief, Roberta Joseph from Dawson City, to the AFN reception, the second floor of the Westin, to protect the porcupine caribou herd starting in half an hour. And if you can't make that, I'll invite everyone in the House and, in fact, in the country to come at Yukon Day tomorrow at 5:30 at 228 Valor Building.
Our member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for the invitation, and unfortunately tonight we have some votes in the House of Commons, so we can't make the reception tonight, but we'll be there tomorrow on behalf of the Conservative Party. And it's interesting because when you look at this bill, C-88, it consists of two parts. Part A amends the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, which was initially passed under the Chrétien Liberals back in 1998. Imagine that, Madam Speaker, 20 years ago. And of course, it was amended by our former Conservative government within Bill C-15, which, by the way, Madam Speaker, I should add, the Liberals, who were third party back in 2014, voted for it that day in the House.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, frequently the Liberals in their speeches have talked about the importance of consultation and engagement and working together in partnership. So I wonder how my colleague would describe the Prime Minister in Washington making a grand statement about a moratorium on oil and gas in the Beaufort, with giving 20 minutes notice to territorial governments and having no conversation at all, a decision that impacted across the North without one word of consultation. Would he describe that in the ways that the Liberals have glowingly all day said how much importance they put on consultation and working in partnership?
The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. Yes, that day will go down on one of the worst days in Canadian Parliament history. The Prime Minister announcing a moratorium in Northern Canada, but the announcement was done with an outgoing President of the United States of America, Barack Obama. How would you feel if you were a Northerner and you get a phone call 20 minutes before the announcement is being made that there will be a moratorium on oil and gas where you live? You look around. You can sell a T-shirt, Madam Speaker, for $7.99 and a few trinkets, but these Northerners want jobs. They want to be a part of the middle class in this country, and that was just a stab in the back when the Prime Minister makes the announcement, not only in this country, but with the President of the United States.
Shameful.
We have time for a brief question. Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yukon.
There is an injunction about that particular clause that's being changed by the courts that the Sahtu and the Clecho brought before the government to get this changed. They want the boards changed back to the way it was negotiated in their land claims. Does the member have a comment on whether that particular clause is a good idea?
The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Madam Speaker, back in 2014, yes, they tried to reduce the government of the day, the Conservatives of the day. You know, in this country, we have seen a lot of obstruction in oil and gas. And this was the issue back then. We have so many water boards, we have so many other boards up there that we tried to condense back in the day down to one that you could deal with the situation. Yes, it probably hurt a few people, their feelings in that, but at the end of the day, look what we're seeing today in Alberta. The announcement yesterday by the Premier of Alberta reducing oil capacity in that province. We have watched this Liberal government buy a pipeline that we didn't actually need to buy at $4.5 billion. The company in charge took the money and is now doing very good business in the state of Texas.
Resuming debate, the honourable member of Chilliwack Hope.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's good to speak in the House always and on an issue that I'm passionate about, Northern Canada, and C-15, we've heard referenced a number of times, was legislation that I was very proud to have been a part of. I was part of the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development, and we spent a lot of quality time in the Northwest Territories talking to people about making government work better for the people of the Northwest Territories, and that's what Bill C-15 did. It devolved powers from Ottawa to the Territory, something that the Northwest Territories had been fighting for and asking for decades, and that's what our government delivered. And this bill, C-88, basically formalizes in law one of the most egregious slaps in the face I think I've ever witnessed as an elected representative, where the Prime Minister went to Washington, D.C. to see his friend Barack Obama, see him off. He had already termed out. He was in his lame duck portion of his presidency. And he decided, our Prime Minister decided that it would be a good going-away present to put a moratorium on oil and gas drilling in the Beaufort Sea in the Northwest Territories in the north. And they did this without consulting. This government likes to talk about consulting with Indigenous people. But when the rubber hits the road, they couldn't care less what the Indigenous people of this country think unless it goes along with their preconceived notion of what they want to do as a government. We saw that in this moratorium. We saw it as well with the Northern Gateway Pipeline, where the Aboriginal Equity Partners Group, 31 Indigenous communities, had a $2 billion opportunity staring them in the face, and this Prime Minister and this Liberal government shut that down with the stroke of a pen, and they did it again from Ottawa. Because when it comes to the Liberals, Ottawa always knows best. When it comes to Indigenous peoples, when it comes to the Liberals, Ottawa always knows best. We saw it with the moratorium. We saw it with the Northern Gateway Pipeline, where they feel they have no obligation to consult when it comes to the economic opportunities that they rip away from Indigenous communities. They ripped away opportunities from the Aboriginal Equity Partners. They've ripped it away again from Northerners with this moratorium. And the member for Northwest Territories actually said, well, there's no oil and gas development happening there. Is that any surprise, Mr. Speaker? Why would any company invest their hard-earned dollars in a jurisdiction when a government with a phone call with 20 minutes notice can shut down the whole thing? Why would they invest, in the case of Northern Gateway Pipeline, $750 million a private company invested, and the government shuts it down with the stroke of a pen, ripping away $2 billion in economic opportunity for a group of Aboriginal communities in a region of this country that has very little other economic opportunity. So what was the reaction from Northerners when this was done? Well, the Northwest Territories Premier, Bob McLeod, he said very clearly that the promise of the North is fading and the dreams of Northerners are dying as we see a re-emergence of colonialism. And he was talking about this Prime Minister and this government with their colonial approach, shutting down development because it would play well with Barack Obama, the Green Lobby, and Southern Canada. They didn't care at all what the reality would be in the North. And he said again, quote, we shouldn't have to stop our own development so the rest of Canada can feel better. He said, we need jobs, we need work. You want us to leave the North because we can't work there. You want us to live in a large park. That's essentially what's happened here. So the Premier of the Northwest Territories gets it. He gets exactly what the Prime Minister is trying to do, which is make Northwest Territories, Canada's North in general, Nunavut and Yukon, into a great protected space where Ottawa will just keep sending up the money and the Northerners will not have the ability to control their own natural resources, control their own destiny. That's what C-15 did. It gave control of the North to those who live there, to Northerners. It brought into line the regulatory processes, the regulatory regime with what was happening in the rest of Canada. And I guess in a way, C-88 does the same thing now with this Liberal government. They brought in C-69, which will devastate and kill resource development in this country. Everyone in the industry says so. Everyone in oil and gas knows that C-69 will devastate them. You have the entire province of Alberta, from the NDP to the United Conservative Party and all points in between, saying you have to remove C-69. The government must repeal C-69, at least pause C-69. The government says, we know best. We're the federal government. We're in Ottawa, and here in our wisdom, even though the price of oil is now down to $10 a barrel, the price differential is $50 between a barrel on the world market and what Albertan oil companies can sell it for. The government says that's no problem. Our hearts go out to you. Our hearts go out to you. And so with C-88 now, they're saying, you know what C-69 has devastated the resource economy in the rest of Canada, so we need to partner it up with legislation that's specific to the North, and that'll be C-88, where we prevent oil and gas development in that region. And what these Liberals don't seem to understand is when you drive away that capital investment, it doesn't simply turn around on a dime and come back when the moratorium might be lifted someday in the future. It's the same as we've seen in Alberta. When these companies pack up and leave, when they're driven out of the country by government policies as they have been by this Liberal government, they don't simply turn around and come back with their billions of dollars and tens of thousands of jobs on a whim. It takes decades to repair the damage that this government has done in 3 short years. It will take decades to build back the capacity and to build back that investor confidence that has evaporated since this government took office. And why has it evaporated? It is because they have taken the processes that are in place and they have politicized them for their own gains. They have said, we don't care that the National Energy Board has conducted an independent 2-year-long $750 million investigation of the Northern Gateway Pipeline with 209 conditions that were placed upon it. We don't care about that because we know best. We're going to cancel that pipeline. We're going to make it impossible for the Energy East pipeline to go ahead. We're going to buy the Trans Mountain pipeline and then just park it and see what happens in a few years after the next election. Companies have abandoned this country in the billions of dollars and in the tens of thousands of workers. And this is just another example with this kind of legislation of that sort of philosophy, where Ottawa knows best, and they certainly think they know best when it comes to Indigenous communities, many of whom, like Bob McLeod, like many in the North who say we earn our living with oil and gas revenues. We work in these industries. You're taking away opportunity from our people. But this government doesn't believe they need to talk to those people that actually support resource development. They only need to talk to people who support the Liberal government's agenda. So when I hear the Prime Minister say there's no relationship more important than that with Canada's Indigenous people, his record proves that that is simply untrue. With certain Indigenous people, with the Indigenous people that agree with him, he's very into maintaining that relationship, but disagree with the Prime Minister. If you have an agenda you actually want to pursue economic development for your people, well, he doesn't have to consult you because Ottawa knows best. And that's what this legislation is, an Ottawa knows best, made in Southern Canada solution for Northerners. Unlike our previous government that wanted to see the North thrive, we wanted to promote Northern sovereignty. We wanted to promote devolution of powers to Northerners because they know best how to govern themselves. They don't need a Prime Minister going down to Washington, D.C. to tell them how to do it. We'll proudly vote against this legislation, and when we form government in 2019, work to rebuild the damage that this government has done in this country.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is somewhat discouraging to hear from my colleague from across the way. You know, this Bill C-88 is before us today because in good part of the reaction to C-15. When Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister of Canada, he disregarded completely what was being told of him in regards to the how best to manage land and water resources. And Stephen Harper came up with, it's his way. And his way did not work. And that's why we have C-88 today, Mr. Speaker. And then we get a member opposite convincing us as to why it is we have to ensure that the Conservatives don't get power again into the future. Because all they're saying, Mr. Speaker, today, is they're going back to the Stephen Harper days. It's as if Stephen Harper hasn't even left the chamber, Mr. Speaker. Stephen Harper is alive and well and sits behind those curtains, possibly, Mr. Speaker. My question is why? Why would the Conservative Party continue to follow Stephen Harper when we know Stephen Harper was wrong on this, and we even had a court that said so, Mr. Speaker?
Number 4, Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, I have to wonder if the honourable member gets a gold star in the Liberal lobby every time he says Stephen Harper. Perhaps he gets a bonus check of some sort every time he says the word Stephen Harper. The bill C-15, which was so egregious, Mr. Speaker, which was so outrageous that that member just was forced to stand in his place and vote in favour of it. That's what he thought of Bill C-15, and now it's a catastrophe that has to be undone today. The Bill C-15 specifically contemplated clearly and specifically contemplated all of those the boards that were mentioned in the modern land claims agreements. When those were signed, they all contemplated one larger board, the Mackenzie Valley Land and Water Board. All of that had been built into those agreements. So we had meetings, over 50 meetings with Aboriginal groups in that territory, and we came forward with a plan that was going to work for Northerners. This member clearly doesn't care about that because, as I've said before, for him, Ottawa always knows best when it comes to the North.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you. And the member from Chilliwack brought up a very important observation, and that's the government talks about consultation, but when it's a project that is going to actually help First Nations, Indigenous peoples, they don't seem to even ask the question. So whether it is Eagle Spirit, the tanker moratorium, whether it's the up in the north, the drilling moratorium, they follow a pattern, and I'm just wondering if he could make comment on it, because to me, it's a complete gap in the consultation process.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, as I said, this government thought that consultation meant giving Premier Bob McLeod minutes notice before the decision was made in Washington, D.C. by the Prime Minister. That was the level of consultation there. I actually asked an order paper question about the Northern Gateway decision. I asked what consultations did this government undertake before ripping away $2 billion in economic opportunity from 31 First Nations and Métis Nations, and the answer was they did none. They felt they had no obligation because when they're taking away opportunity, they feel that they don't have to deal with those kind of rights. And that's why the Aboriginal Equity Partners said we are profoundly shocked and disappointed by the news that the federal government has no intention of pursuing any further consultation and dialogue with our communities. But that's the pattern of this government. If you disagree with them, they don't bother talking to you. They only want people that come to them, that agree with them to start with, will participate in their photo ops, but if you disagree with them, you're irrelevant. They'll give you 20 minutes notice and make a decision in Washington, D.C.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is an honour to rise today in the House to talk about Bill C-88 and its effects and what it proposes to do in terms of strengthening that relationship that we have with the locals that would be impacted by the legislation in the Northwest Territories. And before I start, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that it is an honor to stand here recognizing that we're on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people, and I am proud to support a bill that would strengthen the relationship between Canada and its Indigenous peoples. Today, we begin second reading of Bill C-88, an act to amend the Mackenzie Valley Resources Management Act and Canada Petroleum Resources Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. I will use my time to focus primarily on the amendments to the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the North is seeing effects of climate change in a more significant and faster way than the rest of Canada. In fact, climate change in the North is occurring at twice the global rate as anywhere else that we're seeing, Mr. Speaker. Scientists now predict that Canada will, the North will be ice-free by 2040, as opposed to what they originally predicted being 2100. Climate change is having a profound impact on Canada's Arctic and the northern and Indigenous peoples and communities. While some of the effects of climate change, such as melting sea ice, are creating economic opportunities, they are also creating new health and safety risks for Northerners and negatively affecting core traditional lifestyles such as hunting and fishing. And I think it goes without saying, Mr. Speaker, that we are continually hearing more and more rhetoric coming from the Conservatives and the alt-right about how climate change is something that we can't control, and it's something that we don't have the ability to really do anything about. We just have to kind of accept it. For those that even now believe that climate change might actually be happening, because there's a whole host of those on the right that still don't even accept it as a reality, despite the fact that 99% of the scientists out there are saying that our climate is changing, and in fact a number almost equivalent to that are saying that mankind is creating that impact on our environment, and mankind are the only ones that can actually stop it and reverse it. And to those that would suggest that climate change is something that, quite frankly, we can't control, or that we shouldn't believe the 97% of scientists that say it is man-made, I would offer to them, if 97% of scientists came forward, or 97% of doctors came forward and said, you have cancer, my guess is that most people would probably accept that and try to react in a way that would change and do something about the diagnosis that they've received. So it goes without saying that I am very puzzled that that we are unable to do and exercise the same kind of judgment when we talk about climate change, and the fact that there's such a worldwide cry out there, so to speak, with respect to what we need to be doing, and what we need to be doing now and acting now and changing our habits immediately so that we can have lasting impacts. And so these changes are reframing Canada's approach to the future development of Arctic offshore oil and gas in three ways. One, climate change is changing the ecology and distribution of marine species, which requires us to have a better understanding of what the risks are. Two, climate change is altering the northern environment with more unpredictability in weather, ice, and ocean behavior, and we need to better understand all of the factors influencing risks for workers and wildlife. Three, we have to be sure that the activities will be pursued responsibly. We want to strike the appropriate balance between economic opportunities and environmental protection. Development must be done in a way that respects and strengthens the reconciliation with Indigenous peoples in the North. And, Mr. Speaker, I think I'll take the opportunity now to comment briefly on the past 10 years. In a number of times over the last couple of weeks, I've brought up the past government and the 10 years in power that when they were in power, and how they were really unable to accomplish anything when it came to our natural resource development, in particular oil. And it's not because I don't think that the Conservatives had the right intentions. They wanted to develop those, but the approach that they sought to do it went in a direction that made it virtually impossible for them to actually develop those resources and see those resources get to new markets. You know, Stephen Harper did a very good job of touting how the oil industry was going to be a super economic powerhouse for Canada, and how we would take this oil and distribute it to free markets by getting it to access points in order to deliver to those markets. The problem is that in the process of doing that, Mr. Speaker, he continually bullied his way through dealing with environmental movements, dealing with climate change experts, with Indigenous communities throughout the country. He continually and systematically did things such as bring in Bill C-15 that essentially you know, were held up because they were dragged through the courts, and various other measures were taken in order to slow down the government's ability to actually see the resources get opened up to new markets. And so essentially what Stephen Harper was doing while he was touting that this was going to be the next biggest thing in the Canadian economy was he was painting a huge target on the back of the industry, because he was undermining all of the processes, all of the various different players that would contribute to that, to the discussion and to allowing the regulations to be developed in a responsible way. And so that's what this government is doing. And that's what we saw with the moratorium, and that's what we're seeing with the legislation that came out of that, the massive amounts of consultation that were done with Indigenous communities, that were done with respect to science, that were done with respect to the rule of law, so that when something actually does come into play and new opportunities to explore for natural resources occurs, it can be done in a responsible way, and it can be done in a way that respected the processes and respected the various different players that were involved in it. And that's something that Stephen Harper failed to do, but this government is actually doing, and that's why we're seeing progress. So I respect the fact that the Conservatives are upset time and time again about the economy and about the resources and how they're being delivered, and how there's a new approach. Because, I mean, quite frankly, if I had been in their position for 10 years of inaction and then actually starting to see something, real tangible change happen in a way that's going to positively impact not just our economy, but also is going to impact the relationships that we have with scientists and Indigenous communities, yeah, I would be upset too if I were in their position, because they were unable to do anything about it, and now they're actually seeing that there might be a process to move forward on this. So what's their default reaction? To be obstructionist about it, to come in here and to try to tout that the way that this is being handled is in a way that's not going to produce any tangible results. But I guess time will see. And 7 years from now, when we get to the end of our 10-year run, to match their 10-year run, we'll have an opportunity to look back. And at that time, we can see how effective we were over a 10-year period versus how effective they were. I will add, Mr. Speaker, that after we're done that 10 years, we'll likely go on for another 10 after that, an encore performance, if you will. Because the Canadian people understand it, and they buy it, and they believe it. They believe the processes that we're putting in place. They believe that a government is not there to bully its way through various different processes within the government, and that a government is there to make sure that they are consulting and bringing all players together, which is what this bill attempts to do, and it has done in the development to get here. So I'm aware of the importance of the oil and gas activities, Mr. Speaker, to the economic prosperity of the social well-being of Canada. We recognize the important potential they have to strengthen Canada's economy in the north. However, acting in haste would be irresponsible and could cause permanent damage to our oceans and communities. In 2016, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister affirmed that commercial activities in the Arctic would occur only if the highest safety and environmental standards were met, and if these were consistent with our climate and environmental goals. Now, at least you have something to actually measure that against, Mr. Speaker, because we are taking the initiative to tell you what our plan is as it relates to the environment. You'd ask the Conservatives, what's your plan? I mean, they're going to complain about this all day long, saying you can't be you have to do more to open up the oil and gas sector, and you have to continue to make sure that we can exploit the resources that we have. But at the same time, they have absolutely nothing to say when it comes to how they're going to protect the economy. As a matter of fact, their leader was asked at the beginning of 2018, and he said, oh yeah, we'll be bringing forward our plan real soon. And now it's been almost 12 months since he said that, and they still virtually have no plan. And Mr. Speaker, I hear the other side, the members from the Conservative Party, laughing at this and heckling. But then you can put my rhetoric, so to speak, if you claim it to be that, to sleep by just standing up when the time comes in about 9 minutes and telling us what is your plan with the environment. What will you do? Sorry, Mr. Speaker, through you to them, what would they do to properly protect the environment? And I would love...
I'm just going to pause for a second. And some people, I'm sure they're just talking to have the person next to them hear them, but their voice carries very well, and it kind of interrupts everything. So I just want to remind those with the strong voices to maybe tone it down and not face the person talking. Maybe face the person next to them when they talk to them so that they can hear them, not all the rest of us, and we can concentrate on the person speaking. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you for sticking up for me there, but don't worry, I have to deal with it all the time, so I'm completely content with it, but I do respect your desire to maintain quorum in this chamber. So, as I was saying, Mr. Speaker, I would absolutely love to hear what the Conservative plan is when it comes to the environment. I know that they want to protect it, quote unquote, because that sounds really good, and it makes them feel good. But why don't they actually, Mr. Speaker, tell us what they're going to do to protect our environment? And they won't. And I can almost guarantee you that, Mr. Speaker, in 7 or 8 minutes from now, when it's time for them to get up and ask questions, they'll stand up and they will not tell us what they're going to do to actually protect the environment, other than not to worry, their leader has a plan. So, Mr. Speaker, what I've laid out here in terms of what the Prime Minister did with respect to the bringing forward those highest safety and environmental standards when making these decisions, we have to respect the fact that these are important decisions. As a government, we can ensure by strengthening and modernizing our regulatory regime that these principles underpin resource development in the North. The proposed amendments under the bill being debated today amend the Canada Petroleum Act and also to the Mackenzie Valley Resources Management Act are part of this modernization. This isn't the first time we've come before this chamber to do this, Mr. Speaker. It has happened in the past. The Yukon Environmental and Socioeconomic Assessment Act, during the third reading, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown, Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs said that we needed robust processes in place that protect our rich natural environment and respect the rights and interests of Indigenous peoples and support a strong Canadian natural resources sector. The bill before the House today aims to do the same thing, Mr. Speaker, protect the environment, respect Indigenous rights, and support the natural resource economy. The bill will also provide the foundation for partnership and for future collaboration. We know we can do all of these things, Mr. Speaker, if we take the right approach. And that's the approach that I previously talked about that this government is doing and has been committed to doing in so many different processes than just this particular bill. I will now speak briefly to the Canada Petroleum Act and what the proposed amendments will do. In short, they would allow us to carefully assess the prospects of Arctic offshore resource development in the context of the changing environment. And they would enable the government to freeze existing licenses held by companies wanting to explore oil and gas prospects in the Beaufort Sea. This change complements the stopping of the issuance of new licenses announced in 2016. This would allow for a thorough evaluation of the current science around climate change and oceans effects so that we can best determine next steps for Arctic offshore oil and gas. The Government of Canada will undertake this review with our northern partners, including Arctic Indigenous groups and territorial governments. This means that any decisions
that will be steered by those most affected. This approach supports seven-generation thinking, Mr. Speaker. This is an indigenous principle, meaning that action should be taken only when thought through the consequences of people for 7 generations into the future. This is critical in the context of climate change and what kind of planet we are going to leave for our children. So, Mr. Speaker, on that note, I want to take a moment to reaffirm our government's commitment to the Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change. This means that the government will support and collaborate with Indigenous and Northern communities and territorial governments as they take action on climate change. Budget 2016 and 2017 provided over $220 million for new programs under the Pan-Canadian Framework. To date, these investments have supported hundreds of projects in Northern and Indigenous communities for marine life, monitoring studies, coastal erosion, glacial melt impact assessments, and initiatives for communities to explore wind and solar power alternatives to offset the use of diesel fuel. The funding is also being used to help Indigenous peoples participate in policy discussions on climate change. Mr. Speaker, this bill is consistent with these crucial and critical efforts to understand, mitigate, and adapt to climate change. The point is, when dealing with the Arctic, we are dealing with societies as well as ecosystems, Mr. Speaker. Taking a step back with no proposed amendments in the bill enables us to look at the big picture, including our interconnectedness and vulnerability as humans in a rapidly changing world. This is why I support Bill C-88 as it relates to the Canada Petroleum Resources Act. And, Mr. Speaker, I encourage all members to do the same. Thank you.
Well done.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for Kingston and the Islands for his speech.
We talk a lot about climate change. We do recognize climate change, but the way to address it is quite different from the Liberal side. As we know, the Liberal side would like to impose the Liberal carbon tax from coast to coast to coast. This is not the way to do it. As far as we are concerned, we have to help the big polluter to less make emission. That's our view. But, Mr. Speaker, look at the fact. As you know, in the province of Quebec, we have the cap-and-trade system. It's working since 2013. So we have an experience. Based on the Quebec experience, what is the result? Mr. Speaker, 5 days ago, the Premier of Quebec, the Honourable François Legault, tabled a document that prove with the cap-and-trade the result of this policy, the Liberal policy, on the reality. Do you think, Mr. Speaker, we have a decrease of pollution? No. Do you think there is a light decrease of pollution? No. Do you think there is zero effect on pollution with the cap-and-trade? No. You know the result? There is an augmentation of pollution with the cap-and-trade based on the fact in Quebec. Other member can explain that.
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the member in his question did not say what they were going to do. All he said, Mr. Speaker, was he said that they believe in climate change, and then he went on to say that he criticized this government's approach to it, and then he went on to say, quote, we want to help the big polluters make less emissions, end quote. But yeah, everybody wants to do that. That's a nice visionary statement, but it doesn't speak to what you're actually going to do. And I would propose to him that is exactly what a price on pollution does, is it's going to help that. Now, if the member would like to provide an example of what they would actually do, that would be really nice to hear. But all he did, Mr. Speaker, was criticize the effort of this government and various other governments without proposing an actual solution as to what they would do.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Red Deer, Mountain View.
Here. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's certainly interesting to listen to the member as he tries to weave through some tangential brush with the truth in this discussion. And of course, we take a look at the sorts of things that the Liberals have said, and of course, the member from Labrador in 2014 said, as Liberals, we want to see the Northwest Territories have the kind of independence it has sought. We want it to have the ability to make decisions regarding the environment, resource development, business management, growth, and opportunity which arise within their own lands. And I was fortunate enough to be able to go into the North as I was with Aboriginal Affairs as we went through with Northern Development discussions. And I know how important it was to those members that we had met with to talk about their opportunity for them to actually deal with the development in their own regions. And when I read that this Part B, and the members so eloquently mentioned how this was going to work with the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, but then when you think about what actually is being said, it's going to prohibit oil and gas activities, freeze the terms of existing licenses to prevent them from expiring during a moratorium, and then we have the province of Alberta and everyone else that is involved with oil and gas saying we have to get rid of that moratorium. I'm just wondering if the member is going to push as hard to get rid of the moratorium so that we don't have to worry about that particular injunction as he seems to be pushing for some of the other things that he's commented on.
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the attempt to inform me about what a particular member in the House said 5 years ago. I'm not exactly sure that relates to the content in what I had to say, but what I will say is that C-15, which was brought in by Stephen Harper, was found to have significant flaws with it by the courts. And what we've done here, what this government has done with this particular piece of legislation, is do the proper consultation, involve from a scientific perspective, from a relationship perspective with Indigenous communities, have gone through the processes to make sure that everything is done properly so that when we do come back to the table, it's done in a way that we're not bullying our way through particular industries or groups, and that it's done in a consultative way with everybody. And that's exactly what you're seeing in the results of C-88 today.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm really happy to rise and ask a question of my colleague with regard to Bill C-88 and to thank him for his support and endorsement of the bill. I think, Mr. Speaker, it's evident what's happening in the House, and that is that the Conservatives realize in passing the devolution agreement for the Northwest Territories, which all Canadians supported at the time and support today, that they also passed legislation that was unilaterally supported only by the Conservative Harper government and imposed it upon Indigenous people in the Northwest Territories and the Indigenous government. Since that day, they have been asking that this legislation be amended. They have went to the court to do so. They've won their case in the court. And even then, the Conservative Harper government continued to appeal that decision. Mr. Speaker, I say to my colleague today, and I know that he will agree, but I want him to, for the record, indicate the process that our government has taken in removing it from the courts, a process of dialogue and respect for Indigenous people, and I ask him, is that the right process?
For Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And that is exactly the right process. It's the process that this government's been taking, and it's the process that the previous government didn't take. And you know, this goes back to what I said during the emergency debate on the oil prices in Alberta, Mr. Speaker, and I'll reiterate it here. The reason why Stephen Harper was unable to get any meaningful changes done with respect to the natural resource industry is because he continually bullied his way through the process. Rather than actually trying to work with the environmental groups, to work with Indigenous communities, to get them on board and to get consensus, he completely ignored them, forced them to take him to court, which resulted in the decision from the court that put the brakes on C-15. He painted a target on the back of the industry that he was supposedly trying to help and supposedly trying to grow economically. This is an approach, a balanced approach that respects all the players involved, and this is exactly the way that not just a Liberal government should do it, but any government in this House should do it.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I'm really impressed with the focus that we have in this House on First Nations, Indigenous, Métis and Inuit people and their love for the environment, their love for the outdoors, their love for making sure that they take care of the land, their hunting and their fishing. These are people that we want to hear what their views are. However, at the same time, these people are also the people who want to go forward and make sure that they have the opportunity to succeed in Canada the way all of us do. If they are so responsible for the land already, why is it that you cannot take that into account when those same people are being shut down by this government and their Indigenous rights to engage in resource development are being stymied by this government?
For Kingston and the Islands.
Not, Mr. Speaker, they're not. And that's the whole point to this legislation. This legislation was done in consultation with Indigenous peoples and has been brought forward in a way that respects the process. Our Indigenous communities in Canada will have the opportunity to properly make sure that when it comes time to making the decisions around the exploration, that their views are respected. And that's something that the Harper government failed to do. And that's why we ended up in this place where the moratorium was put into place, and this legislation effectively came forward after that.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we're on the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin people. I'm very proud to join my colleagues and speak in full support of Bill C-88 today. The Prime Minister has stated that no relationship is more important to our government and indeed to Canada than the one with our Indigenous peoples. I'm proud of what we have done to make this commitment real, and that we're continuing to strive to fulfill it with bills such as the one that we have before us today. Our government is dedicated to a renewed relationship with Indigenous peoples in the true spirit of reconciliation. But this requires real work, Mr. Speaker. One of the key elements in achieving true reconciliation is meaningful consultation. Canada is committed to following the principles laid out by the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Furthermore, our Constitution protects Indigenous and treaty rights. When those rights may be impacted, Canada must engage in consultation with Indigenous peoples. Mr. Speaker, this isn't an option, it's a legal obligation. And that's only the starting point, Mr. Speaker. We've reached a moment in our country's history where we're making deep, foundational changes to the way that we approach our relationships with Indigenous peoples. These changes must be reflected in legislation that we enact here in this place. The only way forward to build a better future for all is by working together in the spirit of respect, recognition of rights, collaboration, and partnership. We're committed to restoring trust and further strengthening our relationship with our Indigenous partners in the Northwest Territories by supporting the integrated co-management regime for land and waters in the Mackenzie Valley. And that's what we're discussing tonight, Mr. Speaker. We needed to restore this trust after the previous government ignored their duty to consult, and were therefore found to have violated their obligations as partners. We need to ensure that the management of our natural resources is done in a way that respects the inherent and treaty rights of Indigenous peoples. Through Bill C-88, we can ensure sustainable resource development while at the same time also protecting the long-term health and well-being of the environment. This proposed legislation was created in a spirit of reconciliation meant to help to renew the relationship between the Crown and Indigenous peoples in the Northwest Territories through mutual respect and cooperation. It's our responsibility to foster and support meaningful consultation with Indigenous peoples in order to reach consensus with governments, with industry, and in fact with all Canadians. This is not always a quick or an easy process, but we cannot, under any circumstances, repeat the harmful mistakes of the past, and that past goes back a long way. For centuries, Indigenous people were ostracized and excluded from decision-making processes. Indigenous governments, leaders, and communities did not have a say in what happened to their people or their traditional territories. We need to change that, Mr. Speaker. This disturbing legacy has held Indigenous people back for far too long. It's excluded them from fully engaging in Canada's economy and sharing in the abundance of our country's wealth, both our natural wealth and our economic wealth, Mr. Speaker. This bill is a small step to give Indigenous groups their voices back. Bill C-88 is a direct response to the concerns of Indigenous organizations and governments respecting the legislative and regulatory framework flowing from their constitutionally protected land claim and self-government agreements. While previous governments ignored these concerns, we know that in working collaboratively, we can reach a better result. Mr. Speaker, the amendments proposed by this bill respect the integrity of the land claim agreements that the Government of Canada and the Government of the Northwest Territories entered into with good faith. We've heard loud and clear from our Indigenous partners that the dissolution of the Gwich'in, Saulteaux, and Klingel land and water boards by the previous Conservative government denies Indigenous groups their hard-won rights. This has been stated by the courts. We've also heard from them that this directly contravenes their land claims agreements, which include the creation and management of these boards. Reconciliation is not an empty word to our government, Mr. Speaker. Actions must follow words in order to move forward and work towards real and lasting positive change in the relationship between Canada and our Indigenous peoples. This bill proposes to reverse board restructuring and reintroduce the other regulatory amendments. Simply put, Indigenous peoples have the right to oversee how their lands are used and to share in the wealth. These amendments will result in a better process for all parties involved. It will remove uncertainty for groups from the mining, oil and gas industry and other investors wanting to begin new projects in these areas. And Mr. Speaker, business needs certainty in order to move forward. They don't need to know that things are going to change on the road ahead. We need to do the work up front to make sure that all areas are covered. Bill C-88 will integrate the perspectives of Indigenous peoples into the future usages of land and water on their territories. It will include and incorporate Indigenous views and perspectives into any decision-making in regards to land and resources. We must work together in order to improve the quality of life for Indigenous peoples in Canada. And key to achieving this goal is Indigenous control over Indigenous lands. In order to protect the integrity of our land claim agreements and treaty rights, the importance of engagement and consultation must be respected. The Gwich'in, Saulteaux, and Wekizi stood up and made it clear that they wanted their voices heard and their rights acknowledged and respected. This bill will ensure that they will continue to have a say in what happens to the lands and water that they preside over and have presided over for centuries. True reconciliation cannot occur until Indigenous governments and organizations are fully included in the management of land and resources in the North. We need to bring the voices of Indigenous peoples into this process in order to have a broader and more complete view of the future of Canada's natural resources. As the Prime Minister has said, together we can build a world where the rights of Indigenous peoples are respected, where their voices are honored, and where their communities thrive. The bill that we're debating today ensures that the unique perspective of Indigenous organizations, leaders, and communities are heard and listened to. I urge all my colleagues today to recognize the importance of incorporating an Indigenous perspective into the future decision-making of our natural resources sector and to support this important legislation. Mr. Speaker, it is a new way of looking at things. We are changing the order of how we work together with Indigenous people, and that really involves a new way of approaching legislation such as we see in C-88. It also includes some painful redoing of legislation that didn't meet the mark of our future relationship, respecting the rights of Indigenous people. And that's where we find ourselves today, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-88 is taking us down a new road with our northern Indigenous neighbours. It's a road that's going to be good for them, it's going to be good for us, it's going to be good for the land that we all share. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well done, Lloyd.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to listen to the member opposite discuss things. In this particular case, however, this legislation is completely wrong. It is just an extension of the terrible mess that we see ourselves in our resource development around the country, but certainly in Western Canada. Yeah. There's discussions about environment, global environment, and so on. And I take a look at the global environment aspect of it, and then there has to be this relationship of all of these, the oil and the gas, the minerals and so on, can be shut down in Canada. They're going to be produced somewhere else. And that's the issue that I have. We have a situation where the products that we have are produced in the most environmentally effective way. We have the good corporate citizens that make sure that they're paying their taxes, that they are helping us with regards to building schools and hospitals and all of these types of things. It gives us an opportunity to take the money that we have and then to actually have targeted programs throughout the world, not ones that we're going to pick up on Twitter. And these are the sorts of things that we should be doing. And to suggest that anybody should be voting for this legislation, and I look at the Liberals opposite, they have to understand the damage that is happening because of this. So I'm wondering if the honourable member can talk about the aspect of global emissions and compare Canada's role there to what is going to be replacing it as the rest of the world fills in for us.
Here, what a great...
Well, member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member across the way. And we haven't agreed on a few things at committee, and usually it has to do with our resource management, our putting a price on pollution, how we can help to restore the land that we've poked holes in, that we've put pollution above, the waters that we've contaminated over the years, things that Indigenous people have watched us do and have had no control over, Mr. Speaker. So I think what we have to look at is what we're talking about in Northern Canada, and I've traveled Northern Canada extensively, working in mines, working in resource development, working on hydro resources. Those aren't going anywhere, Mr. Speaker. They're our land. We can't transfer our minerals from Canada to other countries for other countries to mine. It's up to us to do that sustainably. It's up to us to work with our local Indigenous leaders and Indigenous communities to make sure that we're not polluting their water, that we're not ruining their air, and that together we create a sustainable development of our North. And we have to do it together, Mr. Speaker. What we saw from the previous Bill C-15 that the Conservative government worked on, jamming 4 land and water agreements into one, not consulting, not working on a way forward, that was the old way of doing things, and it didn't work. We didn't get resources developed at the end of the day. So we have to work together. It is painful, I know, for some of my colleagues, but we need a new way of doing business in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech today. And I think that we should not lose focus of what we're discussing here. What we're discussing is ensuring that we respect land claims in this country, that we consult with those that are impacted by resource development within their lands, and that, Mr. Speaker, we have complete respect for Indigenous people and for development in their areas. The changes that are coming forward today in this Act are changes, Mr. Speaker, that were forced upon Indigenous people. And we are making sure that we have changes here that will allow them to go forward. Because the implication of the legislation that was brought in by the Harper government have set back many developments in the Northwest Territories by years. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives confuse responsible development and environmental protection as being a weakness. It is not a weakness, it is a strength. And Mr. Speaker, I want to ask my colleague today, in all of the permits and licensing that we have done as a government for mining industries and oil development in this country since we have taken government, have we not been able to do that with good environmental practice and good resource development practices as a government?
Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Parliamentary Secretary for the question as well as for her work in this area. Mr. Speaker, when we look at what we have done since we've taken power, is we've started the process of reconciliation in terms of resource development. We've seen that we've been rejected on the TMX pipeline as an example because real reconciliation and real consultation didn't happen. So what did we do? We went back and we started that process over again to make sure we did it properly. There are 11 exploratory licenses that have been put on hold on a moratorium until we get this right. We need to put a line in the sand to say from here on in, we're going to do things in the right way. We are going to engage with our Indigenous people, and together we're going to develop an even better country than we have today, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 2 or 3 times during his comments and again in response to questions, my colleague from Guelph commented about protecting our waterways. Well, Mr. Speaker, we remember very clearly a few days after this government came to power, the Minister of the Environment authorized Montreal to dump billions, 8 billion litres of raw sewage into the St. Lawrence River. Just this year, Mr. Speaker, in February, Quebec City, another 46 million litres of raw sewage into the St. Lawrence River. How can my colleague actually stand here and talk about their government protecting our waterways when this kind of action has taken place, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, we had a mess to clean up. Let's be frank. When we came into government, the environmental review process was a sham in terms of what was listened to by the government. The people trying to do the work were trying to give the advice to the government, but the government wasn't here to listen. So what we're working on now, Mr. Speaker, through this bill, is to work with our new environmental assessment processes, with our new climate change targets of putting prices on pollution. We want to have a cleaner air, cleaner water, and a more sustainable development of all our resources. And, Mr. Speaker, we're going to get there together with our Indigenous partners.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Millville.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're all on the same page when it comes to our First Nations, Indigenous, Inuit, and Métis people, and how important the land, the air, the sea, the water, all around us is important to them. They work very hard to make that a priority within their communities. However, I take offense at this member saying that we're concerned about their air, their water. Mr. Speaker, there's only one source of water in the world, and it belongs to everybody. Same with our air. There's not a matter of pollution in one place that must be taken care of. Otherwise, BC, with its carbon tax, would have no forest fires. Clearly, that's not the case. The Indigenous community, the First Nations community, want to develop their resources. Why is this government shutting down their right to engage in resource development when they, of all people, understand balancing the environment and the resource development in Canada?
Honourable Member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, I've heard the Honourable Member across the way ask this question before, and I think it's a different universe that we're talking about, where we are consulting with First Nations. We're consulting with Indigenous Métis people. I came from the prairies, and I know how important the Métis culture is and how silenced they were in the development of the prairies. And right up until this day, Mr. Speaker, they haven't had a voice in Ottawa. So we are consulting. We're working with 2 ministers on the development of resources with Indigenous people. We are working on the path forward. So even though I can hear the heckling across the way, I know it's painful for them to have to look at new ways of doing things that include people. But, Mr. Speaker, we're focused on including all Canadians, including our Indigenous, Métis, and Inuit brothers and sisters.
Hear, hear.
It being 6:30 p.m., pursuant to order made on Tuesday, November 27th, 2018, the House will now proceed to taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at the third reading stage of Bill C-75. Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
The question is as follows. Ms. Wilson-Raybould, seconded by Mr. Bryson, moved that Bill C-75, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Youth Criminal Justice Act, and other acts, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a third time and do pass. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lausanne, Chantal, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Agenda de la Petite Nation.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Monsa.
Ms. Monsa.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan of Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan of Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et l'Essar.
Monsieur Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et l'Essar.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Bittle.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. de Brussen.
Ms. de Brussen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Essassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascato.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Monsieur Graham.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Monsieur Yakino.
Monsieur Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Monsieur Willett.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Monsieur Serre.
Monsieur Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorber.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mrs. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Monsieur Blaney Bellechasse et Chemin Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney Bellechasse les Chemin Lévis.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Ms. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Mr. Abu Tayyip.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Generu.
Mr. General.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormontanda, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormontanda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. McKinnon.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Diont.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Duncan at Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin
Ms.
Sweet.
Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Pearl River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Député de la Pointe-Lille,
Member for La Pointe de Lille. We wanted to vote for, but We did not hear when you wanted us to vote. We want to vote for this motion. Is there unanimous consent so that the block MP be counted with the yeas? Granted.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Yeas pour 167, 167. Nays contre 106, 106.
I declare the motion carried. Conformément à l'ordre adopté le mardi.
Pursuant to the order made on Tuesday, 27th of November 2018, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded divisions on the motions at the third reading stage of Bill C-86. The question is the following one. Mr. Morneau, seconded by Mr. O'Regan, moved that Bill C-86, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on the 27th of February 2018, dispense. Mr. Comich, seconded by Ms. Vecchio, moved the following amendment: that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following: Bill C-86, a second act to dispense. A second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on the 27th of February 2018 and other measures be not now read a third time, but be referred back to the Standing Committee on Finance for the purpose of reconsidering Clause 470 with the view to ensuring that every employee, regardless of gender, be entitled to and shall be granted a leave of absence from employment of up to 12 weeks if the employee is the parent of a child who has died, including in cases of perinatal death. The vote is on the amendment. All those in favour of the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Séchemin, Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Séchemin, Lévis.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strong.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormadunda, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormadunda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin
Ms.
Sweet.
Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot Duval.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à l'amendement vont
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Here.
Mr. Hare.
Mr.
O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur
Ms.
Leblanc.
Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms.
Ms.
Ing.
Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey, Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lausanne, Chantal, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentel la Petite Nation.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan at Topico North.
Ms. Duncan at Tobago North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest des Sarts.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Ananda-Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Tanzi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Brettina.
Mr. Brettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. de Bruson.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Elsassi.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascato.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Monsieur Graham.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakano.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le métis, matin, Metapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon la Métis, matin, Métapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territory.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Monsieur Willett.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard. Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sangha.
Mr. Sangha.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Monsieur Serre.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Yeas pour 115, 115. Nays contre 162, 162.
Je déclare l'amendement rejeté.
I declare the motion defeated.
Into Standing Order 69.1. The next question is on clauses 535 to 625 regarding the head of compliance and enforcement in the Canada Labour Code. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt these clauses? All those in favor of these clauses will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor, the Honourable Chief Government Whip is rising.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think if you seek it, you will find agreement to apply the result of the previous vote to this vote, with Liberal members voting for.
Honourable Member for Chilliwack-Ho.
Mr. Speaker, we agree to apply with Conservative members voting no.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, the NDP agrees to apply the vote and will also vote no. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga again. You would like me to repeat? The NDP agrees to apply the vote and will vote no. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. The Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote and will vote yes. The Honourable Member for Beauce. I agree to apply the vote and will vote no. The Green Party agrees to apply the vote and will vote yes.
The CCF agrees to apply and will vote no.
Nays pour 169, 169. Nays contre 108, 108.
Declare these clauses carried. La prochaine mise au voix porte.
The next question is on all the remaining elements of the bill. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt all the remaining elements of the bill? All those in favor of adopting the remaining elements will say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of all the remaining elements of the bill will please rise.
Mr. Hare. Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sanjan.
Mr. Sanjan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lausanne-Argentel, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne-Argentel, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest, île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest, île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Sims. Sorry, Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Then Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur
Ms.
Drouin.
Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Monsieur Graham.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakano.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis Matan Metapédia.
Monsieur Massey, Avignon la Métis Matan Metapedia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Monsieur Willett.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Monsieur Serry.
Monsieur Serry.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rod.
Ms.
Rota.
Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Sir?
Tous ceux qui s'opposent au
All those opposed to all the remaining elements of the bill will please rise.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Blanc.
Mrs. Blanc.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Monsieur Blaney, Belchester, Saint-Chemin, Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Belchester, Saint-Chemin, Lévis.
McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Abutiev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Generu.
Mr. General.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Cradle and Sound.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroy.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Lausanne, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lausanne, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Angus.
Mr.
Mr.
Angus.
Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Duncan Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin
Ms.
Sweet.
Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot Duval.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Yeas pour 163, 163. Nays contre 113, 113.
I declare all the remaining elements of the bill carried.
The House has agreed to the entirety of Bill C-86, the second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament February 27, 2018, and other measures at the third reading stage.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture sur projet de loi.
À ce moment-ci,
Order. Pursuant to the Standing Order, to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded. Consequently, the question is as follows: that this House do now adjourn.
Order. I'd encourage members to take their conversations into the lobbies, and I would ask members to assist me by saying, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would imagine that you won't be surprised to hear me use the adjournment debate procedures to try to obtain an answer that I've been tempting to obtain for not just moons, because we now have to count it in years. I'm not the only one to be waiting. If I keep coming back to this, it is because behind me I have the inhabitants of Trois-Rivières as well as the inhabitants of the Quebec-Windsor axis who are waiting for an answer from the Minister of Transportation, who, after $11 million worth of studies, is still unable to answer us, to only give us an intention or general idea of what the government plans to do. The UMQ was holding meetings in Trois-Rivières with a special committee of elected officials that was committed to find out how we could, in the coming years, develop railway transportation in Quebec and Canada. I was present and as a guest, and we were delighted to see the Minister of Transportation because we were going to finally learn what the vision was for passenger rail transportation in Canada. A false hope, Mr. Speaker. We had to wait for his speech. The minister talked to us once again about the importance that he grants to safety. And I don't want to diminish the importance of safety in transportation, but the question remains, how is it, after so much time, the minister is not yet able to at least give us a general idea about his intentions on the VRail project for the high-frequency train? The president of the UMQ concluded and made a conclusion, and I will raise it as a question. Would it be possible for the Minister of Transportation to tell us if, at least in his vision of developing a high-frequency rail project in a corridor dedicated exclusively to passenger service, is that something that he is interested in? And my sub-question is, I could ask him if, like the UMQ, will the funding for Via Rail's high-frequency train be a realization of his current government or an electoral announcement that once again will delay to some unforeseen time this project that is eagerly awaited and that is unanimously supported in the community? And if I could use this adjournment debate procedure to try and get an answer, it is the last time I raised this question once again, they skirted the subject to talk about the renewal of other Via Rail projects. Although this renewal is something we have a great deal of concerns about, when it comes to the renewal or a $1 million agreement with Via Rail, nobody took the time to dedicate anything that would guarantee jobs for our workers and that would have allowed us to develop expertise that we already have and that we could have kept.
But the basic question is there interest in passenger rail service? Is there interest in this Via Rail project? And will we hear an announcement soon about funding for this project, or will we have to wait for an election promise yet again? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. It's an opportunity that I have to share with the member for Trois-Rivières how passenger rail fits within our government's long-term vision for the future of transportation in this country.
Best way to achieve a transportation system that's not only responsive in meeting the needs of our society and economy, but also fluid in its operations and organic in its connections to Canada. To this end, the government secured important funding in budgets 2016 and 2018 to support an in-depth assessment of Via Rail's high-frequency rail proposal. These funds will help us to better understand not only the viability of the project, but also its potential to support our government's vision for the future. The proposal for dedicated tracks has the potential to provide Canadian travellers with reliable and more rapid service by allowing Via to set schedules and frequencies to satisfy the demand for passenger rail service. By reinvigorating its services in the Quebec City-Windsor corridor, Via's proposal also aims to reduce its overall funding requirements from Canadian taxpayers. There is real potential here, but an investment of this magnitude requires careful study. Just as the people of Trois-Rivières have expressed an interest in Via's high-frequency rail proposal, so have many other Canadians along the Quebec City-Windsor corridor. Our government shares this interest, given the potential benefits of this project. We will do our part by working collaboratively with key players to ensure that the best information is available to allow for sound investment decisions on Via's proposal. Our government will carefully consider the high-frequency rail proposal as part of determining the best approach to delivering a safe, efficient, and reliable passenger service for Canadians.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her answer. I see that there is some interest, at least, so we share at least that interest in potentially developing rail service in the Quebec-Windsor corridor, but also elsewhere in Canada. Now, I didn't get much more of an answer than that, but I did notice one aspect of her response that was interesting. She talked about long-term development. She said that her government was studying long-term development. So my question is simple. When the Liberals and the government use the words long-term, we have to imagine this will be many years, because I've already been raising this question in the House since 2011, and now it's almost 2019. It seems to me that we're already starting to reach what we could call the long term, and I would hope that there would be a real announcement coming. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Honourable colleague for his interest in this and his advocacy. It's important. I know he cares very deeply for his community. And we understand that passenger rail service is a very important part of Canada's transportation system. It's very important to Canadians coast to coast to coast. We recognize this. We are taking the time necessary to determine the best approach to improving service in the Quebec City-Windsor corridor. Canadians want passenger rail service that is not only safe, efficient, and reliable, but one that is greener, more integrated and seamless with other modes of transportation, and more affordable. We want to take the time to do our due diligence to ensure the viability of Via Rail's high-frequency rail proposal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, I had the opportunity to ask the Minister of Transport directly about the withdrawal of Greyhound from Western Canada. The Minister made time to appear before the Transport Committee, and I was grateful to have had the chance to tell him in person about how serious the lack of safe, affordable transportation is in Saskatchewan. And Mr. Speaker, while the Minister was gracious in giving his time to the members at the Transportation Committee, unfortunately, many questions still remain, including my question in the House of last September to the lone Saskatchewan minister. Since the shutdown of STC, many women fleeing domestic violence have had to hitchhike or turn to Kijiji to get a ride to a shelter. It is unconscionable for a feminist government to know this and do nothing. Last January, the Minister of Innovation told this House that this government would work with me to look for meaningful solutions to this crisis. To this day, I've heard absolutely nothing. So I suggested I ask the lone Saskatchewan minister this time, what would he do to ensure people in Saskatchewan have safe, reliable public transportation? The answer I received that day was from the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities, who said that this government would always be there for the people of Saskatchewan and that there would be good news coming. He also said I could come and see me or the Minister of Public Safety and my colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I've reached out to the Minister as well as the lone minister from Saskatchewan to no avail. To date, I have not heard anything back from either minister, which leads me to believe that this government is very good at talking a good line, but when it comes to delivering on solutions, not so much. Take, for example, the recent announcement in response to Greyhound's withdrawal. For a full year after the cancellation of STC, the government did nothing. It took the withdrawal of a private company for them to actually take notice of the growing transportation crisis in Western Canada. Fortunately for British Columbia and Alberta, those provinces have progressive NDP governments who have already stepped up to mitigate the serious gaps in public transportation in their respective provinces. Unfortunately for my province, Saskatchewan's provincial government decided to shut down STC, and the silence from the Saskatchewan Conservative MPs on this issue is deafening. It's unfortunate that when it came to standing up for safe, affordable transportation, it does appear that politics trump the needs of communities and constituents. And have we actually heard anything from the Minister of Public Safety, who's from Saskatchewan? Sadly, no, Mr. Speaker. The safety of women and children fleeing domestic violence must be made a priority by the Minister of Public Safety. People in my province relied on STC to get them to medical appointments, to work, to school, to run their businesses, and to connect them to friends and family in other parts of the province and Canada. People in northern and rural and remote areas especially need this safe, affordable mode of transportation. Surely, Mr. Speaker, there is a role for the federal government's leadership and real investment when such a serious gap exists. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite for her question. I also want to assure her that in the Minister of Public Safety and in the Minister of Infrastructure, there are two very prominent advocates for the needs of Saskatchewan when it comes to infrastructure and for all of the other causes that she referred to in her question. Indeed, the Government of Canada recognizes the importance of high-quality, safe, accessible, and reliable public transit. That's why we have invested over $180 billion in our Investing in Canada plan. Public transit brings communities together. It provides residents with better access to services while reducing greenhouse gas emissions.
We've worked very closely with the provinces and territories to develop and implement our plan.
We understand that transit plays an important role in the lives of Canadians. That's why we're making unprecedented investments of more than $28 billion to support public transit across the country. In
Saskatchewan, communities use federal funding to support the projects that best meet their needs.
Our funding under Phase 1 of the plan has helped support projects like the renewal of Saskatoon's vehicle fleet, the replacement of 17 buses and 9 paratransit buses in Regina, and upgrades to the public transit fleet in Prince Albert. Moose Jaw and Saskatoon have used funding to improve their own systems and address their most pressing transit needs. And it is important to note that the decision to terminate the services referred to by my honourable colleague across the way, provided by the STC, was made by the province of Saskatchewan. The STC is a provincially run service, and it is up to the provinces to decide how best to provide public transit services to their communities within their jurisdictions. The Government of Canada and the province of Saskatchewan have worked closely to finalize and sign the integrated bilateral agreement on October 17, 2018, and indeed, this is something that we should celebrate, Mr. Speaker. The agreement will provide long-term infrastructure funding for public transit under the next phase of our plan. Saskatchewan and its communities can also pursue public transit projects through the Canada Infrastructure Bank. The bank was established to help provide even more infrastructure, and with $5 billion set aside for public transit, is currently open to receiving proposals and engaging with stakeholders. Le gouvernement de Canada fait
The Government of Canada is making unprecedented investments in infrastructure for communities.
To work with the Government of Saskatchewan and all of our provincial partners to make strategic, informative investments that will build 21st century communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for outlining all the ways in which the federal government has partnered around public transportation in cities and larger communities in Saskatchewan. My question was about the fact that there is no intercity bus service in Saskatchewan anymore, and that the Greyhound pulling out reduced that even more, and that I was asking that the federal government, and they've stated that they do have a role in investing in that. Otherwise, if your provincial government says you don't need a provincial bus service and the federal government says it's not our responsibility, that means you are leaving many people in Saskatchewan high and dry, and many people who are vulnerable, especially in rural and remote communities. So I'm asking for the government to step up and provide that leadership and to give us more details, which we didn't get from the transportation minister at the committee last week. And so I'm asking for the government, the federal government, who can play a role in this area. It's not just a provincial government responsibility. So that's my question. Thank you, Mr.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And just to pick up on my honourable colleague's final remarks, of course, the Government of Canada has an important and significant role to play when it comes to infrastructure. Our commitment to infrastructure is reflected in the historic investments that I referred to when it comes to public transit, and indeed that includes existing transit fleets, $29 million for Saskatchewan when it comes to repairing and rehabilitating their local public transit systems. And I just want to conclude by emphasizing to her that this is a government that respects local decision makers. We listen carefully to cities and municipalities, and we have also set aside additional funds for rural and northern communities, including her riding, and we will continue to work with her and all parties to get infrastructure done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The South Okanagan Valley is one of the richest agricultural regions of Canada. It grows the best apricots, the best peaches, best cherries, best grapes in the country, and makes the best wine in the country. But all those orchards and vineyards would wither and die without water. The South Okanagan receives only 30 centimeters of rain per year, 12 inches, and that's in a good year. And summers are long and hot, and they're getting longer and hotter. Irrigation is the lifeblood of the Okanagan economy. Not only does it keep the agricultural sector alive, but it increasingly supports a thriving agritourism industry centered on the many wineries in the valley. An economy worth billions of dollars annually, dollars and jobs that would literally dry up if we didn't add water to the mix. That harsh reality was recognized when the valley was first developed for agriculture in the early 1900s. After the First World War, a soldier settlement was developed in the area around Oliver. An irrigation canal was constructed in 1918 that took water from the Okanagan River south of Vassal Lake and carried it south for 20 kilometers on both sides of the river. And if you're good at math, you'll realize that that canal is 100 years old this year. The Oliver irrigation system now delivers water to over 600 connections and irrigates 5,200 acres of farmland. And while the canal is owned and operated by the town of Oliver, it serves rural areas in the regional district of South Okanagan-Similkameen and vineyards on the Osoyoos Indian Reserve. The canal was operated by the province of BC until 1989, when ownership and responsibility for its operation was transferred to the town of Oliver. In the 1990s, a significant upgrade on the canal was carried out, the $5 million price tag paid for through joint funding from the municipal, federal, and provincial governments. For many years, the canal provided water for both irrigation and domestic drinking supply, but health concerns spurred a recent twinning of the supply that put domestic supplies underground and separate from the irrigation. That was finished in 2014. And all was well until 2016, when a significant rock fall occurred where the canal skirts the east side of Gallagher Lake below an enormous rock bluff. This bluff is hundreds of meters high, making it completely impractical to secure its face and stop future rock falls. The rock fall destroyed a section of the canal, and luckily it occurred in midwinter when crops are not being irrigated, giving local governments the opportunity to make a quick fix before the irrigation season began in April. That quick fix is still in place, a temporary fix that could be destroyed in an instant if a new rock fall occurs. Oliver conducted an engineering study that recommended a new route for the canal, sending it around the west side of Gallagher Lake underground, and that would take away any future disruptions from rockfall. The estimated cost of this project is $10 million. The Liberal provincial government of the day promised to provide half that amount, and the commitment has been affirmed by the present NDP provincial government. The town of Oliver has asked the federal government to match that amount, but has yet to receive a positive message of support. It's been 2.5 years, Mr. Speaker. It seems this project falls through many cracks in the government's infrastructure spending processes. If the canal carried drinking water, it would have received funding long ago. Too bad Oliver spent all that money in 2014 to separate the systems. It's too small for support under the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund, which has a minimum $20 million project cost. It's too big for the Western Development Fund that has a $5 million maximum. The big agriculture funding is for innovation, not for infrastructure. So, Mr. Speaker, can I get assurances here and now that the government will find funding to help fix this critical infrastructure?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Community Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to begin by complimenting my honourable colleague for his question and also for the part of the country that he represents. I've had the occasion to visit the Okanagans, and it's not only well known and cherished for its landscapes, but also for its wineries and vino veritas, Mr. Speaker. With regards to his question, of course, this government is providing historical investments when it comes to infrastructure. We're demonstrating this commitment by investing in our plan, which in return will create jobs for the middle class and build strong communities for the 21st century. Notre plan a été élaboré.
Our plan was developed in collaboration with our partners, the provinces, territories, municipalities, and Indigenous peoples.
We've made, and together on the plan, which is helping to grow the economy, we are indeed building inclusive communities. That progress includes areas like the member opposite's Okanagan region of British Columbia, where we've been working hard with all orders of government, our partners, to ensure that infrastructure investments have a positive impact on the quality of life where his residents live. In Willowbrook, for example, we've implemented the water system improvement project under the Clean Water and Wastewater Fund. This project will ensure that residents benefit from safe and reliable access to drinking water and improved environmental protections, which will assist local governments in meeting provincial and federal regulations. The Clean Water Fund is also providing funding for residents in Penticton as they rehabilitate and upgrade the aging Naramata water system to prevent leakage and improve the life expectancy of the infrastructure.
We know that local leaders are experts. They know what their communities need to be healthy and sustainable.
Our programs are designed so that partners select their priority projects and identify them to the provincial and territorial government. The province or territory then identifies their priorities and brings them to us for federal support. So hopefully that sheds some light on the process for my honourable colleague. Projects are not assessed based on where they are located, nor according to who holds the riding. It's not a partisan exercise, Mr. Speaker. We assess them on the basis of merit and whether or not they conform to the parameters which are set out in the integrated bilateral agreements which we've struck with British Columbia and all of the provinces across the country. In the case of repairing the South Okanagan Irrigational Canal, the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities met with the project owners and the town of Oliver. The town of Oliver submitted an expression of interest under the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund and has been invited to submit a full application to Infrastructure Canada. The $2 billion Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund supports large-scale infrastructure projects to help communities better manage the risks of disasters triggered by climate change. Mr. Speaker, as I have said before in this House and will reiterate again right now, the Government of Canada stands ready to work with our provincial partners as well as our municipal partners, and that includes obviously the member opposite. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his words of assurance. I appreciate the funding for drinking water, but my point is that this is falling through the cracks, this very important issue. So, and I do have to say that the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities has been trying to help here. I invited the Mayor of Oliver to come to Ottawa to meet him, and we met and had a very substantive meeting. Chief Clarence Louis of the Sioux Indian Band was on the phone, and top policy and program staff were present, and they promised to look for, as you know, Plan A, B, C, D. But I followed up with them recently, and they have been unsuccessful at finding funding for this project. So I've been gradually learning about bureaucracy in this job and about silos full of money that can only be accessed if your project checks all the right boxes to open the magic door. But here we have a disastrous situation waiting to happen with a common sense fix waiting to be implemented. Surely we can find a way to fund this project without putting the people of Oliver in debt for years to come. Funding that would secure and promote the growth of a vibrant
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I would simply point out that I'm very assured to hear that the Minister of Infrastructure has been receptive to my honourable colleague's local priorities. We stand ready, willing and able to work with my honourable colleague across the way, as well as with the town of Oliver on this application. We know it's important to his residents. We also know it's important to meet the challenges of climate change. That's why we're providing historic investments when it comes to infrastructure, as well as the DMAF fund that I already referred to. And we look forward to continue to collaborate with him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.